ਦੇ ਵੱਲ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਇਸ ਐਨਕਾਊਂਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਵਿਜੇ।
That was the report from the ground that we continue to get you all the latest updates here on CNN News 18. My colleague Aman and Anshul continue to stay with us on the broadcast. Aman, जो सवाल मैं आपसे पूछ रही थी, अगर आप हमारे दर्शकों के लिए फिर से बता सकें कि कौन सा इलाका था जहां पर ये एनकाउंटर ऑपरेशन हुआ, कितने घंटे चला, जो 2 गैंगस्टर्स मारे गए हैं उनके बारे में क्या जानकारी है, अगर ये प्राइमा फेसी डिटेल्स आप एक बार फिर से पॉइंट आउट कर सकें।
देखिए, अमृतसर के अंदर अटारी के अंदर ये गांव है बकना, जहां पर ये एनकाउंटर जो है उसको अंजाम दिया गया। और ये दोनों गैंगस्टर्स थे जो मूसेवाला किलिंग में डायरेक्ट इन्वॉल्वमेंट जिनकी थी, और जगरूप रूपा और मन्नू खुसा ये 2 थे, और दोनों को ही दे बीन शॉट डेड। और इनका लॉरेंस बिश्नोई के जगरूप रूपा जो है वो काफी करीबी माना जाता है, और इस गैंग को ये ऑपरेट भी कर रहे थे, और गाड़ियां बदलना और जितना भी वो इंसिडेंट था, इनका मेन कहीं ना कहीं लीड रोल था। और जगरूप रूपा जो है वो अमृतसर से ही ताल्लुकात रखता है, तरन से ताल्लुकात रखता है। अमृतसर में उसका आना जाना और ठिकाने कई हैं जिसकी पुलिस जांच भी करेगी। और जो मन्नू खुसा है वो मोगा के अंदर रहता था, मोगा से ताल्लुकात उसके हैं। और ये बॉर्डर एरिया यहाँ पर जहाँ पर ये एनकाउंटर हुआ है, यहाँ पर इनका आना जाना, जिस तरीके की गैंग वॉर, नशा, इस नेक्सस में कहीं ना कहीं ये लिप्त थे और ऑपरेट करते थे। और जो मूसेवाला किलिंग हुई है मेजर तौर पर, उसके बाद से ये इन दोनों को लेकर रेड जो है वो पंजाब पुलिस की तरफ से, एजीटीएफ की तरफ से, जो गैंगस्टर फोर्स बनाई गई, एंटी गैंगस्टर फोर्स, उनकी तरफ से की जा रही थी। तो और इनको सीसीटीवी में तरन तारण की एक जगह सीसीटीवी के जरिए देखा भी गया, जो पुलिस के पास इनपुट्स थी। उसके बाद तकरीबन 12:30 बजे पुलिस जो है यहाँ पर पहुंचती है। उसके बाद एनकाउंटर के लिए ऑपरेशन शुरू किया जाता है, जिसमें मुठभेड़ जो है वो जारी रहती है। और अब जाकर कहीं अब तकरीबन 10 मिनट पहले जाकर उस ऑपरेशन को खत्म किया जाता है। तो 3 से 3.5 घंटे हम मानकर चल सकते हैं कि ऑपरेशन जो है वो चला है। पंजाब पुलिस के कमांडो अब उस घर की छत पर पहुंचे हैं। ये भी जानकारी आ रही है कि 2 से ज्यादा जो अंदर मौजूद थे, जिनकी ओर से फायरिंग की जा रही थी। क्योंकि आप देखिए 315 बोर के छर्रे जो हैं वो लगे हैं एक जर्नलिस्ट, वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट को। और उसके अलावा AK-47 का जिक्र हुआ, ऑटोमेटेड वेपन्स का जिक्र हुआ है। तो अंदर ये मानना जा सकता है कि और भी असला है जो पुलिस को बरामद हो सकता है। उसके अलावा कौन कौन किस किस को मारा गया, उनकी क्या डिटेल्स और उनका रोल क्या था, और एक माइंडसेट जिस तरीके से पंजाब पुलिस का बदला है ऑपरेशंस को लेकर, इन गैंगस्टर्स को लेकर, वो भी प्रैक्टिकल रूप से नजर आ रहा है कि पुलिस ऑपरेशन को लेकर कितनी अब सीरियस है। क्योंकि मूसेवाला की किलिंग के बाद पहले होता ये था कि गैंगस्टर्स पकड़े जाते थे, जेल कर दिया जाता था, लेकिन फिर भी गैंग चलते थे, फिर भी अंदर से जेलों के अंदर से नेक्सस चलता था। उसका एक जीता जागता उदाहरण लॉरेंस बिश्नोई है। या फिर वो बाहर से ऑपरेट होते थे, जैसे गोल्डी ब्रार ने ऑपरेट किया, और उनके द्वारा बॉर्डर क्रॉस करना एक उनका मॉडस ऑपरेंडी रह गया था कि चाहे वो
अमन में अपने दर्शकों के लिए एक बार फिर से आई एम जस्ट गोइंग टू पुट आउट द डिटेल्स दैट वी नो सो फार दैट 2 gangsters have been shot dead by the police. That's the confirmed information that we can tell you. About 5-hour-long encounter has come to an end. The police had cordoned off the entire area. There was abundant precaution taken that no locals should be harmed or injured. There are also reports that some policemen have been injured. Those personnel are receiving treatment at a nearby hospital. Ambulances were seen around the area. As you can see in those visuals, there was a journalist as well in the vicinity who sustained minor injuries. We played out that reaction also for you. Right now, the police authorities are going inside that house where all those gangsters were holed up. What is to be noted here is that these were not ordinary gangsters. They had AK-47. They had modern weaponry and ammunition. And the fear of the administration is, the apprehension is, that in all likelihood they were trying to cross the border and go to the other side. An international nexus of drugs and weapons which has plagued the state of Punjab and has created a troublesome situation is something that the police authorities have taken seriously. And as my colleague Aman was pointing out, that various changes have been done in the administration in the recent past, and the police has also changed its methods to deal with the situation. My colleague Anshul continues to be with us on the show. Anshul, tell us about the details that you're picking up from the ground. The police has entered the house where the gangsters were holed up.
So yes, the police has finally managed to enter inside the house. What we have been told that yes, the operation to sanitize the entire house and the vicinity in and around this is being done. As of now, the bodies are being recovered. But yes, we still are awaiting for the confirmation that the third gangster who has been shot is confirmed dead, because there is a little bit of confusion that if that person is injured or that person is dead. That needs to be confirmed in the next few minutes. We could get that confirmation as well. Because remember, the Punjab police was trying to actually capture at least one of them alive, so that more details could come out very easily. But now since if all the three are dead, then it is going to be an uphill task for the Punjab police, and more questions will be in fact raised on the Punjab police, that how did these people actually get their hands on military grade weapons and automatic rifles yet again, and how did they manage, if they had that weapons, how did they manage to get that weapons into Punjab? So yes, a lot of questions are to be answered by the Punjab police. Now it remains to be seen when that crucial press conference happens later in the day. How does the Punjab police now respond to this, and what does the administration have?
All right, Anshul, I'm sorry I have to interrupt you. There's some latest information which is coming in. Let's go to that breaking development that we have for you right now. All the information first here on CNN News 18, and it is believed that not 3 but 4 gangsters were present at the encounter site, and the police authorities have gunned down all 4 gangsters. This is a big win for the police forces who were involved in an intense battle with these gangsters in the border area in Amritsar. The encounter operation that lasted for more than 5 hours. That's the information really coming in. Let me check if Aman Bharadwaj and Anshul is with us on the broadcast. Anshul, coming to you. So not 3 but 4 gangsters have been gunned down.
So yes, more shocking revelations coming in right now. As I mentioned just a few minutes ago, that the police is now entering the house premises. So now it is coming to the fore that there were actually 4 people inside that house, which was a farm in the middle of a farm. And there were actually 4 people inside that house, and all 4 of them have now been killed, and this has now been confirmed by sources within the Punjab police. So yes, a big victory for the Punjab police, but this is only half the battle won. There are a lot of questions that needs to be answered by the Punjab police. So yes, the Punjab police is not in celebratory mode as of now, because they know that they have a lot to answer right now. That how did these 2 accused actually enter Punjab yet again after fleeing from Punjab? Why did they come back to Punjab, and what was their plan? How did they manage to get their hands on those military grade weapons and automatic rifles? How did they get their hands on them? And what was the future course of action that they were going to take? Were they going to flee to Pakistan? That is another very big question. So yes, the Punjab police has a lot to answer as of now. But yes, a small victory in the larger scheme of battles. In the larger battle, this could be seen as a small victory for
All the right, we are cutting across to some developments that we are getting from News 18.
ਖੇਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਝੋਨਾ ਲਾਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਸਥਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਚੂਜ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ, ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਸਥਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਚੂਜ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਇਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਵੇਖਣ ਵਾਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ। ਆਲੇ ਦੁਆਲੇ ਖੇਤ ਨੇ, ਬੰਦ ਪਿਆ ਇਹ ਘਰ ਸੀਗਾ ਜਿਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੁਕੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਜਾ ਕੇ, ਔਰ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਐਨਕਾਊਂਟਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ, ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਐਨਕਾਊਂਟਰ ਪੂਰੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਮੁਕੰਮਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ। मनु कुसा ते जगरूप रूपा चैलेंज बने हुए सीगे पंजाब पुलिस दे लई, ते दोवां नूं ढेर कर दिता है पंजाब पुलिस ने। अज ग्राउंड दे विच आके आमो सामने टाकरा हुंदा है, और पंजाब पुलिस दे बहादुर जवान जिहड़े सीगे उन्हां ने इस टाकरे दे विच दोवें जिहड़े अपने आप नूं शार्प शूटर समझदे सी उन्हां नूं जिहड़ा हैगा ओह ढेर कर दिता गया। शार्प शूटर मनु कुसा ते जगरूप रूपा दोवें ढेर कर दिते गए ने। सिद्धू मूसेवाला ते गोलियां चलाउण वाले शार्प शूटर ढेर कर दिते गए ने। इन्हां नूं पनाह देण वाला कौन सी? सवाल यह है कि संदीप तूफान इन्हां नूं पनाह दे रहा सी, मनी रैया जिहड़ा हैगा कि उसने पनाह दित्ती सी। ये अपने आप विच वड्डा सवाल है। ते इस वेले तस्वीरां असीं तुहानूं दिखा रहे हैं लगातार, ये तस्वीरां अपने आप विच अहम ने। किस तरीके जिहड़ा हैगा गैंगस्टर एक्टिव हो रहे सीगे, और गैंगस्टर जिहड़ा हैगा किस तरीके प्लैनिंग दे नाल इस पूरी कार्रवाई नूं अंजाम दे रहे सी। गौरव ये अपने आप विच वेखण वाली तस्वीर है, क्योंकि इसे थां ते आके लुके गैंगस्टर किस तरीके, जेकर असीं सिद्धू मूसेवाला दे कतल दी गल करिए, प्लैनिंग जिहड़ी हैगी है, प्लैनिंग किस तरीके की जा रही सी। लास्ट मोमेंट तक दी रेकी की गई सिद्धू मूसेवाला दे कतल दे विच, कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला घरों निकल रहा है, गड्डी विच है, गड्डी ड्राइव कर रहा है, इकल्ला है। ये सारी रेकी इन्होंने की। संदीप केकड़ा जिहड़ा सीगा इन्फॉर्मेशन इन्हां नूं दे रहा सीगा। संदीप केकड़ा पुलिस की गिरफ्त विच है। मनु कुसा ते जगरूप रूपा जिहड़ा हैगा वो लगातार फरार चल रहे सीगे, और उन्हां नूं अज एनकाउंटर दे विच ढेर कर दिता है पंजाब पुलिस ने। गौरव
From the ground that my colleague has just put out, that's from the encounter site. 4 gangsters have been gunned down by the Punjab police in this very crucial encounter operation. It is believed that out of these 4, 2 were the accused in Moosewala killing. A very important security operation that was carried out by Punjab police today. The intel information was that all 4 of them could possibly were trying to cross the border and go to the other side. They had AK-47 and modern arms and ammunition. That only points out to the kind of funding and support they were receiving from illegal elements, from certain illegal elements. There's also an angle of terror, an international conspiracy that we're talking about. I'm cutting across to my colleague Aman Bharadwaj and Anshul, who continue to remain with us. Anshul, coming to you, tell us more about this encounter operation that lasted for more than 5 hours, a brave operation conducted by Punjab police and clearly a crucial step in cracking down on this nexus.
So yes, a small victory, we can say that, as I was already mentioning, that it could be seen as a small victory for the Punjab police, that they have managed to actually get the situation under their control. As of now, what we have been told, that the team of Punjab police has entered inside the house. The bodies are being recovered of all the four people, and what we are also being told, that a sanitization operation is also going on at the spot, just to make sure that no other person is hid anywhere or any place inside or outside the house as well. Because remember, as you can see in the visuals, the house that has been chosen by these terrorists to stay, by these gangsters to stay, is absolutely in the middle of nowhere. It's in the middle of a big farm. That house is. So yes, whose house was it? And who are the other 2 people who have actually been gunned down by the Punjab police? These are a few basic questions that needs to be answered. However, the Punjab police is not spelling out any details as of now. They are keeping a tight lip on the details of the property, as well as who are the other 2 people. But yes, we are expecting a press conference from senior officials of the Punjab police. The DGP, probably the DGP himself, is going to come out and speak to the media, where he'll spell out each and every detail as to how did these people actually manage to get inside Punjab with such heavy military grade machineries. So yes, the DGP is going to answer all these questions in the next few hours, is what we have been told. But yes, the good news is that the situation is under control. Finally, after almost 5 hours, the people in that area can actually breathe a sigh of relief now, after hearing those gunshots going on for more than 5 hours, which could be a very traumatic experience, Anusha.
It is not unusual in such encounter operations for the facts and details to emerge out very, very slowly, and what exactly happened, what kind of recoveries have been made, what kind of arms and ammunitions they were using. All of that perhaps will be confirmed in that press conference as and when that happens. Aman, I'm coming back to you once again. आपके पास दोबारा वापस आऊंगी. आप बहुत सारे पुलिस अफसरों की और अधिकारियों की बात कर रहे थे. डीजीपी का जो बदलाव हुआ, पूरे प्रशासन पे जिस तरह का दबाव था, ऑपोजिशन के बहुत सारे सवाल थे नई सरकार से. पुलिस की आज जब प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है, तभी हम जान पाएंगे कि क्या क्या बरामद हुआ है, किस तरह का सपोर्ट इनको था, और ये जो 4 गैंगस्टर्स जिनको गन डाउन कर दिया गया है, इनका क्या बैकग्राउंड था.
बिल्कुल साफ तौर पर, और पुलिस इसमें जल्दी, जैसे अंशुल भी बता रहे थे, कि जल्दी इसमें प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके सब चीजों को क्लेरिफाई करेगी और स्पेसिफाई करेगी कि कहां से ये इनके क्या किस तरीके का रोल था और इनसे बरामदगी किस तरीके की हुई है, और 4 जनों को जो अंदर से फायरिंग कर रहे थे, वो कौन से, उनकी आइडेंटिटी क्या थी. और एक जिक्र करना बार बार उस चीज का भी बनता है कि पुलिस का जो एक माइंडसेट था ऑपरेशन, इस तरीके के ऑपरेशन को करने का, उसमें बदलाव अब देखा जा रहा है. और इससे न ही केवल सरकार, पुलिस और पंजाब के लोगों का भी एक कॉन्फिडेंस जरूर बढ़ेगा, क्योंकि पहले इस तरीके के इंसिडेंसेस काफी कम देखने को मिलते थे और नेक्सस कहीं ना कहीं चलता रहता था, चाहे इनको जेल कर दिया जाए, चाहे इनको कहीं भेज दिया जाए, लेकिन इस नेक्सस को रोकना कहीं ना कहीं बड़ा चैलेंज था. तो उसमें भी अब तब्दीली जो है वो देखने को मिलेगी, और एक थ्रेट जरूर इन गैंगस्टर्स के मन में, या जो इस तरीके की इस ट्रैक पर चल रहे हैं उनके मन में जरूर होगा. और आपको मूसेवाला किलिंग में एक इंसिडेंस ये भी याद होगा कि जब मूसेवाला के लिए रेड की जा रही थी, जो वहां की लोकल पुलिस थी, पुलिस जो एसएचओ थे, उनको थ्रेट आया कि अगर आप रेड करोगे तो आपके घर सेफ नहीं है, आपका परिवार सेफ नहीं है, आप अपनी सेफ्टी का ध्यान रखो. इस तरीके के थ्रेट जो थे वो पुलिस को भी आते थे. वहां के एसपी तक को थ्रेट जो था वो इन गैंगस्टर्स के थ्रू था जब इनिशियली रेड हुई. लेकिन अब आफ्टर 52 डेज अब इनको मारा गया है और इसको एक बड़ी अपडेट के लिहाज से देखा जा रहा है और एक माइंडसेट जो इन ऑपरेशंस को कंडक्ट करने का चेंज हुआ है उसमें भी देखा जा रहा है। और जरूर एक सरकार के लिए भी एक शाबाशी की इसमें जिक्र जरूर है कि पंजाब पुलिस ने जो ये क्योंकि सरकार की तरफ से चेंजेस किए गए, इस चैलेंज को सीरियस तरीके से लिया गया और उसका अंजाम आज हम देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से ऑपरेशन जो है वो कंडक्ट हुआ है।
Those are the live visuals on your screen on the left hand side that you can see. Those are the police officers who were responsible for ensuring security. The area was cordoned off. We are expecting a press conference to happen anytime soon, and the police is trying to get a reaction from the brave police officers who conducted this very, very crucial encounter operation. 4 gangsters have been gunned down. What their criminal record was, what the background was, what kind of recoveries have been made of arms and ammunition, and how crucial these leads have been is something we'd get to know as and when an announcement or a press conference is conducted. But those are the live visuals on your screen. That's the area on the right hand side that you can see where the encounter operation was actually conducted. All the details first here on CNN News 18. This continues to remain our top focus. We are slipping into a very short break.
Cuts are rising as UK swelters in the heat. Even runways were impacted by the heat, forcing several aircrafts to divert. An 8-day-long heat wave in Spain has triggered massive wildfires. Passengers in a train watched in horror as a wildfire tore through vegetation near the track in the northwestern province of Zamora. The train was traveling between Madrid and Ferrol but was forced to halt due to the wildfire. Paris is also sweltering in unusually high temperatures. For the second day in a row, temperatures soared above 37 degrees Celsius. Experts say the early heat wave is a sign of what's to come as climate change takes a toll.
Former UK Finance Minister Rishi Sunak has won the latest round of voting to replace British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Sunak has increased his tally from yesterday, bringing him even closer to being one of the top 2 candidates who will go head-to-head to be elected as the new Conservative Party leader and the Prime Minister of Britain. So let's take a look at where things stand today after the 4th round of voting. Rishi Sunak has got 118 votes. Remember, you need 120 to go through into the final 2 face-off. Penny Mordaunt, who used to be also a minister in the Boris Johnson cabinet, she got 92 votes. She's consistently been coming number 2. But the big surprise and the big climber has been Liz Truss, who was the foreign secretary in Boris Johnson's government. She's jumped up to 86 votes. Kemi Badenoch, who also used to be the equalities minister, she has now opted out of this contest after she finished number 4. So the contest tomorrow is going to be between these 3, between Sunak, Mordaunt and Liz Truss, and one of them, in fact 2 of them, will remain standing, who will go into the final clash that's going to happen later on. Meanwhile, let's move on here on Brass Tack Superfast to Sri Lanka, where the opposition leader Sajith Premadasa has withdrawn from the presidential race. Premadasa announced the decision on Twitter. He said that he was withdrawing his candidacy for the greater good of the country and supporting rival candidate Dallas Alaperuma. In fact, the Sri Lankan parliament will tomorrow meet and elect a new president, and the fight seems to be between Ranil Wickremesinghe, the interim president right now, and Dallas Alaperuma. Now, let's take a look at the 3 men who are in the race to be the next president of Sri Lanka. Ranil Wickremesinghe, of course, is the current acting president. He's backed by the ruling SLPP, which is the party of the Rajapakshas. Dallas Alaperuma is a senior leader, again from the SLPP. He's been a multiple-time legislator. He's a lawmaker from Matara in the southern part of the country. He's considered to be a dark horse in this race. Also, the final one is the JVP leader, Aruna Kumara Dissanayaka. In fact, he is from the left-wing Janata Vimukti Peramuna. He's a strong critic of Prime Minister Wickremesinghe as well as the Rajapakshas, but he's thought of to be as too radical a candidate to be leading the country at a critical time such as this. Meanwhile, back home, day 2 of the monsoon session of Parliament was rocked by opposition-led protests.
Despite no protests or demonstrations being allowed inside the Parliament complex, Opposition MPs gathered in front of Mahatma Gandhi's statue. Congress's Rahul Gandhi, NCP MP Supriya Sule and Priyanka Chaturvedi of the Shiv Sena stood side by side and protested over price rise. They held placards on inflation and raised slogans against the government. The protest comes a day after the goods and services tax on packaged food items came into force.
जो टैक्स जीएसटी टैक्स उन्होंने लगाया है उसके बारे में हम अंदर जाकर अपनी बात भी रखेंगे और लड़ेंगे.
The drama continued inside the house with opposition MPs interrupting proceedings.
सदन के अंदर तख्तियां लेकर आना उचित नहीं है.
Opposition MPs are also demanding a discussion on price rise and GST.
Well, after a viral video of some men offering namaz at a mall in Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has warned of strict action over unnecessary remarks and staging demonstrations to obstruct the movement of people. 4 of the 8 men seen offering namaz have been arrested.
सांप्रदायिक विद्वेष की स्थिति पैदा करने का जो कुत्सित प्रयास हो रहा है, सड़कों पर या पूजा के लिए या किसी भी अन्य कार्यक्रम के लिए.
Well, our top focus continues to be that crucial encounter operation that has come to an end after 5 hours. 4 accused, 4 gangsters have been gunned down by Punjab police in this very crucial encounter operation that was carried out. The leads are, the intelligence information is that 4 out of these 2 are accused were responsible for killing of Sidhu Moosewala. The entire Punjab police, the law and order machinery, including the newly elected Punjab government, was under tremendous pressure to crack down on this illegal thriving nexus of drugs and terror activities that were also receiving international support. That's what intelligence inputs have told. It has also been indicated, as my colleagues have been reporting from the ground, that these 4 gangsters were possibly trying to cross the border. Now, what are the details of this? It is expected that the Punjab police is going to conduct a press conference in just some time from now. All eyes on that crucial press briefing by Punjab police authorities. That and much more on the other side of a quick break.
A truck in the vicinity and signaled the driver to stop. He then asked the truck driver for his license and papers. The stone-laden truck driver panicked, sped up the truck and ran over the cop. Singh was rushed to the hospital where doctors declared him dead.
बहुत दुखद ये घटना हुई है. हमारी सांत्वना हम परिवार के साथ भी और उस परिवार की भी जिसकी क्षति हुई है उसके साथ भी खड़े हैं.
Despite a Supreme Court ban dating back to 2009, mining has continued unabated at several places in the Aravalis.
Well, at least 20 people have died and another 30 are missing after a boat capsized in the river in central Pakistan. The boat carrying more than 100 people was heading to a wedding when it capsized in the Indus River. In Sadiqabad, the passengers were mostly women and children. Russian President Vladimir Putin is in Iran. It's his only second foreign trip since he invaded Ukraine back in February. He met with Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi in Tehran. The visit is essential in a bid to try and deepen ties with Iran, which is one of the few remaining international allies that Russia still has. The Nord Stream 1 pipeline has been closed for maintenance and it's making Germany squirm. In fact, gas deliveries from Russia to Germany have dropped to 0 right now. Germany depends very heavily on natural gas from Russia to power its industry. German industry would be forced to cut its energy use. Possible ripple effects can be felt throughout the German economy. In fact, a complete shutoff to flows to Germany may even trigger a Europe-wide recession. French footballer Timothy Bakayoko, who plays for AC Milan, was stopped by Italian police at gunpoint during a search operation. The video shows a police officer searching the footballer who is leaning against a car. Police later realized that it's a case of mistaken identity and then apologized to him. National award-winning filmmaker Ratnam has been admitted to hospital in Chennai after testing positive for COVID. The 66-year-old has been hospitalized at a time when post-production work for his upcoming magnum opus Punniyin Selvan is going on. The historical drama will hit screens on the 30th of September. This shocking video of a beach in Mumbai shows garbage littered for as long as the eye can see. Despite several warnings and awareness campaigns, it seems that people in Mumbai simply can't seem to stop throwing garbage into the sea, and that in turn is getting washed up on shore. After the video went viral, authorities conducted clean-up drives to clear the filth accumulated on the beach. Incessant rains have wreaked havoc across the state of Uttarakhand.
In Champavat district, this school bus was washed away as it tried to move across a flooded road. Thankfully, there were no students in the bus and the driver and conductor were safely evacuated. The situation was equally grim along the Kotdwar Pauri route. Heavy rains wreaked havoc on the hilly terrain and stopped vehicular movement. Commuters were left stranded in the pouring rain. Meanwhile, in Ramnagar, the national highway was closed after a tree fell on the road after heavy rains. This caused a massive pile-up for hours on end.
Most students have come forward and complained that they were forced to take off their
जीवन तो सारे मालूम ही है ना जो अपना एक धक्का ना मारो अगर सारी जल्दी मार दो आप फैसला कर जीवे जीवे सार बात करना यार जीवे 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 सारा नु मालूम ही है शुभदीप सिद्धू उन्होंने मर्डर होया सीगा 29 तारीख उस तो बाद सारी जड़ी की प्लानिंग हुई सी सारी जड़े मास्टरमाइंड सीगे जिन्हां ने रोल प्ले किया सारे बंदे अरेस्ट हो चुके थे जड़े बोलेरो मॉड्यूल के 2 शूटर्स सीगे वो अजे तक एब्सकॉन्डिंग सीगे उन्हां दे बारे सीक्रेट इंफॉर्मेशन सीगी तो एंटी गैंगस्टर टास्क फोर्स लोकल पुलिस लोकल ऑफिसर्स इन टोटल कोऑर्डिनेशन आज कैसे घेरा पाया गया होना वो लोग जो तो सारे काफी सारे कवरेज करे 4-5 घंटे तो काफी एक्सचेंज ऑफ फायर हुआ सर कितने लोग थे टोटल कितने थे 2 बंदे एक मनु दूसरा रूपा दोनों में इनकाउंटर कर दिया गया उनका दोनों की इस एक्सचेंज ऑफ फायर में मौत हुई है जी और बाकी सारे फोरेंसिक्स किए जाएंगे सर हथियार कौन से थे ऐसा लग रहा है कि इन्होंने पाकिस्तान जाना था इसीलिए ये वाली जगह चूज की थी इन्होंने ये जानकारी लेकिन जड़ी अजय सानू ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਮੌਕੇ ਤੇ ਮਿਲਿਆ एक AK-47 मिली है जी एक .30 mm पिस्टल मिली है एक बैग भी है जिसका पहले फोरेंसिक एग्जामिनेशन और फिर ਅਸੀਂ ਦੱਸਾਂਗੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਸੀ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਇਹ ਸਭ ਕੀ ਬਰਾਮਦ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ ਰੋਸ਼ਨ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਹੋਇਆ कोई एक्सप्लोजन मिला है बम वगैरह कुछ मिला वो ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਇसी करके फोरेंसिक टीम बीडी टीम आके सारा चेक करोगी कि बैग ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ जी ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਚੈੱਕ ਹੋਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਇਸ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਸਕਦੇ ਸਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਲਿੰਕ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ सर जैसे बड़ी बात ये है जैसे आपने कई बार इनको सरेंडर करने के लिए स्पीच की लेकिन ये क्रॉस फायर कर रहे थे क्या लगता था कितने हथियार हो सकते थे इनके पास फिलहाल क्योंकि 5 घंटे हो गए लगातार AK-40 एम्यूनिशन काफी था इनके पास जी AK-47 पिस्टल को तो मौके से बरामद हुई है बैग भी है वहाँ पर दैट विल बी एग्जामिन्ड फोरेंसिक बाय द FSL टीम ਤੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੀ बैग खोल के जांच की जा सकती कि किहड़े और वेपन है कितना और एम्यूनिशन सर पुलिस के कितने कर्मी जख्मी हुए इसमें क्योंकि एक मीडिया कर्मी जो है वो जख्मी हुआ है उसको गोली लगी है पुलिस के कितने कर्मी पुलिस के तीन कर्मियों को माइनर इंजरीज है वी आर आउट ऑफ डेंजर और जो साढ़े को रिपोर्ट है कि एक मीडिया कर्मी इंजर हुआ जी पर वो इस तरह के सारे खिलाफ मना करेंगे थोड़ा साइड तो थोड़ा जी लगता है कि पुलिस को बड़ी कामयाबी मिली है थोड़ा
candidate Jagdeep Dhankar in the upcoming elections. Former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the phone tapping case. The arrest comes after he was grilled by the agency for over 3 hours on the illegal phone tapping of NSC personnel. This was allegedly done between 2009 and 2017. Several countries in Europe are in the grip of a severe heat wave, with Britain touching its record temperatures today.
One of the worst hit is United Kingdom. For the first time in the country's history, temperatures touched 40 degrees Celsius. Roads are melting and power cuts are rising as UK swelters in the heat. Even runways were impacted by the heat, forcing several aircrafts to divert. An 8-day-long heat wave in Spain has triggered massive wildfires. Passengers in a train watched in horror as a wildfire tore through vegetation near the track in the northwestern province of Zamora. The train was traveling between Madrid and Ferrol but was forced to halt due to the wildfire. Paris is also sweltering in unusually high temperatures. For the second day in a row, temperatures soared above 37 degrees Celsius. Experts say the early heat wave is a sign of what's to come as climate change takes a toll.
Former UK Finance Minister Rishi Sunak has won the latest round of voting to replace British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Sunak has increased his tally from yesterday, bringing him even closer to being one of the top two candidates who will go head-to-head to be elected as the new Conservative Party leader and the Prime Minister of Britain. So let's take a look at where things stand today after the fourth round of voting. Rishi Sunak has got 118 votes. Remember, you need 120 to go through into the final two face-off. Penny Mordaunt, who used to be also a minister in the Boris Johnson cabinet, she got 92 votes. She's consistently been coming number 2. But the big surprise and the big climber has been Liz Truss, who was the foreign secretary in Boris Johnson's government. She's jumped up to 86 votes. Kemi Badenoch, who also used to be the Equalities Minister, she has now opted out of this contest after she finished number 4. So the contest tomorrow is going to be between these three, between Sunak, Mordaunt and Liz Truss, and one of them, in fact two of them, will remain standing, who will go into the final clash that's going to happen later on. Meanwhile, let's move on here on Brass Tack Superfast to Sri Lanka, where the opposition leader Sajith Premadasa has withdrawn from the presidential race. Premadasa announced the decision on Twitter. He said that he was withdrawing his candidacy for the greater good of the country and supporting rival candidate Dallas Alaperuma. In fact, the Sri Lankan parliament will tomorrow meet and elect a new president, and the fight seems to be between Ranil Wickremesinghe, the interim president right now, and Dallas Alaperuma. Now, let's take a look at the three men who are in the race to be the next president of Sri Lanka. Ranil Wickremesinghe, of course, is the current acting president. He's backed by the ruling SLPP, which is the party of the Rajapakshas. Dallas Alaperuma is a senior leader, again from the SLPP. He's been a multiple-time legislator. He's a lawmaker from Matara in the southern part of the country. He's considered to be a dark horse in this race. Also, the final one is the JVP leader, Aruna Kumara Dissanayaka. In fact, he is from the left-wing Janata Vimukti Peramuna. He's a strong critic of Prime Minister Wickremesinghe as well as the Rajapakshas, but he's thought of to be as too radical a candidate to be leading the country at a critical time such as this. Meanwhile, back home, day 2 of the monsoon session of Parliament was rocked by opposition-led protests.
Despite no protests or demonstrations being allowed inside the Parliament complex, opposition MPs gathered in front of Mahatma Gandhi's statue. Congress's Rahul Gandhi, NCP MP Supriya Sule and Priyanka Chaturvedi of the Shiv Sena stood side by side and protested over price rise. They held placards on inflation and raised slogans against the government. The protest comes a day after the goods and services tax on packaged food items came into force.
जो टैक्स जीएसटी टैक्स उन्होंने लगाया है उसके बारे में हम अंदर जाकर अपनी बात भी रखेंगे और लड़ेंगे.
The drama continued inside the House, with opposition MPs interrupting proceedings.
सदन के अंदर तख्तियां लेकर आना उचित नहीं है.
Opposition MPs are also demanding a discussion on price rise and GST.
Well, after a viral video of some men offering namaz at a mall in Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has warned of strict action over unnecessary remarks and staging demonstrations to obstruct the movement of people. 4 of the 8 men seen offering namaz have been arrested.
सांप्रदायिक विद्वेष की स्थिति पैदा करने का जो कुत्सित प्रयास हो रहा है, सड़कों पर या पूजा के लिए या किसी भी अन्य कार्यक्रम के लिए कोई जगह नहीं होनी चाहिए और इसको किसी भी प्रकार की अनुमति नहीं दी जानी चाहिए.
A day after upholding their conviction, a Delhi court has released Sushil and Gopal Ansal for the period that they had already undergone for tampering with evidence in the 1997 Uphaar cinema fire. The court took note of the old age of the convicts while deciding on the quantum of punishment. Israel is reportedly preparing to attack Iran's nuclear facilities, and here's what the trigger is. Khamenei's top aide claims that Iran can make nuclear bombs. In fact, this aide went on to claim that Iran has not decided whether to build one. Iran already has enriched up to 60% of uranium under the 2015 nuclear.
Namaste, you're on The Nation at 5. I'm Anand Narsiman coming to you live from the CNN News 18 newsroom. And the big story comes from Punjab, where it's a whole new dimension to the gangs of Punjab and the Sidhu Moosewala murder. Two of the accused who were in the second vehicle, Jagroop, Roopa and Manpreet of Mannu Kusa, both of them have been neutralized. It's an encounter that went nearly 5 hours. Let's just go straight across to ground where one of our News 18 team is actually speaking to one of the cops involved in neutralizing these gangsters. Let's listen in.
और पंजाब पुलिस ने जिस तरीके इस कार्रवाई को अंजाम दिता है, वड्डा एक्शन, वड्डी कार्रवाई और वड्डी बहादुरी, जिस लिए पंजाब पुलिस की जिन्नी तारीफ की जाए उन्नी घट है। जिस तरीके इस एक्शन को अंजाम दिता गया, कार्रवाई की गई है, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਾਰਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ, ਚੇਤਾਵਨੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਸੀਗੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ, ਔਰ ਉਸ ਸਭ ਦੇ ਵਿਚਾਲੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਫਾਇਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਔਰ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਐਨਕਾਊਂਟਰ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਜਿਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਨੂ ਕੁਸਾ ਤੇ ਜਗਰੂਪ ਰੂਪਾ, ਉਹ ਦੋ ਨਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਵਾਂਟਡ ਸੀਗੇ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲਾ ਕਤਲकांड ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਔਰ ਉਹ ਦੋ ਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਫਰਾਰ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ ਸੀਗੇ, ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਧੋਖਾ ਦੇਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀਗੇ। ਔਰ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕੈਮਰਾ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਟੀਵੀ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟੀਮ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਪਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਇਹ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਆਪਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਸੀਗੀ। ਇਹ ਉਹ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਆਪਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਰਾਜੀਵ ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੌਜੂਦ ਨੇ, ਰਾਜੀਵ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਹਿਮ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਸਿਨੈਰੀਓ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਇਆ ਹੈ, ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਇਹ ਪੂਰੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ, ਇਹ ਪੂਰਾ एनकाउंटर जिस तरीके सामने और इसकी तस्वीरें जिस तरीके सामने आई ने, वो अपने आप में जड़ा है समझाना जरूरी है क्योंकि बहुत सारी लोकेशंस इस तरह दी लग रही सन कि शायद इत्थे जड़ा है अंजाम दिता गया या शायद इस तरीके नाल जड़ा है इस थां ते जड़ा है शायद एनकाउंटर होए। पर असी लोकेशन दे कुछ क्लोज तस्वीरें दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और लोकेशन चेंज करके असी वो थां दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, वो कर विखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं जिथे लुके हुए सीगे गैंगस्टर। और इस वेले उस लोकेशन के बेहद नेड़े असी पहुंच चुके हैं और वो तस्वीरें असी दिखा रहे हैं जिथे कैमरे की नज़रों तो मैं अजे कहूँगा जेकर असी कैमरा शिफ्ट करके थोड़ा जा होर लोकेशन जिहड़ा हैगा अगे ले जा सकीए, अग्गों दिखाने कि वो घर किहड़ा सीगा जिथे पुलिस नूं इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलती है कि ये गैंगस्टर लुके हुए ने। लगातार जिहड़ा हैगा पुलिस नूं इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली, पुलिस ने कार्रवाई की, कार्रवाई नूं अंजाम दिता और राजीव मेरे सहयोगी लगातार अपडेट दे रहे हैं, लगातार दसते रहे। राजीव हुण उस लोकेशन नूं असीं दिखा पा रहे हैं जिथे इस एनकाउंटर नूं अंजाम दिता गया है।
जी बिल्कुल गगन, मैं एक होर अहम चीज़ तुहानूं दसना चाहुंदा कि ये जिहड़ा घर है जिस दे विच पूरे एनकाउंटर नूं या पूरा जिहड़ा ऑपरेशन सी उसनूं अंजाम दिता गया, तो उसदे बिल्कुल नाल भी तुसीं देख सकदे हो कि मक्की दे खेत ने और बिल्कुल सामने भी मक्की दे खेत ने। तो इन्हां खेतां दे विच भी पुलिस वल्लों अपने जिहड़े जवान ने या जिहड़े ट्रेंड असीं कह सकदे कमांडोज ने उन्हां नूं तैनात कीता गया सी ताकि ये जिहड़े गैंगस्टर ने किसी भी तरीके दे नाल भज्जण दे विच कामयाब ना होण। तां जिथे मैं पहलां भी गल कर रहा सी कि पुलिस दी सब तो पहली जिहड़ी कोशिश ये हुंदी है कि उन्हां नूं गिरफ्तार किया जाए। सवेरे वेले भी पुलिस वालों जो वार्निंग दी गई कि वो खुद अपना जिहड़ा सरेंडर है वो कर देण, पर सरेंडर ना करन दी सूरत दे विच उन्हां ने पुलिस दे उपर फायर कीते, जिस तो बाद पुलिस दी जिहड़ी टीम है उस वल्लों भी लगातार फायरिंग की जाती। और इस वेले तस्वीर तुसीं देख सकदे हो कि ये एनकाउंटर जिहड़ा वो खत्म होण तो बाद दी तस्वीर है। लगातार जिहड़े पुलिस दे कमांडो ने होर वख-वख जिहड़े असीं भावें जिलिਆਂ दी गल करिए या वख-वख जिहड़े पंजाब पुलिस दे दस्ते ने तां उन्हां दे नाल संबंधित जिहड़े मुलाजम ने अधिकारी ने वो इस वेले उस थां तो वापस आउंदे होए नज़र आ रहे हैं। हालांकि ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੀ ਇਹ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਉਸ ਥਾਂ ਤੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਪੂਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਘਟਨਾਕ੍ਰਮ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਦਰਸ਼ਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਂ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਵੇ, ਪਰ ਡੀਜੀਪੀ ਜੋ ਨੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਵੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਔਰ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਬਾਰੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਕਿ 6 ਵਜੇ ਜੋ ਹੈ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਸਰ ਦੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਲਾਈਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰ ਇਸ ਬਾਰੇ ਬਰੀਫ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ। ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਸਰ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਪਿੰਡ ਹੈ ਹੁਸ਼ਿਆਰ ਨਗਰ। ਤਾਂ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਸਹਿਮ ਵਾਲਾ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਬਣਿਆ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਲੋਕ ਹੈਰਾਨ ਵੀ ਸਨ ਕਿ ਆਖਿਰਕਾਰ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਇਲਾਕੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਹੁੰਚਦੇ ਨੇ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਘਰ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਖਾਲੀ ਘਰ ਹੈ। ਬਲਵਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਿੱਲਾ ਨਾਮ ਦਾ ਸ਼ਖਸ ਦੱਸੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਘਰ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਉਹ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੂਰ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਭਕਨਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਔਰ ਘਰ ਖਾਲੀ ਪਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ। ਔਰ ਗਗਨ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ।
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਰਾਜੀਵ, ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਦੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਅਹਿਮ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਸੂਤਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਸੂਤਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਥਾਂ ਦੱਸੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਲੁਕੇ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਨੇ, ਪਰ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿ ਪਲੈਨਡ ਸੀਗਾ। ਸੂਤਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਥਾਨਕ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹਾਸਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਲੋਕ ਕੈਮਰੇ ਤੇ ਆਉਣ ਲਈ ਤਿਆਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਔਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਵੇਸੀ ਦਾ ਪੂਰਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਰੱਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਆਇਡੈਂਟੀਟੀ ਡਿਸਕਲੋਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹ ਰਹੇ, ਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮਿਲੀ ਹੈ ਥਾਰ ਗੱਡੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਏ ਸੀਗੇ ਮਨੂ ਕੁਸਾ ਤੇ ਜਗਰੂਪ ਰੂਪਾ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਾਥੀ ਥਾਰ ਗੱਡੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਲੋਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਦੇ ਨੇ, ਪਰ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ ਫਾਇਰਿੰਗ। ਔਰ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਇਸੇ ਥਾਂ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਘਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਅਜੇ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੈਮਰੇ ਦੇ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਹੈ, ਉਸ ਥਾਂ ਤੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਘੇਰਾ ਪਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ, ਉੱਥੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਘੇਰ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ। ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀ ਟੀਮ, AGTF ਦੀ ਟੀਮ, ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ ਮੌਕੇ ਤੇ ਮੌਜੂਦ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਇਹ ਥਾਂ ਤੇ ਵਾਰਨ ਕੀਤਾ, ਚੇਤਾਵਨੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਘੇਰ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ, ਸਰੈਂਡਰ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ, ਪਰ ਸਰੈਂਡਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ। ਔਰ ਸਰੈਂਡਰ ਨਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਕੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਫਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਔਰ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਕੀ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਮਨੂ ਕੁਸਾ ਤੇ ਜਗਰੂਪ ਰੂਪਾ।
ਇੱਥੇ ਗਗਨ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਰੋਕਣਾ ਚਾਹਾਂਗਾ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੂਚਨਾ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਅਹਿਮ, ਤਾਂ ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਐਂਗਲ ਤੋਂ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਤਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਅੱਗੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਬਖਤਰਬੰਦ ਗੱਡੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਸਕਾਰਪੀਓ ਗੱਡੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਥਾਰ ਦੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਸਵੇਰ ਤੋਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਖੜੀ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੁਣ ਇਹ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਕਿ ਉਸੇ ਥਾਰ ਗੱਡੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਵਾਰ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਉਹ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਸੀ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਇਸ ਐਂਗਲ ਤੋਂ ਉਹ ਗੱਡੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਏਗੀ, ਪਰ ਜੇਕਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਵੇਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਦੇਖੀਏ ਤਾਂ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਗੱਡੀ ਸਾਫ਼ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਪਰ ਇੱਕ ਵੱਡੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਪਿੱਛਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਥਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਸੀ ਜਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ।
ਰਾਜੀਵ, ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਸ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਜਾਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਵੇ, ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲਾ ਨੂੰ ਉਸਦੀ ਥਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਤਲ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਅੱਜ ਥਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਵਾਰ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਮੌਤ ਦੇ ਮੂੰਹ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ। ਉਹ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਹੱਥੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੜਾਂਗੇ, ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਾਰਡਰ ਦੇ ਬੇਹੱਦ ਨੇੜੇ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਗਏ ਹਾਂ, ਇੱਥੋਂ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਭੱਜ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਹੀ ਭੱਜ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਕੋਈ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਰਾਹ ਲੱਭ ਲਵਾਂਗੇ, ਪਰ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਹੋਇਆ ਥਾਰ ਗੱਡੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਵਾਰ ਸੀਗਾ ਮਨੂ ਕੁਸਾ ਤੇ ਜਗਰੂਪ ਰੂਪਾ। ਜਦੋਂ ਇਸ ਥਾਂ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਦੇ ਨੇ ਪਿੱਛੋਂ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀਆਂ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਫਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੋਈ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀ ਟੀਮ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਸੀਗੀ। ਆਲੇ ਦੁਆਲੇ ਦੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਲਈ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਹੈਰਾਨੀ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਸੀਗੀ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਬੜਾ ਸ਼ਾਂਤ ਰਹਿਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਪਿੰਡ ਹੈਗਾ ਪਕਨਾ ਪਿੰਡ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਥਾਂ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ, ਜਾਂ ਪਕਨਾ ਚੀਚਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੁਸ਼ਿਆਰ ਪਿੰਡ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਗਦਰੀ ਬਾਬਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਿੰਡ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਸੋਨ ਸਿੰਘ ਪਕਨਾ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਸੈਕੰਡਰੀ ਸਕੂਲ ਹੈਗਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਪਿੰਡ
We'll stay with these visuals, ladies and gentlemen, only on CNN News 18 and on the News 18 network. Our team is live at the encounter spot. And what you're seeing on your screen, to the right are the two accused in the Sidhu Moosewala murder, Jagroop Roopa and Manpreet Mannu. Both of them have been neutralized at the spot which is on the left of your screen right now. What you are seeing as the visual zooms in is the exact spot, the area where the encounter happened. Now, my colleagues who are part of the News 18 Punjab team who are down on ground, they've gotten to a rooftop of a household and from there they are able to show you these pictures. And what they are saying is that there was a chase. These two accused were in a Thar vehicle and they were driving away and the cops were giving them a chase. And there was exchange of gunfire and they stopped the vehicle right at that spot where you can see, and then they got into this house and that's where they tried to seek shelter. They had all the ammunition with them and enough and more of ammunition, and that's why this gunfight lasted for more than, on this encounter lasted for more than about 4.5 hours. But what we are given to understand is that there is a black tar vehicle which you can see, and that is the vehicle that they were actually using to get away or trying to get away from the cops, and the cops surrounded them at this very spot. So this was not something which they had planned to get into this house, but they were forced into a corner, and after which the cops surrounded them. We also showed you the strike team which was there, which was involved in the close encounter and in terms of the first engagement with these gangsters. It's the gangs of Punjab story. I have Aman with me, I have Anshul with me, but as we show you these pictures, what stands out, and that's the parallel that the News 18 Punjab team was also drawing, that these shooters killed Sidhu Moosewala when he was on board a Thar vehicle, and they totally rained a hail of bullets on him and killed him. And today they find themselves encountered also in a similar vehicle. Now we see the live visuals coming through as the final group of the cops and the encounter team, after doing their final survey, is now driving away. There is a little bit of a cloud of dust that is behind that vehicle, but there are a lot of the others who are also now coming and slowly vacating that encounter area. It will be sanitized. The forensic team is going to go ahead and analyze the kind of the nature of weapons and ammunition that's been seized, including an AK-47 rifle. Those details shared by ADGP Pramod Bhan. But Aman, this is sensational. Is this just the tip of the tinderbox as far as Punjab is concerned? कि दो gangsters के पास एक गाड़ी के अंदर इतना सारा असला कैसे हो सकता है? It's a big question. और इसको अंजाम एक ऐसी जगह दिया गया है जो कि बॉर्डर के बहुत पास है.
बिल्कुल, देखिए बॉर्डर की दूरी वहां से 13 से 14 किलोमीटर की ये महज है, और ये पहली दफा नहीं है. इससे पहले भी ये बड़ा सवाल पंजाब पुलिस पर रहा है, और मौजूदा सरकार कोई भी हो कि ये जो जितना असला आता है और इनके पास ये मौजूद कैसे होता है, पुलिस को इसकी जानकारी पहले क्यों नहीं लगती. बाद में बरामदगी होना वो पुलिस के लिए जरूर है कि एक शाबाशी की बात है, लेकिन पहले चाहे वो मूसेवाला की किलिंग हो, चाहे वो आरपीजी का मोहाली के अंदर इंटेलिजेंस दफ्तर पे अटैक हो, चाहे वो आज का इनकाउंटर में जो बरामदगी हुई है, तो ये इस तरीके के असले कहाँ से आ रहे हैं और इनके पीछे नेक्सस जो ये चल रहा है, इसकी कॉन्स्पिरेटर्स कौन है, ये बड़ा सवाल है. लेकिन पुलिस द्वारा जैसे कहा गया, प्रमोद भान एडीजीपी जो एंटी गैंगस्टर टास्क फोर्स को लीड कर रहे थे, उनके द्वारा प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस उन्होंने बताया कि की जाएगी, और उन्होंने जैसे हमने जानकारी सबसे पहले साझा की थी अपने दर्शकों के साथ कि दो गैंगस्टर्स जो मुख्य तौर पर मूसेवाला की किलिंग में सबसे आगे थे, और जगरूप रूपा और मन्नू कुसा. तो जगरूप रूपा वो है जिसने सबसे पहले गोली जो है वो मूसेवाला पे चलाई थी, तो उन दोनों को मार दिया गया है. और इनपुट पुलिस के पास थी कि इनको तरन तारण में देखा गया कुछ दिन पहले. उसके बाद मोगा से, क्योंकि मन्नू खुसा तालुका से रखता है और ये ऑपरेट पंजाब में कर रहे थे, पंजाब में मौजूद थे, और 52 दिन के बाद देखिए कि इनको आज मारा गया है. तो ये एक तरफ जहां पर केस को जरूर एक अपडेट दे रहा है, लेकिन दूसरी ओर पुलिस के लिए सवाल वैसे के वैसे बरकरार जरूर है कि ये नेक्सस चाहे वो जेल्स के अंदर से चले, चाहे इनके पास इस तरीके की एमुनेशन होना, और ये नेक्सस चलना, तो वो वैसे का वैसे सवाल जो है वो बरकरार है. लेकिन पुलिस जरूर इसके ऊपर प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में जाहिर करेगी कि क्या क्या, जैसे इनिशियल उन्होंने अपनी स्टेटमेंट में बताया है कि एक पिस्टल, भारी तादाद में कारतूस और AK-47 जैसे हथियार जो हैं उनसे बरामद हुए हैं, और इनके साथ कौन कौन मौजूद था, जहां पर ये रुके हुए थे वो कौन सा इनका ठिकाना था, क्या इससे पहले ये और जगह भी रुकते थे, और इनको पनाह किसकी ओर से दी जाती थी. क्योंकि जगरूप रूपा तरन तारण से ताल्लुका रखता है, जो कि साथ लगता ही अमृतसर का डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, और मन्नू खुसा मोगा से ताल्लुका रखता है. और ये जितना नेक्सस है, कहीं ना कहीं इसमें बॉर्डर का साथ होना जहाँ चिंता का विषय है, उनका वहीं इनका जो नेक्सस है उसको भी कहीं ना कहीं पोर्ट्रे करता है कि ये किस तरीके का नेक्सस, जो हथियार बाहर से आते हैं, तो वहाँ ये इस बॉर्डर.
अमन, आप मेरे साथ बने रहिए. मैं जरा I'll try and connect with Rajiv Sharma. Rajiv Sharma is right at the encounter spot, joining us on the phone. Rajiv, नमस्ते. आप हमारे सीनियर न्यूज 18 के व्यूअर्स को क्या बताना चाहेंगे कि इन्फॉर्मेशन लेटेस्ट क्या है? पहले तो मैं आपको दाद देना चाहूंगा, आप और आपके साथी ने मिलकर बहुत बढ़िया कवरेज किया है. सिर्फ न्यूज 18 के पास ये तस्वीरें हैं. मैं राजीव आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि लेटेस्ट अपडेट क्या है, क्या एक चेज की वजह से ये वहां पहुंच गए थे? We'll try and connect with Rajiv Sharma in just a bit. He's right at the rooftop, standing next to the News 18 VJ, who's getting you these pictures. And we will try and get the latest update, where we're given to understand it was a car chase which boxed these and pushed these two gangsters right to this corner. We'll try and go across to Rajiv in just a bit. Rajiv, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? राजीव, मैं आनंद बोल रहा हूं। नमस्ते। बहुत बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं आप ग्राउंड पर। जो पिक्चर्स आप दिखा रहे हैं हमारे दर्शकों को, आप जरा लेटेस्ट अपडेट दीजिए। ये दोनों गैंगस्टर्स क्या एक कार चेज में थे? पुलिस ने क्या इनको इस तरफ धकेला और फिर इनको वहां घेर के फिर इनको मार गिराया?
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल आनंद। अभी जो अहम जानकारी मिली है, क्योंकि सुबह से हम ये कवर कर रहे थे, लेकिन पुलिस कोई भी जानकारी मीडिया से साझा नहीं कर रही थी। लेकिन अगर हम तस्वीरें देखें, जिस एंगल से हम सुबह से तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं, तो उसमें एक थार गाड़ी नजर आ रही है। तो ये एक बड़ा कोइंसिडेंटली हम कह सकते हैं कि जिस थार में जिस तरीके से सिद्धू मूसेवाला को मारा गया था, और अब जो उनके कातिल कहे जा रहे थे, शार्प शूटर कहे जा रहे थे, तो वो भी एक थार गाड़ी में ही पुलिस के शिकंजे में आए हैं। तो ये आसपास के लोगों ने बताया कि ऐसा नहीं था कि वो लोग पहले से यहाँ रह रहे थे, बल्कि पुलिस उनको केस कर रही थी। यानी कि पुलिस को पता था कि वो इस इलाके में हैं, और यहाँ पर जैसे ही वो थार गाड़ी लगा के, क्योंकि वहाँ पर जिस घर में ये घुसे हुए थे वो एक घर खाली था और आसपास मक्की के खेत थे, तो उनको शायद लगा होगा कि वो इसकी आड़ में यहाँ पर पुलिस के ऊपर गोली चला के यहाँ से भाग सकते हैं। लेकिन पुलिस पूरी प्लानिंग के साथ पहुंची थी। जो पुलिस की टीम पहले कहा जा रहा है कि सिर्फ 2 गाड़ियां थी पुलिस की, उनकी तरफ से फायरिंग की गई, और जब सामने से इनकी तरफ से फायर जो है वो खोला गया, तो पुलिस ने तुरंत अपने सीनियर अधिकारियों को इसकी जानकारी दी कि वो दोनों गैंगस्टर, जिनको पुलिस ढूंढने में काफी दिनों से लगी हुई है, तो वो यहाँ पर हैं। तो जैसे ही ये जानकारी पंजाब के डीजीपी को मिलती है, उसके बाद आसपास के जितने भी जिले, चाहे अमृतसर सिटी की बात करें, अमृतसर रूरल और जो तरन तारण जिला पड़ता है बिल्कुल साथ, वहाँ की पुलिस यहाँ पर पहुंची, और हजारों की संख्या में पुलिस के जवान और जो पंजाब पुलिस के ट्रेन कमांडोज हैं, उनकी तरफ से इस कार्रवाई को अंजाम दिया गया। और एक और सबसे अहम बात की, इतना जो एम्यूनिशन था, इतना जो राउंड फायर हुए, तो ये एक बड़ी हैरानी वाली बात है कि पंजाब में आमतौर पर ऐसे एनकाउंटर देखने को नहीं मिलते। ये जो जब पंजाब में काला दौर था, जब टेररिज्म था, तो तब ऐसे एनकाउंटर, लेकिन
जी
अक्सर हम थे, लेकिन पंजाब के एक शहर में और बॉर्डर एरिया में ऐसे एनकाउंटर होना अपने आप में एक बड़ी बात है। और 6 बजे के बाद जो है पंजाब के डीजीपी इसके बारे में जो है प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस भी करेंगे। उसके बाद कई जो सवाल हैं उनके जवाब हमें मिल सकते हैं। जी,
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि 6 बजे के बाद पंजाब के डीजीपी के प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी। बीच में खबर क्या आई थी कि इनके कुछ साथी भी हैं, इनके कोई मददगार भी हैं, 4 गैंगस्टर्स हो सकते हैं, लेकिन वहां एडीजीपी प्रमोद भान ने कहा 2 ही थे, और वो ये दोनों थे, जगरूपा और मन्नू।
जी हाँ, पहले जानकारी मिल रही थी, क्योंकि जब सुबह ये हमें खबर मिली कि यहाँ पर एनकाउंटर हो रहा है, तो ये भी खबर सामने आई थी कि 2 से 3 ये लोग हो सकते हैं, और उनमें से एक को मार दिया गया। क्योंकि जिस तरीके से लगातार जवाबी कार्रवाई की गई थी, फायरिंग की जा रही थी, तो उससे पुलिस को ये अंदेशा जरूर था कि ये 2 से ज्यादा लोग हो सकते हैं। लेकिन अब पुष्टि कर दी गई है कि 2 ही लोग थे, और वो 2 लोग जगरूप, रूपा और मनु, जिसका जिक्र लगातार जब सिद्धू मूसेवाला का मर्डर की बात होती तो इन दोनों शार्प शूटर का जिक्र होता था। और इन दोनों में से एक तरन तारण जिले का ही रहने वाला था, और लाजमी तौर पर वो इस इलाके का जानकार था, वाकिफ था, कि उसको पता था कि कौन से गांव की सड़क किस तरफ जाती है। लेकिन पुलिस जो है वो लगातार जो है हर एक तरीके से इनके पीछे लगी हुई थी। कुछ दिन पहले एक सीसीटीवी फुटेज भी सामने आया था, जिसमें
21 जून की जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज निकली थी, 21 जून की उनकी सीसीटीवी फुटेज बाहर हुई थी। लेकिन ये 2 महीने पंजाब में कैसे छुप रहे थे राजीव, ये भी चौंकाने वाली बात है। तो क्या इतने गैंगस्टर्स या इतने ग्रुप्स हैं जो इनको शरण दे रहे थे, इनको पनाह दे रहे थे?
जी बिल्कुल आनंद, यहाँ पर 2 बातें हैं। एक तो ये कि ये बड़े आराम से यहाँ घूम रहे थे, पुलिस की गिरफ्त से दूर थे। दूसरी बात ये कि आखिरकार पुलिस को, एक पुलिस फोर्स जो पंजाब की बढ़िया पुलिस फोर्स में से एक मानी जाती है, जिसने आतंकवाद का दौर भी झेला है, और उस पुलिस फोर्स को करीब 4 घंटे लग जाते हैं इन बदमाशों के साथ जो है वो एनकाउंटर करने में। तो इनके पास इतना असला, इतने वेपन ये कहाँ से आए, क्या इनके पास कौन सी टेक्निक के जो वेपन थे, और ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि उस घर में जो कुछ ग्रेनेड भी मिले हैं। तो ये पूरा असला कहाँ से आया, हालांकि पहले भी इसका पाकिस्तान कनेक्शन जुड़ता रहा है, लेकिन अब जब डीजीपी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करेंगे उसमें ये सारे
राजीव,
सवाल भी
अभी
पूछे
जो लाइव
जाएंगे।
तस्वीरें आ रही हैं उसमें आप जहां से खड़े हैं, आप क्या देख रहे हैं कि पूरी फौज वापस आ रही है, पुलिस की पूरी टीम वापस आ रही है, तो क्या अब वहां से उस एरिया को अब क्लियर किया जा रहा है, सैनिटाइजेशन हो चुका है एरिया का?
जी बिल्कुल, उस इलाके के पहले जब एडीजीपी वहां पर पहुंचे, उन्होंने पूरा जो घर है उसका जायजा लिया। तो मैं एक दिलचस्प आपको जो तस्वीर मैंने अपनी आंखों से देखी वो बताने की कोशिश करता हूं कि जो पंजाब पुलिस के कमांडोज हैं, कैमरे में जो नजर आ रहे थे 3-4 कमांडो फायरिंग कर रहे हैं और उस घर के आसपास एक ट्रैक्टर ट्रॉली है, उसके नीचे एक कमांडो नजर आ रहा है। लेकिन जैसे ही ये एनकाउंटर खत्म होता है, एक कमांडो जो है वो घर की छत के ऊपर जाके वेव करता है, यानी कि जैसे ही वो हाथ हिलाता है कि हमने अपना ऑपरेशन जो है वो कंप्लीट कर लिया, तो जितने भी आसपास खेत थे, चाहे वो मक्की के खेत थे, आसपास के घर थे, तो वहां से एकदम जो पुलिस के जवान, चाहे वो सिविल वर्दी में हो या फिर यूनिफॉर्म में हो पुलिस की, तो वो लोग वहां से निकलने शुरू हुए। तो फिर ये बात समझ आई कि इस ऑपरेशन में 200-400 नहीं बल्कि 1000 के करीब जो पुलिस के जवान अधिकारी जो लगे हुए थे। तो पूरी तरीके से घेराबंदी की गई थी कि ये अगर घर से निकलते हैं तो किसी भी सूरत में वहां से भागने में कामयाब ना हो। तो ये एक बड़ा ऑपरेशन जरूर था। हालांकि गैंगस्टर 2 थे, लेकिन 2 गैंगस्टर इतनी लंबा इसको खींचते गए, उसके पीछे क्या वजह थी, ये तस्वीर भी थोड़ी देर में साफ होगी जब डीजीपी से ये सवाल किया जाएगा कि आखिरकार वजह क्या थी कि इतना लंबा क्यों ये एनकाउंटर चला।
जी राजीव, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपके अपडेट के लिए। अभी वी आर स्टैंडिंग बाय फॉर द प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस एंड द फुल debrief by the Punjab DGP, which is scheduled any time after 6 p.m. We are given to understand here on the Nation at 5. We are getting you the live visuals of the encounter that has concluded. The people are now making their way out. We will take a very, very short break here on the Nation at 5. Stay with us. The story continues.
The arrest comes after he was grilled by the agency for over 3 hours on the illegal phone tapping of NSC personnel. This was allegedly done between 2009 and 2017. Several countries in Europe are in the grip of a severe heat wave, with Britain touching its record temperatures today.
One of the worst hit is United Kingdom. For the first time in the country's history, temperatures touched 40 degrees Celsius. Roads are melting and power cuts are rising as UK swelters in the heat. Even runways were impacted by the heat, forcing several aircrafts to divert. An 8-day-long heat wave in Spain has triggered massive wildfires. Passengers in a train watched in horror as a wildfire tore through vegetation near the track in the northwestern province of Zamora. The train was traveling between Madrid and Ferrol but was forced to halt due to the wildfire. Paris is also sweltering in unusually high temperatures. For the second day in a row, temperatures soared above 37 degrees Celsius. Experts say the early heat wave is a sign of what's to come as climate change takes a toll.
Former UK Finance Minister Rishi Sunak has won the latest round of voting to replace British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Sunak has increased his tally from yesterday, bringing him even closer to being one of the top 2 candidates who will go head-to-head to be elected as the new Conservative Party leader and the Prime Minister of Britain. So let's take a look at where things stand today after the 4th round of voting. Rishi Sunak has got 118 votes. Remember, you need 120 to go through into the final 2 face-off. Penny Mordaunt, who used to be also a minister in the Boris Johnson cabinet, she got 92 votes. She's consistently been coming number 2. But the big surprise and the big climber has been Liz Truss, who was the foreign secretary in Boris Johnson's government. She's jumped up to 86 votes. Kemi Badenoch, who also used to be the Equalities Minister, she has now opted out of this contest after she finished number 4. So the contest tomorrow is going to be between these 3, between Sunak, Mordaunt and Liz Truss, and one of them, in fact 2 of them, will remain standing, who will go into the final clash that's going to happen later on. Meanwhile, let's move on here on Brass Tack Superfast to Sri Lanka, where the opposition leader Sajith Premadasa has withdrawn from the presidential race. Premadasa announced the decision on Twitter. He said that he was withdrawing his candidacy for the greater good of the country and supporting rival candidate Dulles Alaperuma. In fact, the Sri Lankan parliament will tomorrow meet and elect a new president. And the fight seems to be between Ranil Wickremesinghe, the interim president right now, and Dallas Alaperuma. Now, let's take a look at the three men who are in the race to be the next president of Sri Lanka. Ranil Wickremesinghe, of course, is the current acting president. He's backed by the ruling SLPP, which is the party of the Rajapakshas. Dallas Alaperuma is a senior leader, again from the SLPP. He's been a multiple-time legislator. He's a lawmaker from Matara in the southern part of the country. He's considered to be a dark horse in this race. Also, the final one is the JVP leader, Aruna Kumara Dissanayaka. In fact, he is from the left-wing Janata Vimukti Peramuna. He's a strong critic of Prime Minister Wickremesinghe as well as the Rajapakshas, but he's thought of to be as too radical a candidate to be leading the country at a critical time such as this. Meanwhile, back home, day 2 of the monsoon session of Parliament was rocked by opposition-led protests.
Despite no protests or demonstrations being allowed inside the Parliament complex, opposition MPs gathered in front of Mahatma Gandhi's statue. Congress's Rahul Gandhi, NCP MP Supriya Sule and Priyanka Chaturvedi of the Shiv Sena stood side by side and protested over price rise. They held placards on inflation and raised slogans against the government. The protest comes a day after the goods and services tax on packaged food items came into force.
जो टैक्स जीएसटी टैक्स उन्होंने लगाया है उसके बारे में हम अंदर जाकर अपनी बात भी रखेंगे और लड़ेंगे.
The drama continued inside the house, with opposition MPs interrupting proceedings.
सदन के अंदर तख्तियां लेकर आना उचित नहीं है.
Opposition MPs are also demanding a discussion on price rise and GST.
Well, after a viral video of some men offering namaz at a mall in Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh, Chief Minister
Back on the Nation at 5 with the latest. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're doing is trying to show you the first visuals from inside the encounter spot. This is one of the gangsters who's been neutralized. We've tried to and sanitize the picture as much as we can. You can see the AK-47 and you can see the rifle right next to this person who's been shot down. Now going across straight to our my colleague joining us live, Siddharth is joining us from the location. Siddharth, नमस्ते. जरा बताइए ये तस्वीरें अभी आई हैं पंजाब पुलिस की तरफ से और हमें मिला है जहां नीचे पुलिसकर्मी हैं और ऊपर वाले लेवल पर जगरूप, रूपा और मन्नू में से किसी एक की तस्वीर है जिसको कि मार गिराया गया है.
जी बिल्कुल, इस वक्त मैं उसी स्पॉट पे मौजूद हूँ. ये आपको तस्वीरें दिखा सकता हूँ. ये तस्वीरें हैं बिल्कुल सामने वाले घर पे था. जगरूप, रूपा और मन्ना जो थे ऊपरले टॉप फ्लोर पर थे और नीचे से जो थी पुलिस के साथ उनकी फायरिंग होती है. और अगर बात करें तो जो रिवॉल्वर और पिस्टल, कई बड़े हथियार जड़े थे उन दोनों के पास थे और उन दोनों के पास बड़े हथियार थे. जो पुलिस के बीच जो है फायर किया और फायर जड़े हैं, दोनों की मौत हो जाती है. फिर इसमें 2 पुलिस मुलाजिम भी जो हैं जख्मी हुए हैं जिनको निजी अस्पताल में भर्ती करवाया गया. अगर बात करें तो इसी जगह पे जो था इनकाउंटर इन दोनों का जो हुआ है. फिलहाल पुलिस की तरफ से अभी भी वहां पे आगे जाना मीडिया को जो मनाही किया गया है. आगे बिल्कुल नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा है. लेकिन अभी भी जो बताया जा रहा है कि इनकी जो डेड बॉडी है वो अभी भी उसी घर पे पड़ी हुई है. और पुलिस जो ब्रीफ जो बताया जा रहा है कि 7 बजे तक जो है प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस इस मसले पे करने जा रही है. जी
सिद्धार्थ, मुझे बताइए पूरा वाकया बताइए पूरा कि घटना कब से शुरू हुई, क्या ये चेस भागते हुए पुलिस से भागते हुए इस जगह पहुंचे हैं और 4 घंटे तक ये एनकाउंटर खिंचा क्यों? इनके पास इतना असला आया कहां से? AK-47 एक मिला है तो क्या दो गैंगस्टर एक AK-47 से 4 घंटे का एनकाउंटर?
बिल्कुल, अगर बात करें तो इनकाउंटर जो था जो पुलिस और जो गैंगस्टरों के बीच जो मुकाबला था वो सुबह 11:30 बजे के आसपास जो शुरू हुआ था. और कई लोग वहां पर जो खेतों में जो काम कर रहे थे, जब उनको गोलियों की आवाज सुनी तो वो भगदड़ में बच गए. लेकिन पुलिस बल जो मौके पर पहुंचा, अगर बात की जाए तो ये लोग यहाँ पर दोनों जो गैंगस्टर थे जो दोनों छुपे हुए थे, बताया जा रहा है कि इसी जगह पे दोनों जो छुपे हुए थे और दोनों काफी कल से बताया जा रहा है कि कल के दौरान यहाँ पे पहुंचे थे. फिलहाल पुलिस को इसकी जो सूचना थी मिली थी गुप्त सूचना के पर, जब ये इस जगह पर जो छापेमारी की गई तो इन दोनों यहाँ पे पाए गए. और बताया जा रहा है कि भारी जो असला इन दोनों के पास था और वो असला कहाँ से आया था और ये कहाँ और कहां से ये यहाँ पे आए हैं, अभी इस बात का पुलिस ने अभी कोई स्पष्टीकरण नहीं दिया। अगर बात करें तो पुलिस ने बस जो ब्रीफ किया कि इनका इनकाउंटर कर दिया गया। फिलहाल पुलिस इस मसले पे जो है बताया जा रहा है कि 7 बजे के करीब जो है आज प्रेस वार्ता जो है करेगी। जी,
इसमें कितने आपने उन पुलिस के उन कर्मचारियों को देखा, क्या हुआ था जब ये एनकाउंटर कंप्लीट हो गया? क्या ये घर पे घुस करके फिर इन्होंने इन दोनों को न्यूट्रलाइज किया? कैसे इनको सर्कल किया? क्योंकि जिस डेरे में ये हैं वहां से तो इनको चारों तरफ खेत ही खेत दिख रहे थे, तो पुलिस की सारी मूवमेंट इनको दिख रही होगी। आप तो सब देख रहे थे कि वहां क्या हो रहा था।
काफी पीछे जो था पुलिस ने जो आपको बताया कि ये एरिया है, आसपास सभी सारे खेत हैं और पुलिस ने जो इस रास्ते के जो थे वो सारे रास्ते जो थे वो ब्लॉक किए हुए थे। आप सामने तस्वीरें देख सकते हो, जो पुलिस इनकाउंटर के दौरान जो अंदर पुलिसकर्मी मौजूद थे वो अभी बाहर आ रहे हैं। ये तस्वीरें हैं उनकी, जिन्होंने वो देखो किस तरीके से उनके जो है कपड़े जो है खराब हुए पड़े हैं और गन जो है उनके पास है। इन लोगों ने जो है इन दोनों का एनकाउंटर की, हालांकि और भी पुलिस अमला इस पे मौजूद था एनकाउंटर करने के वक्त। आप तस्वीरें देख सकते हो, ये बिल्कुल वही लोकेशन से ये बाहर आए हैं और जूते इन्होंने हाथ में पकड़े हुए हैं और खेतों के अंदर जाकर बताया जा रहा है कि इन्होंने गोलीबारी की, क्योंकि वो दोनों काफी शार्प शूटर थे और बताया जा रहा है कि 4-5 जो थे लगा गोली चल रही अंदर से। आप तस्वीरें दिखा सकते हैं, 4 आप सामने देख रहे हो, ये वहीं से मूव करके यहाँ पे आए हैं। आप ये तस्वीरें हैं इनकी। बात की तो काफी टाइम जो थी कई गाड़ियां से मूव होनी शुरू हुई हैं और काफी टाइम पहले पीछे खड़ने पड़ा। उसके बाद अभी जो पुलिस ने जब इनकाउंटर जब फिनिश कर दिया तो उसके बाद जो है अभी मीडिया को यहाँ अलाउ किया है।
जी, आप मुझे ये बताइए सिद्धार्थ कि सबसे आपको कब लगा और वो मौका क्या आपके पास आपको समझ में आया कि जब देखिए इनमें से किसी एक को मार गिराया गया है? पुलिस की तरफ से किस तरह की हलचल थी, किस तरह का वहाँ पर माहौल था उस वक्त? और जो स्थानीय है, लोकल्स हैं, वो क्या कह रहे हैं कि ये लोग कितने दिन से यहाँ घूम रहे थे ये गैंगस्टर? क्योंकि ये बॉर्डर के पास है, काफ़ी पास है ये इलाका, आमतौर पर काफ़ी शांत बताया जाता है, यहाँ इस तरह की कोई वारदात होती नहीं है। तो वहाँ के जो लोकल्स हैं, स्थानीय हैं, वो क्या कह रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल, अगर बात की जाए तो ये बॉर्डर से सटा गांव है और बॉर्डर बिल्कुल जो इसके बिल्कुल पास है। आप आसपास देख सकते हो कि सभी खेत मौजूद हैं और कुछ दूरी पर जो है पाकिस्तान का बॉर्डर जो है डिफेंस लाइन लगती है। अगर बात की जाए भारत और इंडिया, अभी यहाँ पे इस गांव में लोग भी काफी मौजूद हैं और कई लोग जो है इस चीज को देखने के लिए आए हैं। और अगर बात की जाए, पुलिस ने किसी नहीं दी थी। पुलिस जब इस चीज का इन दोनों के साथ मुठभेड़ कर रही तो पुलिस ने ये जानकारी बाहर नहीं आने दी कि पहले किसको मारा गया। फिलहाल जो है अभी 7 बजे जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी उसमें जो है सारा ये साफ होगा। जी,
आपने और आपके विजय ने नॉन स्टॉप कंटिन्यूस कवरेज किया है। राजीव, अभी मुझे बताया जा रहा है कि वो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए जा रहे हैं। अभी लेटेस्ट अपडेट ये है कि ये प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस शायद 6 बजे के ठीक बाद हो जाएगी। पर मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, क्या आप, क्योंकि आपने पंजाब में बहुत ज़्यादा कवर किया है, कभी इस तरीके का एम्युनिशन देखा है? क्या आप खुद चौंक गए हैं कि 1-2 गैंगस्टर्स के पास इतना असला बारूद कहाँ से आया? बताया जा रहा है इनके पास ग्रेनेड भी थे।
बिल्कुल बड़े सवाल खड़े होते हैं कि इन दोनों गैंगस्टरों के पास काफी असला था और काफी ग्रेनेड बताए जा रहे हैं। फिलहाल जो है प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के बाद ही साफ होगा। अगर बात की जाए तो ये सभी चीजें कहां से प्रोवाइड हुई, ये कहां से आई, इसकी अभी जो है इन्वेस्टिगेशन पुलिस द्वारा की जाएगी। पुलिस की अलग अलग एजेंसियां जो यहाँ पर इस इनकाउंटर वाली जगह पर पहुंच रही हैं और अपनी अपनी इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही हैं। अगर बताया जा रहा है कि कुछ ही देर बाद सारी जानकारी जो है मीडिया के सामने रखी जाएगी। अगर इतना असला था और क्या पुलिस को इसकी जानकारी थी कि इनके पास इतना असला है, क्योंकि मूली जब सुबह इनकाउंटर हुआ उससे कुछ पहले पुलिस ने इसमें रेड डाली थी, रेड की थी। रेड के बाद ही ये सभी अंदर से पहले गोलीबारी शुरू हुई, बाहर से बाद में गोलीबारी की गई। फिलहाल अभी भी वहां पे मौके पे पुलिस मौजूद है। कितना असला है और क्या क्या अंदर पड़ा हुआ है इसकी भी छानबीन कर रही है। आप तस्वीरें देख सकते हो, ऊपर वाली छत पे जो है पुलिस के आला अधिकारी मौजूद हैं जो ऊपर सर्च कर रहे हैं और ये पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ये कितनी देर से यहाँ पे थे और इतना असला कहाँ से लेके आए थे। क्या किसी को आसपास वाले को कहीं खबर तो नहीं है, लेकिन पुलिस हर तरह की जो है जांच कर रही है। जी,
आपको क्या लगा, क्योंकि बीच में ये भी खबर थी कि ये 2 से ज्यादा हैं, करीब 4 लोग होंगे, इनको कोई मदद भी कर रहा है क्योंकि इतनी राउंड ऑफ फायरिंग हो रही थी, पर अंत में पुलिस का कहना है कि 2 ही थे। इनको कोई लोकल सपोर्ट मिल रहा था उस एरिया में?
फिलहाल तो ये कहाँ से यहाँ पे पहुंचे, कैसे पहुंचे, क्योंकि ये एक माजा बेल्ट है और माजे में बताया जा रहा था कि कुछ दिन पहले इनकी तस्वीरें भी कोई सी वायरल हुई थी और ये कहाँ से यहाँ पे आए और किस जगह पे छुपे कि पुलिस को जो पता ना लग पाए। लेकिन पुलिस ने इनको ट्रेस किया और इनको ढूंढा और बाद में जो है इनका इनकाउंटर किया। फिलहाल पुलिस मामले की गंभीरता से जांच कर रही है और ये एक जेसीबी मशीन थी जो खेतों पे पास पे ही काम कर रही थी। ये मशीन अगर बात की जाए तो यहाँ पे क्रॉप की खेती जैसे आपको बोल सकते हैं कि वो चल रही थी और पास में काम कर रही थी। अभी ये वहां से अब आई और 4-5 घंटे वहां पे खड़ी थी। जब ये गोलीबारी शुरू हुई तो ये लोग जो भागकर थे जो पीछे आ गए और किसी को भी गांव में पहले खबर नहीं हुई, बाद में ये सारी खबर जो है पता चली।
जी सिद्धार्थ, मेरा एक और प्रश्न आपसे ये है कि 29 मई से लेकर जिस दिन सिद्धू मूसेवाला की हत्या हुई तब से लेकर 20 जुलाई आज का दिन है, ये पंजाब से ये दोनों बाहर नहीं निकले हैं। ये भी चौंकाने वाली बात है कि 2 महीने के करीब ये पंजाब के अंदर छुपे कैसे रहे, जबकि स्टेट की पूरी पुलिस, पूरी फोर्स इनको ढूंढने में लगी हुई थी।
बिल्कुल, अगर बात की जाए तो ये भी सबसे बड़ा सवाल पैदा होता है कि ये भागे क्यों नहीं, भागे और भागकर कहाँ गए, क्योंकि दिल्ली पुलिस, हरियाणा पुलिस, सारी पुलिस जो थी इनके पीछे पड़ी हुई थी और पूरी पंजाब स्टेट की जो पुलिस थी पीछे पड़ी हुई थी। अगर बात की जाए जहाँ से सटा ही पाकिस्तान पड़ता है, हो सकता था कहीं ये मान सकते हैं कि कहीं ये वहां पाकिस्तान भागने की फिराक पे तो नहीं थे। ये भी एक जांच का पहलू है। जो यहाँ पे पहले जो आए थे पुलिस के आला अधिकारी जिनसे हमने बात की थी, उन्होंने भी ये भी कहा था कि इसकी भी जांच की जाएगी कि साथ में ही पाकिस्तान है, कहीं ये वहां भागने की फिराक में ना हो। जी
सिद्धार्थ, आप मेरे साथ बने रहिए। गगनदीप भी जुड़ रहे हैं। गगनदीप नमस्ते, आपने पूरे दिन वहां कवरेज की है, आप मुझे बताइए कि लेटेस्ट वहां आपको कोई अपडेट मिल रहा है कि ये लोग वहां पहुंचे कब थे, कब से इस जगह छुपे हुए थे, या फिर पुलिस से बचते बचाते ये इस जगह पहुंचे हैं? क्योंकि ये एक पिंड है होशियारनगर अटारी में, जहां तक मुझे बताया गया है, और ये बॉर्डर से सिर्फ 10-12 किलोमीटर दूर है।
जी बिल्कुल आनंद, मैं आपको थोड़ा सा, मैं अपने कैमरा पर्सन अजय से ये गुजारिश करूंगा, अजय एक बार थोड़ा सा वो लोकेशन दिखाएं। सबसे पहले हम वो तस्वीर दिखा देते हैं। ये वो घर है जहां पर दोनों गैंगस्टर्स, दोनों शार्प शूटर छुपे हुए थे, मनु कुसा और जगरूप रूपा, जिन दोनों का एनकाउंटर किया गया पुलिस के द्वारा। और ये जगह जो है, जैसा आप बता रहे थे कि अटारी सरहद से बिल्कुल 12 से 13 किलोमीटर यहां से दूर वो सरहद है जिसके बाद पाकिस्तान शुरू हो जाता है। और इसीलिए लगातार ये सवाल भी उठ रहा है कि क्या ये गैंगस्टर पाकिस्तान भागने की फिराक में थे, यह सवाल भी लगातार उठ रहा है। और यहां आप देखिए, अगर इस लोकेशन को अगर हम अपने दर्शकों को समझाएं तो किस तरीके से जो हमारी यहां के स्थानीय लोगों से बातचीत हुई है, हालांकि लोग कैमरे पर आने के लिए तैयार नहीं, लोगों के मन में एक डर है कि किस तरीके से इस कार्रवाई को अंजाम दिया गया, लेकिन स्थानीय लोग बताते हैं कि आज सुबह के वक्त तकरीबन 10:30 बजे यहां से थार गाड़ी में सवार थे ये गैंगस्टर। और जो ये रास्ता हम अपने दर्शकों को दिखा रहे हैं, जो उस घर तक जाता है, सीमेंटेड घर तक, उस रास्ते पर गाड़ी भगाते हुए ये लेकर गए और इनके पीछे पुलिस की गाड़ी थी जिसमें से पुलिस लगातार फायरिंग कर रही थी। उसके बाद ये उस घर तक पहुंचते, और उस घर के बारे में हम बताएं तो वो घर इस गांव के, ये भकना खुर्द गांव है, भकना खुर्द, भकना कला और चीचे यहां पर एक गांव है, होशियार गांव है। ये आसपास इनका लगभग ये मान लिया जाए कि 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की दूरी इनके आपस के बीच में है, लगभग उस दायरे में सभी गांव हैं और सरहदी इलाका है। तो ये कह सकते हैं हम कि इन गांवों के बीच की जगह है। अक्सर पंजाब में ये एक रिवाज है कि गांव में भी लोग अपने घर बनाते हैं और खेतों के बीच में भी लोग घर बना लेते हैं। तो इसी तरीके से खेतों के बीच में इस गांव के ही एक शख्स ने घर बनाया हुआ था, लेकिन यहां पर उनका परिवार नहीं रह रहा था, शुरुआती जो जानकारी मिल रही है। और इस घर को ताला लगा हुआ था, ये बंद था। और शायद कहीं ना कहीं इसी वजह से जो दोनों शार्प शूटर्स थे, मनु कुसा और जगरूप रूपा, दोनों ने इस जगह को एक सेफ एग्जिट की तरह से इस्तेमाल करने की कोशिश की, या सेफेस्ट जगह अपने लिए सोचा उन्होंने। लेकिन आखिरकार जिस थार जीप में वो सवार होकर आए थे, और यहां इसे कोइंसिडेंस कहा जाए कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला का कत्ल भी जिस वक्त हुआ तो वो थार चला रहे थे, और जगरूप रूपा और मनु कुसा जब दोनों इस घर तक पहुंचते हैं तो वो भी थार में ही सवार थे, जिसका पीछा कर रही थी पुलिस की गाड़ियां लगातार फायरिंग करते हुए। और उसके बाद दोनों को यहां एनकाउंटर में ढेर किया गया। आनंद,
ये पुलिस के कमांडोज इस वक्त वहां अभी भी उस घर पर ऊपर छत पर दिखाई दे रहे हैं। अब एक वो बख्तरबंद गाड़ी वहां से वापस आ रही है, तो अब धीरे धीरे उस एरिया को क्या क्लियर किया जा रहा है?
बिल्कुल जिस तरीके से आप बता रहे हैं, ये बख्तरबंद गाड़ी यहाँ से मूव हो रही है और अब से पहले यहाँ से कुछ गाड़ियां और पुलिस की मूव हुई हैं और लगातार ये मूवमेंट चल रही है, क्योंकि एक ग्राउंड जीरो जो था जहां पर एक्शन लिया है पुलिस ने, उसे क्लीन किया जा रहा है इस वक्त। और पुलिस अधिकारी, पुलिस की टीम, पंजाब पुलिस की एजीटीएफ टीम, एंटी गैंगस्टर टास्क फोर्स जो है, पुलिस के अधिकारी जो थे, जो इस ऑपरेशन में संलग्न थे, वो सभी अब उस जगह का पूरा उन्होंने मुआयना किया है। अंदर तक जाकर उन्होंने उस जगह का मुआयना किया, उसको देखा है उन्होंने किस तरीके से, क्योंकि जो गैंगस्टर्स थे दोनों शार्प शूटर जो थे, मन्नू कुसा और जगरूप रूपा, दोनों अपने साथ काफी तादाद में उनके पास हथियार थे, ऐसी अभी जानकारी जो शुरुआती तौर पर निकलकर सामने आ रही है। हालांकि कुछ देर में पुलिस अधिकारी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करने वाले हैं अमृतसर में, जहां वो डिटेल जानकारी इसके बारे में देंगे। लेकिन सूत्रों के हवाले से जो हमें जानकारी मिल रही है कि उनके पास हथियार थे और ऑटोमेटिक हथियार थे, क्योंकि लगातार फायरिंग जिस तरीके से हमारी पूरी टीम, नेटवर्क 18 की पूरी टीम जो ग्राउंड जीरो पर मौजूद थी, उसमें जो लोग, जो हमारे सहयोगी रिपोर्टर सबसे पहले इस लोकेशन के सबसे पास पहुंचे थे, उन्होंने वो फायरिंग की आवाज सुनी है और आसपास के लोगों ने वो फायरिंग की आवाज सुनी, ताबड़तोड़ फायरिंग की आवाज वहां सुनाई दी। और इसीलिए कहीं ना कहीं पुलिस की टीम जब यहां पर पहुंचती है, एजीटीएफ की टीम यहां पहुंचती है, तो वो भी पूरी तैयारी के साथ आई थी। बख्तरबंद गाड़ियां यहां आई थी, पुलिस के अधिकारी जो थे वो तमाम यहां मौजूद थे। और आप अगर देखें, मैं अजय से कहूंगा कि थोड़ा सा अगर हम तस्वीर को थोड़ा सा और पैन करके दिखा सके, तो इस जगह के आसपास ये जो घर है, देखिए इस घर के आसपास, एक तो क्योंकि धान की बिजाई का ये सीजन है पंजाब में, एक तो धान की बिजाई की गई है और धान की बिजाई सीजन में होती है तो खेतों में पानी खड़ा होता है, और उसके सामने मक्की के खेत हैं और मक्की के खेत में भी ये जो अब जानकारी हमें मिल पा रही है कि पुलिस ने अपनी टीम के कमांडोज को उन खेतों में भी तैनात कर दिया था। जब ये एनकाउंटर शुरू हुआ है तो कमांडोज उस जगह पर भी तैनात थे, यानी कोई भी रास्ता ऐसा छोड़ा नहीं था जहां से ये गैंगस्टर्स भाग सके, और इसलिए घेर कर सबसे पहले इन्हें वार्न किया गया, चेतावनी दी गई, और उसके बाद जब इन्होंने पुलिस पर फायर किया तो उसके बाद इनका जो अंजाम हुआ वो आज सारे देश के सामने।
जी, मेरा आखिरी सवाल गगन जल्दी से, कि एक तस्वीर निकली है एक गैंगस्टर की जिसको मार गिराया गया, उसके बगल में AK-47 दिख रहा है चेक शर्ट पहनकर, ये जगरूप रूपा है या फिर मनप्रीत मन्नू है?
ये अभी पूरी तरह से ऑफिशियल ये जानकारी देखिए दी जानी है। हालांकि ये दोनों में से एक है, ये अभी हम तय पूरा बता सकते हैं कि जगरूप रूपा या मन्नू कुसा में से एक है, लेकिन दोनों में से है कौन, एग्जैक्टली कौन है, ये अभी बताया जाना बाकी है। ये बहुत बड़ी संभावना ये है कि मन्नू कुसा हो सकता है, क्योंकि जगरूप रूपा के मारे जाने की खबर बहुत शुरुआती तौर पर आ गई थी जब ये एनकाउंटर शुरू हुआ, तो ये मुमकिन है कि ये मन्नू कुसा हो सकता है, और मन्नू कुसा ही, क्योंकि इसके पास AK-47 है। और अगर हम सिद्धू मूसेवाला कत्लकांड की बात करें तो लगातार जिस तरीके से हम अपने दर्शकों को जानकारी देते रहे हैं कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला के कत्लकांड में भी जो शूटर्स थे उन्होंने AK-47 का ऑटोमेटिक हथियारों का इस्तेमाल किया, और जो शुरुआती तौर पर जांच में जो सूत्रों के हवाले से हमें जानकारी मिली, पुलिस सूत्रों के हवाले से जानकारी मिली, शूटर्स ने माना कि मन्नू कुसा ने ही पहला फायर AK-47 से सिद्धू मूसेवाला पर किया था। तो बहुत मुमकिन यह है कि ये मन्नू कुसा है और मन्नू कुसा के पास ये AK-47 थी, और ये इस घर में अगर आप देख पा रहे हो तो एक जिस तरीके से शहरों में माउंटी बनाई गई होती है, घर के ऊपर एक थोड़ा सा जो इलाका, थोड़ा सा जो क्षेत्र होता है उसे कवर किया जाता है, उस जगह पर ये छुपा हुआ था जहां की ये तस्वीर है। यानी इसने नीचे से ऊपर जाकर भागने की कोशिश की तो वहां पर छुपकर ये फायर करने लगा, लेकिन इसे मार दिया गया।
गगन बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बढ़िया काम किया आपने और आपके विजय ने। ग्राउंड से जो तस्वीरें आई हैं हमने CNN News 18 पर भी, वी हैव शोन इट अक्रॉस टू ऑल आवर व्यूअर्स हियर एट CNN News 18. This is the power of the network, ladies and gentlemen. News 18 is the only network which is present live at the encounter site over the last 4.5 to 5 hours, bringing you perhaps the most bizarre of encounters that we've seen in the recent past. And this is happening in Punjab, just 14 kilometers from the international border. The Gangs of Punjab story remains our top focus. We're going to take a very, very short break. Stay with us here on The Nation at 5.
Will hit screens on the 30th of September. This shocking video of a beach in Mumbai shows garbage littered for as long as the eye can see. Despite several warnings and awareness campaigns, it seems that people in Mumbai simply can't seem to stop throwing garbage into the sea, and that in turn is getting washed up on shore. After the video went viral, authorities conducted clean-up drives to clear the filth accumulated on the beach. Incessant rains have wreaked havoc across the state of Uttarakhand.
In Champawat district, this school bus was washed away as it tried to move across a flooded road. Thankfully, there were no students in the bus and the driver and conductor were safely evacuated. The situation was equally grim along the Kotdwar-Pauri route. Heavy rains wreaked havoc on the hilly terrain and stopped vehicular movement. Commuters were left stranded in the pouring rain. Meanwhile, in Ramnagar, the national highway was closed after a tree fell on the road after heavy rains. This caused a massive pile-up for hours on end.
Most students have come forward and complained that they were forced to take off their bra before writing the NEET exam in a centre in Kannur in Kerala. 5 people have been arrested in connection with the incident. The National Commission of Women too has taken cognizance and issued a notice to the Kerala DGP. Former Kerala legislator and Youth Congress State Vice President K.S. Shabarinathan has been arrested in connection with a conspiracy to protest against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan inside an Indigo flight back in June. This after a WhatsApp message by Shabarinathan called for a protest against Vijayan inside an airline. The second autopsy of a 17-year-old student who was found dead in a hostel in Tamil Nadu's Kallakurchi has been completed. The Supreme Court had turned down a request from the girl's parents to give them a doctor of their choice for the post-mortem. Meanwhile, Kallakurchi SP has been transferred just days after violent protests over the girl's death. The Aam Aadmi Party claims that the recruitment application form for the Indian Army asks for caste and religion certificates. The party stated that this was being done for the first time in history, but the centre pointed out that this system has always existed since the British times.
मैं यह स्पष्ट कर देना चाहता हूं कि यह पूरी तरह से अफवाह है। जो पहले व्यवस्था थी, माने आजादी के पहले से वही व्यवस्था अब तक जो है चली आ रही है, उसमें कहीं पर कोई परिवर्तन नहीं हुआ है।
The Indian Air Force is all set to get a big boost. 6 squadrons of the light combat aircraft will be inducted very soon. In fact, the order is for 4 squadrons of the LCA, the Mark 1A, which have already been placed. 7 squadrons of the advanced medium combat aircraft will soon be out as well. 114 multi-role fighter aircraft will be inducted as well. Inducting the aircraft only under Make in India program, which of course will be a boost for local manufacturing. Rescue and relief work is on in full swing in flood-hit Maharashtra.
In Chandrapur, teams of the NDRF and SDRF waded through waist-deep water to try and reach stranded residents. Boats were also brought out for the rescue operations as Chandrapur remained inundated. In order to evacuate people safely, NDRF and SDRF personnel used loudspeakers to try and give residents a heads up. That's when people came out of their flooded homes and gathered in one designated place. With rivers in Wardha and Spate, several dam gates were opened to release excess water. But several people ended up getting trapped in the fast-flowing water. That's when SDRF personnel jumped in and carried out a dramatic rescue operation.
That's another setback for Uddhav Thackeray after Shiv Sena's 12 MPs joined the Eknath Shinde camp. Rahul Shivale has been appointed as the leader of the Shiv Sena in the Lok Sabha. A new chief whip has also been appointed. These MPs have decided to back the NDA's vice presidential candidate Jagdeep Dhankar in the upcoming elections. Former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the phone tapping case. The arrest comes after he was grilled by the agency for over 3 hours on the illegal phone tapping of NSC personnel. This was allegedly done between 2009 and 2017. Several countries in Europe are in the grip of a severe heat wave, with Britain touching its record temperatures today.
CNN News 18 is New India's #1 news choice. Trounces, Times Now and Republic TV.
Passengers in a train watched in horror as a wildfire tore through vegetation near the track in the northwestern province of Zamora. The train was traveling between Madrid and Ferrol but was forced to halt due to the wildfire. Paris is also sweltering in unusually high temperatures. For the second day in a row, temperatures soared above 37 degrees Celsius. Experts say the early heat wave is a sign of what's to come as climate change takes a toll.
Former UK Finance Minister Rishi Sunak has won the latest round of voting to replace British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Sunak has increased his tally from yesterday, bringing him even closer to being one of the top two candidates who will go head-to-head to be elected as the new Conservative Party leader and the Prime Minister of Britain. So let's take a look at where things stand today after the fourth round of voting. Rishi Sunak has got 118 votes. Remember, you need 120 to go through into the final two face-off. Penny Mordaunt, who used to be also a minister in the Boris Johnson cabinet, she got 92 votes. She's consistently been coming number 2. But the big surprise and the big climber has been Liz Truss, who was the foreign secretary in Boris Johnson's government. She's jumped up to 86 votes. Kemi Badenoch, who also used to be the Equalities Minister, she has now opted out of this contest after she finished number 4. So the contest tomorrow is going to be between these three, between Sunak, Mordaunt and Liz Truss, and one of them, in fact two of them, will remain standing, who will go into the final clash that's going to happen later on. Meanwhile, let's move on here on Brass Tack Superfast to Sri Lanka, where the opposition leader Sajith Premadasa has withdrawn from the presidential race. Premadasa announced the decision on Twitter. He said that he was withdrawing his candidacy for the greater good of the country and supporting rival candidate Dallas Alaperuma. In fact, the Sri Lankan parliament will tomorrow meet and elect a new president, and the fight seems to be between Ranil Wickremesinghe, the interim president right now, and Dallas Alaperuma. Now, let's take a look at the three men who are in the race to be the next president of Sri Lanka. Ranil Wickremesinghe, of course, is the current acting president. He's backed by the ruling SLPP, which is the party of the Rajapakshas. Dallas Alaperuma is a senior leader, again from the SLPP. He's been a multiple-time legislator. He's a lawmaker from Matara in the southern part of the country. He's considered to be a dark horse in this race. Also, the final one is the JVP leader, Aruna Kumara Dissanayaka. In fact, he is from the left-wing Janata Vimukti Peramuna. He's a strong critic of Prime Minister Wickremesinghe as well as the Rajapakshas, but he's thought of to be as too radical a candidate to be leading the country at a critical time such as this. Meanwhile, back home, day 2 of the monsoon session of Parliament was rocked by opposition-led protests.
Despite no protests or demonstrations being allowed inside the Parliament complex, opposition MPs gathered in front of Mahatma Gandhi's statue. Congress's Rahul Gandhi, NCP MP Supriya Sule and Priyanka Chaturvedi of the Shiv Sena stood side by side and protested over price rise. They held placards on inflation and raised slogans against the government. The protest comes a day after the goods and services tax on packaged food items came into force.
जो टैक्स जीएसटी टैक्स उन्होंने लगाया है उसके बारे में हम अंदर जाकर अपनी बात भी रखेंगे और लड़ेंगे.
The drama continued inside the House, with opposition MPs interrupting proceedings.
सदन के अंदर तख्तियां लेकर आना उचित नहीं है.
Opposition MPs are also demanding a discussion on price rise and GST.
Well, after a viral video of some men offering namaz at a mall in Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has warned of strict action over unnecessary remarks and staging demonstrations to obstruct the movement of people. 4 of the 8 men seen offering namaz have been arrested.
सांप्रदायिक विद्वेष की स्थिति पैदा करने का जो कुत्सित प्रयास हो रहा है, सड़कों पर या पूजा के लिए या किसी भी अन्य कार्यक्रम के लिए कोई जगह नहीं होनी चाहिए और इसको किसी भी प्रकार की अनुमति नहीं दी जानी चाहिए.
A day after upholding their conviction, a Delhi court has released Sushil and Gopal Ansal for the period that they had already undergone for tampering with evidence in the 1997 Uphaar cinema fire. The court took note of the old age of the convicts while deciding on the quantum of punishment. Israel is reportedly preparing to attack Iran's nuclear facilities, and here's what the trigger is. Khamenei's top aide claims that Iran can make nuclear bombs. In fact, this aide went on to claim that Iran has not decided whether to build one. Iran already has enriched up to 60% of uranium. Under the 2015 nuclear deal, in fact, Israel claims it may have to act against this nuclear threat.
Back on the Nation at 5, and we turn the spotlight towards the United Kingdom, where Indian origin Rishi Sunak has not just his nose ahead, but it just looks like he is waiting to see who is going to challenge him. Is it going to be Penny Mordaunt or Liz Truss? And that fifth round of voting will happen through the course of this evening, and around 8:30 p.m. on the right stand here in India, we will be able to know the result and who will be the top two. Let's go across to Sanjay Suri joining us live. Sanjay Suri, is there a twist in the story? Because Rishi Sunak seemed to have just eased off the pedal between round 3 and round 4. What is expected in round 5?
Well, in round 5, clearly, Rishi Sunak is expected to be one of the two. We are hearing that some of that easing of the pedal that you speak of, and that is quite true because he didn't gain a lot more votes in the previous round, just 3. But that may have been a tactical move where some of Sunak's supporters seem to have tactically supported Liz Truss to an extent because he would rather have a face-off with Truss than with Mordaunt, who has a great deal of support among the party membership. And of course, the final round will be for the party members to decide how clear this is, how certain this is. We do not know, but of course, this is politics. This is the world of palace intrigues. Anything is possible, but we'll know very soon who stands against him. It really is now a contest for the second spot, who faces up to him, but Sunak clearly is way ahead.
Why is the 120 number an important number? Because Rishi Sunak has 118, and there were experts who said he just needs 2 or 3 more votes to get past that 120 number. And how many of Kemi's votes would actually move to Rishi Sunak?
Well, that 120 number is a fixed number we're talking about because there are 358 MPs voting. So if he were to get 120 votes, certainly the other two cannot have a tally between them that exceeds 120 each. So if he has 120, that means one of the others will have less than 120, and therefore he is through. This is where that number is important. Supporters will go the way of Rishi Sunak. The two have worked very close together. They share a certain political worldview. They have a good rapport, and there would be strong communication between Kemi Badenoch and her erstwhile supporters, and with a view to diverting them Rishi's way.
Now, is there a possibility that there could be a huge swing in favor of Rishi Sunak today, and he may just surge ahead and touch near about 130 odd votes? And between Liz Truss and Penny Mordaunt, who do you think will be able to steal a march? Will Liz Truss be able to bridge that gap of 6 votes and emerge as the number 2?
It is entirely possible, particularly if that possibility has been helped along with some subtle and behind-the-scenes tactical voting that is intended to keep Penny Mordaunt out. The world of palace intrigue here is very, very intricate. A lot of moves and counter moves and half moves are underway at the moment with a view to securing the second position that Sunak would like to see. And it would seem that he would rather face off with Truss than with Mordaunt.
Right. Thanks for that update, Sanjay Suri. We'll catch up later this evening when the votes of the 5th round are tallied and the results to come out on the right stand. For the moment, winding up this edition of the Nation at 5. Stay with us. Viewpoint with Zaka right now.
Good evening. Welcome to Viewpoint. I'm Zaka Jacob. 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala have been shot down in an encounter that lasted for over 5 hours. This happened just on the outskirts of Amritsar, not too far from the Indo-Pak border. Some big questions loom large. How can 2 gangsters carry such heavy-duty weapons, such heavy ammo, and hold out the police for over 5 hours? In fact, 2 of these gangsters, they've been identified as Jagroop Singh, alias Roopa, and Manpreet Mannu, both of whom were involved in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. These gangsters were hiding in a farmhouse where they could keep a watch on all 4 directions. After targeting the gangsters with snipers, the SOG commandos then stormed the building. They eliminated all 4 of them. Police have also recovered AK-47s along with heavy ammunition from the spot. The Punjab DGP, we're told, will be briefing the media shortly. But first, let's bring you up to speed with what a day it turned out to be in Punjab.
ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੁਲੇਰੋ ਮੋਡਿਊਲ ਕੇ 2 ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਐਬਸਕੌਂਡਿੰਗ ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਸੀਕ੍ਰੀਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਸੀਗੀ तो एंटी गैंगस्टर टास्क फोर्स लोकल पुलिस लोकल ऑफिसर्स इन टोटल कोऑर्डिनेशन आज इन्हें घेरा पाया गया उन्होंने वालों का जो तुम्हारे सारे पता तुझे काफी सारे कवरेज करे 4-5 घंटे तो 2 बंदे एक मनु दूसरा रूपा दोनों में इनकाउंटर कर दिया गया उनका दोनों की इस एक्सचेंज ऑफ फायर में मौत हुई है असी सानू मौके ते मिले है एक AK-47 मिली है जी एक .30mm पिस्टल मिला है इसके अलावा एक बैग भी है जिसका पहले फोरेंसिक एग्जामिनेशन फिर ऐसे कर सकेंगे उधर किसी की नहीं.
All right, these are the live pictures that are coming in from that place where this encounter happened. You can see a pose of police personnel. You can see police jeeps there in the background as well. There are at least 4 police vehicles that you can see. The entire spot is surrounded by fields, and it's in the middle of these fields in broad daylight that this encounter happened for 5 hours between the Punjab Police Special Operations Group commandos and these 4 terrorists who were holed up inside a house in that area. Remember, this is not too far from the Indo-Pakistan border, just on the outskirts of Amritsar, and clearly there seem to be some very, very hard questions that need to be asked. Let me go across to Anshul, my colleague, and ask him some of these questions. What the opposition is raising in Punjab, what even, onlookers are asking. How is it that these 2 gangsters with so much ammunition, with so much heavy weaponry, were able to hold out for so long in broad daylight in the fields of Punjab?
That's right, Raka. So Punjab police might have breathed a sigh of relief when they finally killed these 2, the main accused in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala case, because remember, Punjab police and the administration has been under a lot of pressure since day one, or since the very day that Sidhu Moosewala was killed. Because if you remember, Zaka, the first demand of the family members of Sidhu Moosewala was that this investigation should be handed over to a central investigating agency. But the Punjab administration at that point in time did not allow that to happen. And since then, they have been under a lot of pressure. They have been making arrests. Almost 8 people from various gangs have been arrested by the Punjab police. But these 2 main accused were absconding from the Punjab police for the last 2 months. So yes, they were under a lot of pressure. But yes, as the Punjab police breathes a sigh of relief, but a lot more questions are being raised on the Punjab police now. How did these people actually manage to get in Punjab? Why did they come back to Punjab once they had managed to flee from Punjab? Because remember, Zaka, there were 3 vehicles right after killing Sidhu Moosewala. In 3 vehicles, approximately 6 to 7 people fled from that spot in different directions. So if once these people had left from Punjab, why did they come back to Punjab? And from where did they get their hands on that AK-47? All these
Anshul, give me a moment. I'm also joined by Gagandeep, who is our News 18 Punjab reporter. Gagandeep, ये बताइए, अभी तो एनकाउंटर खत्म हो गया, तो काफ़ी सारे सवाल भी जायज़ हैं. ये जो 2 लोग हैं, जगरूप और मन्नू, ये वापस पंजाब क्यों आए? उनके पास इतने हथियार, इतने एम्युनिशन कैसा उनके हाथ में आया? ये सब सवालों का कोई जवाब है पुलिस के पास?
Actually, police is not telling the entire story in brief. Actually, whatever we are getting from sources, from police sources, that is just like all other gangsters or sharpshooters were getting escaped to other states, like they were going towards Chhattisgarh, MP or Delhi or any other state or Gujarat even. But these 2 gangsters, Jagroop, Roopa and Mannu Kusa, are actually based in Punjab only. So they they refused to go out of the state, and they said that they will not move out of the state. So they stayed back here, and then whatever happened today is just a conclusion part of this entire series of Sidhu Moosewala murder case.
So are all the people who were part of that murder of Sidhu Moosewala, have they either been apprehended or eliminated, all of them?
Basically, these were the 4 sharpshooters. Priyavrat Fauji was there, Ankit Sirsa was there, and this Mannu Kusa was there, Jagroop Roopa was there. In fact, Jagroop Roopa was actually driving the Corolla car, and Mannu Kusa is supposed to be one close AD of Lawrence Bishnoi and Goldie Brad, who took responsibility of Sidhu Moosewala murder. On very first day, they post something on some text on Facebook, and they said, Goldie Brad, in fact, he mentioned that he claimed that they have killed Sidhu Moosewala, and he tagged Lawrence Bishnoi in that post. Now, this Mannu Kusa is supposed to be the close AD, or you can say the most faithful person of Lawrence Bishnoi, most faithful member of Lawrence Bishnoi gang for Lawrence Bishnoi and Goldie Brad both. So he was directed to shoot Sidhu Moosewala first, and on the day 29th of May 2022, this Mannu Kusa, he opened the first fire on Sidhu Moosewala with AK-47. Whatever we are getting from our police sources as an information, this is just a brief of that. And after that, everyone was going out of Punjab. Priyavrat Fauji was out of Punjab. Ankit Sirsa was out of Punjab. Deepak Mundi was out of Punjab. But these 2 people, they refused to go out of Punjab. And somehow, maybe they will be having in their mind that they will go towards Pakistan, because this location, which we are showing to our viewers continuously, this location is just 12 to 13 kilometers far from the international border. And after that 12 to 13 kilometer patch, after that, the border of Pakistan is there, or the international border is there, and beyond that border, there is Pakistan. So they must be thinking that this is the safest exit for them to be in this area. And Mannu Kusa is basically based from this area. There is a village, Kusa, in Taran Taran district. He actually belongs to that village. So somehow he was thinking that because he is a localite here, and he may get escape, he may get exit from this area safely, and no one will get his location exactly. But from our police sources, what information we are getting, that police traced them 24 hours back. Yesterday, police traced this location, and they got the information that both shooters are there at this location. And now, today, they just started the operation, and they were chasing these shooters. They were coming in a Thar, but police was chasing them, and police team was chasing them. And later on, police opened the fire, and later on an encounter happened here at this very location, and both are eliminated. So not everyone is eliminated. Maybe things are still remaining. And we have to wait for that.
Okay, Gagandeep, many thanks for joining us live from this location spot where the encounter happened. It lasted for well over 5 hours, and 2 gangsters who were part of the Sidhu Moosewala episode have been eliminated, Jagroop and Manpreet. All right, let's shift focus now here on Viewpoint. Sri Lanka has a new president, but the same old ruling dispensation. Ranil Wickremesinghe was elected president by the parliamentary vote that happened today. He secured 134 votes. His closest rival, Dulles, managed just 86. But this comes just a week or so after there were violent protests outside Ranil's office because the Aragalaya protesters see Ranil and the Rajapakshas as 2 sides of the same coin. So far, there has been a relative peace, a sort of a quiet calm, if you will, in the island nation. But how long will that last? Will the Aragalaya accept Ranil Wickremesinghe as the new president?
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a 3-cornered parliamentary contest. He was always a frontrunner since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
एक लोकतांत्रिक देश की खासियत यही होती है कि जब लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से संवैधानिक पद पर कोई इंसान बैठता है तो उसको हर किसी को मानना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि संवैधानिक पद के जरिए जो है लोकतांत्रिक तरीके के जरिए जो है उसकी संवैधानिक पद पर नियुक्ति हुई है। और यही अब रानिल विक्रमसिंघे के साथ हुआ है। हालांकि ऐसा सर श्रीलंका के अंदर 4 बार हुआ है जब सांसदों ने राष्ट्रपति के लिए वोटिंग की हो, जनादेश के हिसाब से ये नहीं हुआ।
Wickremesinghe is seen as a Rajapaksa ally. Protesters had demanded his resignation when he became Prime Minister as well.
Ranil is a chore, our Parliament Minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil अच्छा नहीं है.
After protesters barged into the President's house, it was Wickremesinghe who extended the state of emergency in the country and gave police and security forces sweeping powers. The protests, which were triggered by a crippling economic crisis, have gone on for more than 100 days and seen the fall of the once powerful Rajapaksa clan.
We are bankrupt that we need to go to the IMF.
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
We have gone back. We have to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps, but we can do it. We don't need 5 years, 10 years. By next year, let's start stabilizing that, and by the end of, certainly by 2024, let's have a functioning economy which will start growing, export-oriented economy, a dynamic economy.
Wickremesinghe has been Prime Minister 6 times, the most by anyone in the country. And yet he has not been able to complete a full term. So will him becoming president douse or fan the fire spreading through Sri Lanka?
All right, I want to go across to our guest. Diana Gamage is a member of the Parliament of Sri Lanka. Fidel Fernando is a journalist and author. Nina Gopal, senior journalist covering this as well. And Arita Wickremesinghe is a lawyer and equality director at iPro Bono. Let me start with you, Diana Gamage, because, why should we believe that the Aragalaya protesters, who just a week or so ago stormed into Ranil Wickremesinghe's official office, why would they accept the result of today's vote, and why would they accept Ranil as the new president of Sri Lanka?
Well, thank you for inviting me. It's not a matter of them accepting Ranil Wickremesinghe as the new president. Obviously, they were against him from the beginning since he was appointed as prime minister. But according to the way we work and the constitution, Ranil Wickremesinghe, who was acting president, who was the PM, who has obviously become the acting president, he has to be chosen through parliament. That's the constitution that we have. So we had to go in for a vote, which is obviously a secret ballot. And we have to, choose a president through parliament. So that was the reason that we had to go in here. And we are only 225 in the parliament. From that 225, he has to get the majority of votes. Whoever gets the majority of votes becomes the president. So there was 3 names which was proposed in parliament. And obviously, Ranil Wickremesinghe has got the majority, which is 134 members of parliament has voted for Ranil Wickremesinghe. And that's how we actually do it at the moment, because otherwise the other way is obviously going for a election, election for potential election. But at this moment, when the president, the predecessor has to do is go with this way. It's the constitutional way to do it.
But Fidel Fernando, the problem here is that the people who have been protesting, and largely, the face of the protest has been the Aragalaya, there were violent protests, a storming of the Prime Minister's office just a week, 10 days ago, when Gotabaya fled and Ranil became the acting president. Now, if Ranil is going to be the president, and Diana Gamage is right, that is the constitutional process. He's won through that constitutional process. But why should the protesters accept? Because they see both Ranil and the Rajapakshas as 2 sides of the same coin.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things. First of all, I was at that protest at the... Hello?
Yes, go on, Fernando.
Yeah, sorry, I was at that protest at the Prime Minister's residence, a few days ago or a week ago. I'm not sure I would characterize that as violent. I think it was largely a peaceful protest, but there was an overpowering of the security forces that were assembled there. In terms of whether it's acceptable to the people, the protest movement, obviously not. I think the problem with the issue with Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who was voted in on a huge majority in 2019, and then kind of had a resounding success in the parliamentary polls as well, where the Podujana Paramad, the Rajapaksa's party, got 2/3 majority. People proved, or people protested and demonstrated in such a way to suggest that that government was no longer legitimate. With Ranil Wickremesinghe, who has not even won his own seat in the last elections, that he does not begin with a position of legitimacy to start with. And so for that reason, I think the Aragale and not just the Aragale, but the protest movement broadly, the protest movement in Sri Lanka is much broader than what you see in Colombo. There are people all around the country who are protesting, who are kind of displeased with the way that Sri Lankan politics is going. And one of the most popular ideas within Sri Lanka and within this protest movement at the moment is that the system, the political system in Sri Lanka needs to be overhauled.
Correct.
And Ranil Wickremesinghe represents much of the same. He represents very similar policies, very similar politics that we've seen in the last few years. And I am absolutely not surprised to see Parliament vote him in again. Because the politicians voted him in rather than the people.
Okay, Fidel, let's try and see if we can fix your video in a moment. So I'm going to go across to Nina Gopal. There seemed to be some kind of last-minute maneuverings even before the vote happened. Sajith Premadasa, who was supposed to be the opposition face, he withdrew his candidature. He threw in his support with Dulles. Dulles, unfortunately, couldn't break the SLPP as much as many thought he would. So he ended up with just 86 votes. Was the result of today's vote almost like a foregone conclusion?
Yes and no, I think, Zaka, because basically the whole idea of Sajith Premadasa even taking responsibility or taking a front role in, fixing the economy was not going to happen. He was not going to face the people because a lot of unpalatable and very uncomfortable decisions will have to be made now.
Correct.
On if he wants a peaceful kind of, if they want to fill whatever the IMF parameters are, then they will have to bite the bullet. And I don't think he wants to go down and face the people and say that, I've had to do this. He's just passed the buck. In many ways, and they're not listening to the people. I mean, she's right. I mean, Diana is right. They have to follow the constitution. But there was also, I believe, a provision whereby the parties could have come together and, formed some kind of a multi-party arrangement where they could have, found the solutions together. But that seems to have gone out to the window as well. So I don't know whether this was exactly what was obviously, the parliamentarians are going to protect their own, their own, but the people, I think, have been really shortchanged in this whole exercise.
Arita Wickremesinghe is also joining us. Arita, what happens next? There is the argument that's being put forth by the Ranil people that, look, what we need right now is stability. What we need right now is a government that can negotiate with the IMF, secure a bailout package, elections or a political change, as many of the Aragalaya protesters want, that can wait. The most immediate priority for the government and for the country would be to fix the economic mess. Do you buy that argument? Do you do you see the Aragalaya protesters buying this election of Ranil Wickremesinghe?
I mean, the term Aragalaya actually means struggle, and actually the whole country is behind this struggle. But in terms of whether the protesters of the country will accept this appointment, I think, as the others have said, because of the lack of legitimacy and the lack of a mandate which Ranil Wickremesinghe has, and the unfortunate affiliation of him as being a supporter of the Rajapaksas, even though I personally disagree with that view, because if you look historically, Ranil Wickremesinghe's party and the Rajapaksa party have always been opposing each other. Correct. And they have regularly and often campaigned against each other. But we are in a very unusual and unprecedented times right now, where it came to a point where actually Ranil Wickremesinghe was appointed by the very man who defeated him and his party at the previous election. But of course, as to what happens next, Ranil Wickremesinghe will have to step down as an MP in Parliament, and he takes up the presidency, and he will have to appoint a prime minister and form, as promised, some form of unity government. It'll be very interesting to see who will he appoint as the prime minister. Yeah. Will he appoint the opposition leader, Sajith Premadasa? as his prime minister, or will he appoint someone from the Rajapaksa's ruling party, SLPP? Right now, it is quite uncertain. There are lots of positions which need to be taken up in the new cabinet. And as you said, getting the economy on track, bringing about political stability, some sense of normalcy is also very important for people. People are, as much as they are demanding systematic change, we should not forget that the reason why everyone came together to demand systematic change was primarily because of the economic collapse. I think satisfying people's primary economic needs will be coming first, and hopefully, and certainly, we will need a political and systematic change as well in order to prevent what has happened in Sri Lanka from happening again.
Diana Gamage, two things that the protesters, and in fact a lot of the people wanted as a consequence of this crisis, this grave crisis that your country is facing, is number one, they want to abolish the executive presidency, and number two, the point that Arita made, will the Prime Minister be an opposition figure, whether it's a Sajid Premadasa or anyone else, so that there will be a national unity government? Will such an arrangement work at all?
Well, yes, actually, the plan is to have a opposition as the prime minister, because otherwise it's not going to be, a national government as we were planning to do so. And what the Aragalaya people are asking for, everyone to be together and get this, sorted out. So what we would also say is that definitely as Member of Parliament, we would also say is that we would like to see someone obviously coming in from the opposition as the Prime Minister, because otherwise it's going to be a one-way, path, and then it can't work that way. So even the cabinet will have to be inclusive of all parties, in the cabinet as well, if we are going to have to work together, because that's exactly what the Aragalaya people want, and they want their issues sorted out. They want a proper, program. And what I can see is definitely Sri Lanka needs national policies. So far, we have not had any national policies in Sri Lanka. And if we are going to change anything, we're going to have to starting off with national policies in the country. And each and every one, without having to go for their personal agendas, we have to think of the people of this country, because the country is in such a state today. But obviously, we cannot put aside and ignore that the fact was that it was mismanaged. Obviously mismanaged to the core, and taken the wrong advice and doing the wrong things. Obviously there has been a lot of wrong things being done within the last couple of years. That's why we have had to face such a situation, and especially when it came with the pandemic, we should have expected that this was going to happen. And not taking any more debts, because usually we are in 51 billion US debt in the country. And this is a huge debt. But what we have been doing is, for so many years, we have been going on a roll on, and we've been taking debts and then covering up our debts, and then holding and carrying on with the country, working within the country as well.
Nina Gopal, one of the first orders that we got soon after the election of the new president was there's a ban on the protests in a 500-meter radius around the Galle face. How do you see this playing out? Will this dissuade the protesters, or will this actually further accentuate the protests?
From what I've seen so far, I believe the protesters have, maintained this sort of silence and have refusing to even chant any slogans against anybody. And you can see on people crying and absolutely upset. How long that is going to last, I don't know, because I think the parliamentarians haven't heard the voice on the street. They haven't felt the pain of the people. And for the moments when how long this will last is the question that I personally would really like to know. And from the people I've spoken to today, they've all said that they are also worried about what the Students' Federation and groups like that, which actually have taken over, or not so much taken over as moved in and sort of infiltrated the movement, will do in the coming days. Because the peaceful protests that we originally saw on Galle face have sort of turned, well, not violent, but basically not under, it really looked as if it was much better managed and it was being sort of manipulated from behind the scenes. So I think that is definitely a worry. It's the security situation in Colombo and across the other cities where there is I suppose a very great undercurrent which of hostility towards the present government. They would have been far better off, the parliamentarians, if they'd actually brought in, if Sajid Premadasa, for example, had stepped up and said that he would take a far better position. It is time for the opposition to step up and sort of counter what the SLPP government has done.
It's quite perplexing why the opposition would not do that. I'm sure if they did, there would be a substantial chunk of the SLPP also willing to go with the opposition on this. But anyway, I'll give the final word to Aretha Wickramasinghe. Do you see, first of all, the disappointment that Neena Gopal was talking about amongst the Aragalaya? Do you see scenes like what we saw last week, the storming of the Prime Minister's office, the violence that ensued? Do you see something similar, a flare-up like that happen again? And what may mean for the Rajapakshas? Because if everybody in the country is going to accept Ranil as president and whoever's going to be the next Prime Minister, do you see the Rajapaksha clan once again in a position of influence with the new dispensation?
I mean, as to whether we'll see scenes of July 9th repeating itself will actually depend on whether Ranil Wickramasinghe and his newly appointed government will be able to deliver to some of the more immediate economic needs of the people. What happened on July 9th was possible because we had almost an entire country descend onto Colombo. There's probably about 1 to 1.5 million people that descended onto Colombo. To put into perspective, this is a city which has a population of 700,000 people. So about double the city's population probably descended onto Colombo on that day. And that's why we were able to see that. But it was largely economic driven. So we'll have to see whether the new government will be able to address some of the more immediate economic needs. I also just want to sort of point out what MP Diana Gamage spoke of, the sort of terrible decisions which led to economic destruction. It is because of MPs such as Diana Gamage that we are in this situation. She claims to be washing her hands off, the way she's speaking, but she was also elected. She wasn't elected. Just like Ranil Wickramasinghe, she got a free seat from the opposition party, which is headed by Sajid Premadasa. And then once she got that free seat, she switched sides to support the Rajapaksa government, especially introducing the 20th Amendment to the Constitution, which actually stripped Parliament of several powers, transferred powers to the president, and actually led to this economic destruction. So actually, the Aragalaya and the struggle is also about holding people like Diana Gamage, who violated our mandate, and to hold people like that accountable. And that system change we're demanding is actually also removing people like Diana Gamage, so that we should really remind ourselves of that.
Okay,
also,
Aretha, we'll leave it at that. To be fair, I should give an opportunity to Diana to respond to you. I don't know if she's there. Yes, ma'am. I've got 30 seconds to wrap up. You want to respond to Aretha?
Yes. I to what Mr. Wickramasinghe or whoever was talking about me, because I think he should remember that I am the one who owned the Samik Jalabalabage party.
Okay, we've lost our connection there, so I'm going to apologize. Thank you very much to all our guests. We'll see how this story plays out in Sri Lanka. Of course, India has a huge stake in a stable, prosperous, and of course, like I said, politically and economically stable Sri Lanka. So we'll see how the story progresses. Thanks very much. In a moment, Akanksha will join you with the biggest exclusive tonight. Lawrence Bishnoi, operating from inside the Tihar jail with impunity, had no qualms ordering multiple hits on Salman Khan.
The sculptor himself, the main man behind this, is saying that there is actually no difference.
Drugs to try and fund their terror operations and to also try and radicalize young, impressionable minds while confining them to the throes of drug addiction.
What is becoming increasingly worrying and problematic is that issues related to education is becoming so polarizing.
A very warm welcome. You're watching the biggest exclusive tonight with me, Akanksha Swaroop. A farmhouse in Hoshiar Nagar, an agricultural village near the Attari border, turned into an action-packed encounter site today. A fierce gun battle ensued between the Punjab police and key accused in singer Sidhu Moosewala's killing. It was nearly a 5-hour-long gun battle. Gangsters Manpreet Singh, alias Mannu, and Jagroop Singh, alias Roopa, two of the men who shot Sidhu Moosewala on 29th of May, have been gunned down. Here's a report.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing two of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala, Jagroop Singh Roopa and Manpreet Singh Mannu for weeks now. Roopa and Mannu were among three of Moosewala's killers still on the run. This CCTV grab of the two on a bike in Moga on the 21st of June had raised concerns on their presence in Punjab. The third man, Deepak Mundi, has still not been traced. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Roopa and Mannu, a massive police force was rushed into village Bhakna as reports of the two killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Roopa being killed.
ये टीम हैगी है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ अंजाम ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
The encounter in which the gangsters were felled was not without damage on the police side too. 3 cops were injured. A news channel's camera person got a bullet in his right leg. A gruesome chapter in a prolonged saga that the Moosewala murder has turned into, with threads extending from prison to forces orchestrating gang wars in India from across Punjab, Canada and possibly other nations too.
ਸਵੇਰ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਪਗਨਾ ਕਲਾਂ ਪਿੰਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦਹਿਸ਼ਤਗਰਦਾਂ ਤੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਇਹ ਕੰਬਾਈਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਸ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੇ ਐਨਕਾਊਂਟਰ ਵਾਲੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੇ ਮੌਜੂਦ ਸੀਗੀ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਕੰਬਾਈਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਾਉਂਡ ਵੀ ਲੱਗੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਗੋਲੀਬਾਰੀ ਹੋਈ ਆ ਉਹ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨ ਵੀ ਹੈਗੇ ਔਰ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾ ਦੇਣ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਖੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਇਹ ਕੰਬਾਈਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਰਾਮਦ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਭਾਜੀ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਘਟਨਾ ਕੰਮ ਵਾਪਰਿਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਵੇਰ ਦੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਸੀ ਕੀ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀਗਾ
ਅਸੀਂ ਤੇ ਚਾਰਾ ਕੱਢ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਮਸ਼ੀਨ ਲਾਈ ਸੀ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਗੇੜ ਲਾਈ ਤੇ ਗੱਡੀਆਂ 2 ਆਈਆਂ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਿਵਲ ਡਰੈਸ ਸਾਡੇ ਜਾਣੇ ਬੁਲਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਮਸ਼ੀਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਦਾ ਝਗੜਾ ਕੋਈ ਮੱਕੀ ਮੁੱਕੀ ਕੱਟਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਆਖੰਡਾ ਤੋਂ ਪਤਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਲੱਗਾ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ 2 ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਬੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦਵਾ ਨਿਕਲ ਜਾਓ ਅਸੀਂ ਦਵਾ ਨਿਕਲ ਜਾਓ ਉਸ ਤਾੜ ਹੋ ਗਈ
ਤੇ ਇਹ ਬੰਦੇ ਕਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦਹਿਸ਼ਤਗਰਦ ਸੀਗੇ
ਨਹੀਂ ਆਏ ਹੀ ਆ ਜੀ ਕਿ ਉਸੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਗੋਲੀ ਚੱਲ ਗਈ
ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਆਏ ਉਦੋਂ ਹੀ
ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਆਏ ਉਸੇ ਤੁਰੰਤ ਹੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਫਾਇਰ ਲੱਗੇ ਆ ਕੰਬਾਈਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ
7-8 ਫਾਇਰ ਲੱਗੇ ਮਸ਼ੀਨ ਤੇ
7-8 ਫਾਇਰ ਲੱਗੇ
ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਹੋਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਘਟਨਾਕ੍ਰਮ ਵਾਪਰਿਆ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਗੋਲੀਬਾਰੀ ਹੋਈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤੁਰੰਤ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਖਾਲੀ ਕਰਤੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਰੰਤ ਨਿਕਲ ਆਏ ਹਾਂ ਪਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਰਾਉਂਡ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਖਾਲੀ ਰਾਉਂਡ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਕੰਬਾਈਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਰਾਮਦ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਔਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਇਹ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਜੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹ ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਦਹਿਸ਼ਤਗਰਦ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਸੀਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਮੌਕੇ ਤੇ ਪਹੁੰਚਦੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਮਗਰ ਹੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਜੋ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਜੀ ਹੁਣਾਂ ਮੁਤਾਬਕ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਔਰ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚਦੇ ਆ ਤੁਰੰਤ ਹੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਸਰੈਂਡਰ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਪਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਰੈਂਡਰ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਬਜਾਏ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗੋਲੀਬਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਜਿਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਬਾਈਨ ਚਾਲਕ ਸੀਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਇਹ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਕੰਬਾਈਨ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦਿਖਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੇ ਕੰਬਾਈਨ ਲੱਗੀ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੇ ਗੋਲੀਬਾਰੀ ਹੋਈ ਆ ਇਹ ਦੂਰ ਖੇਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਡੇਰਾ ਟਾਈਪ ਘਰ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਘਰ ਹੈਗਾ ਪਰ ਖਾਲੀ ਹੈਗਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਨੀਲੇ ਤੇ ਚਿੱਟੇ ਰੰਗ ਦੀ ਟਰਾਲੀ ਵੀ ਖੜੀ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਗਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਇਹ ਕੰਬਾਈਨ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੀ ਸੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਇੱਕ ਘਟਨਾਕ੍ਰਮ ਵਾਪਰਦਾ ਗੋਲੀਬਾਰੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਦਹਿਸ਼ਤਗਰਦਾਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਵਿਚਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਆ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਇਹ ਕੰਬਾਈਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਇਹ ਕੰਬਾਈਨ ਨੂੰ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਡਰਾਈਵਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਜਾਂ ਕੰਬਾਈਨ 'ਤੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਵਾਪਸ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਗੋਲੀਬਾਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 2 ਦਹਿਸ਼ਤਗਰਦ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸੋਰਸਾਂ ਮੁਤਾਬਕ ਪਤਾ ਚੱਲੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ 2 ਦਹਿਸ਼ਤਗਰਦ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਮਾਰੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੈਮਰਾਮੈਨ ਨੂੰ ਕਹੂੰਗਾ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਉੱਪਰ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਗੋਲੀਬਾਰੀ ਦੇ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨ ਲੱਗੇ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨ ਲੱਗੇ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਦਿਖਾ ਦੇਣ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਕੈਮਰਾਮੈਨ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਾਂ 2 ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਰਾਉਂਡ ਹੈਗੇ ਖਾਲੀ ਰਾਉਂਡ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਚੱਲੇ ਹੋਏ ਰਾਉਂਡ ਆ ਇਸ ਕੰਬਾਈਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਰਾਮਦ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਭਾਜੀ ਇਹ ਕਦੋਂ ਮਿਲੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ
ਹੁਣੇ
ਕਿੰਨੇ ਰਾਉਂਡ ਟੋਟਲ ਮਿਲੇ ਹੈਗੇ
ਇੱਥੋਂ 4 ਰਾਉਂਡ ਮਿਲੇ ਆ
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ 4 ਰਾਉਂਡ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਅੱਜ ਸਵੇਰ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਭਗਨਾ ਕਲਾਂ ਪਿੰਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦਹਿਸ਼ਤਗਰਦਾਂ ਤੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਇਹ ਕੰਬਾਈਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ
All right, that was Surinder Kamboj, our correspondent, who was bringing to us all those details of the encounter site. Let me quickly go back to Surinder. Surinder ji, पूरा घटनाक्रम हमें बता सकते हैं उस मोमेंट से जब पंजाब पुलिस को वो टिप ऑफ मिली उसके बाद क्या क्या हुआ है? काफ़ी सेंसेशनल एनकाउंटर रहा है, बहुत हैवी ताबड़तोड़ गन फायर हमने विटनेस किया है जो कि 5 घंटे से ज़्यादा चली है। क्या हमें वो सारे डिटेल्स बताएंगे और पंजाब पुलिस की वो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस भी हम कब तक एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, जब सुबह हम यहाँ पर पहुँचे थे तो जो हमने गांव वालों से बात करी, जो हमने जहाँ पर जो मौजूद थे अधिकारी उनसे बात करी तो उन्होंने साफ साफ कहा था कि सुबह जब वो सामने घर है जहाँ पर गोलीबारी हुई है वहाँ पे वो दहशतगर्द जो सिद्धू मूसेवाला के मुख्य आरोपी थे जिन्होंने उसका मर्डर किया था, वहाँ पर 4 जो दहशतगर्द थे वहाँ पे छुपे हुए थे जिन पर पंजाब पुलिस और कमांडोज द्वारा गोलीबारी की गई और उनके बीच में मुठभेड़ हुई है। उनकी तरफ से भी काफ़ी गोलीबारी हुई है और पंजाब पुलिस की तरफ से भी जवाबी गोलीबारी करी गई। और साथ ही में जो अभी आपने जो तस्वीरें दिखाई कंबाइन की, वो बिल्कुल उस घर के बिल्कुल बगल में वो कंबाइन थी जो मक्की का खेत है, वहाँ पे वो काम कर रहे थे। और जब ये घटनाक्रम शुरू हुआ तो पंजाब पुलिस के जवानों ने उस कंबाइन पर काम करने वाले लोगों को कहा कि आप यहाँ से चले जाइए, आपको कुछ भी हो सकता है, गोली चलने वाली है यहाँ पे। जब जो कंबाइन चालक थे उन्होंने साफ कह दिया था भी जब वो आए थे उसी वक्त ताबड़तोड़ गोलियाँ यहाँ पर चलनी शुरू हो गई, हज़ारों की संख्या में यहाँ पे गोली चली है। और 2 जो अधिकारियों ने बताया कि जो 2 दहशतगर्द थे जो गैंगस्टर थे उनको मार गिराया है, खुसा रूपा और खुसा दोनों को मार गिराया। और यहाँ पर घटनाक्रम हुई है वो सामने जो घर देख रहे हैं वो खाली है, खेतों के बीचों बीच एक घर है और साथ ही में जो पाकिस्तान का बॉर्डर है वो भी लगता है और यहीं पे गोलीबारी हुई है। तमाम अभी 7 बजे के करीब जो डीजीपी हैं वो यहाँ पर पुलिस लाइन में प्रेस वार्ता करेंगे और खुलासा करेंगे क्या क्या बरामदगी हुई है। और जो पुलिस सोर्सों के मुताबिक हमको जानकारी मिली है उनके पास से AK-47 और पिस्टल्स हैं जो भारी मात्रा में बरामद हुए हैं।
जी बहुत ही सोफिस्टिकेटेड वेपन्स मिले हैं, इस बात की जानकारी हम लोगों को है। सुरिंदर, ये भी बता सकते हैं हमें कि क्या क्या वो क्रूशल सवाल है जो अब पंजाब पुलिस को आंसर करने पड़ेंगे, क्योंकि हम अगर मूसेवाला की हत्या देखें तो वो 29 मई को हुई थी, लगभग 2 महीने बाद आज ये एनकाउंटर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ा सवाल ये खड़ा होता है कि रूपा और मन्नू को इस घर में शरण कैसे मिली, क्यों मिली और कब से ये यहाँ रह रहे थे? आपने अभी अभी लोकल से बात की, कुछ इस बारे में हमें बता सकते हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, जब हमने जो कंबाइन चालक थे उनसे भी बात करी थी और जो यहाँ पे रह रहे हैं आसपास के लोग जो तकरीबन कुछ एक घर ही है यहाँ पे, जब उनसे बात करी तो उन्होंने कहा था भी जैसे ही वो लोग आते हैं दहशतगर्द जो गैंगस्टर हैं यहाँ पे आते हैं उनका पीछा करते हुए ही जो पुलिस की गाड़ियाँ सिविल ड्रेसेस में जो गाड़ियाँ आती हैं और जो साथ में काम करने वाले कंबाइन वाले लोग थे, कर्मचारी थे, उनको वार्निंग दी जाती है। और जो भी यहाँ पे खेतों में काम कर रहे थे ज़मींदार थे उनको भी तुरंत यहाँ से निकल जाइए। आप देख सकते हैं ये भी ट्राली ट्रैक्टर ट्रॉली यहाँ वहाँ पे खड़ी थी जिसको अभी किसान लेकर के जा रहे हैं, इस पर भी गोलियों के निशान मौजूद है।
इस पर भी गोलियों के निशान मौजूद है। इस पर भी गोलियां काफ़ी दागी गई हैं। कम से कम 10-12 गोलियों के निशान इस ट्रैक्टर ट्रॉली पे ऊपर भी लगे हुए हैं। और भी ट्रैक्टर ट्रालियां वहां से इधर को वापस गांव की तरफ जा रही हैं। जो बुढ़ना कला के जो गांव की ज़मीन है, इसके बीचों बीच, जो ज़मीन के बीचों बीच एक अकेला घर है। आसपास बहुत दूर दूर तक कोई भी घर यहाँ पे दिखाई नहीं दे पड़ रहा। और साथ ही कुछ ही दूरी पर यहाँ पे पाकिस्तान का बॉर्डर भी है। और जो क्यासराई लगाई जा रही है कि थोड़ी देर बाद अगर पुलिस उनको कैप्चर नहीं करती तो हो सकता है वो पाकिस्तान की तरफ भी जा सकते थे।
जी बिल्कुल जा सकते थे। ये बहुत ही अच्छा पॉइंट आपने पॉइंट आउट किया एज फार एज द बॉर्डर इज कंसर्न। हैविंग सेड दैट, सुरेंद्र जी हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एंड विद दैट लेट्स नाउ ओपन द बिग क्वेश्चन वी आर पोजिंग टू आवर पैनलिस्ट्स टुडे। मूसेवाला killers have been gunned down, but is it too little too late? Let me bring in our guests. I'm joined in by Mr. Shashikant, who's the former DGP of Punjab, Mr. Hemant Athri, who's the senior journalist, Mr. S.S. Channi, who's the BJP spokesperson, and Abab Singh Grewal, who's the AAP spokesperson as well. Let me take my first question from Mr. Shashikant. Mr. Shashikant, 5 hours of a sensational gun battle, 2 killers are down at the border area. Remember, this is the most crucial aspect. We're looking at the Indo-Pakistan border. Sophisticated weapons like an AK-47 has been recovered. What do you make of the developments that have taken place today in Punjab?
Look, the most important thing where this incident happened is the location thereof. It is right next to the Pakistan border. I don't know whether they could have escaped to Pakistan because we have that barbed wire out there. If there is a tunnel, I don't know, all that will come out. But my suspicion is probably they were expecting and waiting for some consignment through some drone or something, some more sophisticated weapons, or explosives, or whatever it is that Pakistan has been sending off and on to India. And secondly, talking about this, but too little, too late. Well, I think that the Punjab police has regained its position after this incident. And I won't call it an encounter, it was an exchange of fire. And the bullets don't carry anybody's name, they can hit anybody. Those 2 guys went off and 3 of the cops were injured and 1 camera person was also injured. The bullets don't carry anybody's name. So that's what they're looking, but the most important thing is that they were apprehended after 52 days. For 52 days, who was sheltering them? Who was helping them? A section, or were they a section of cops? Were they a section of or a civil person or section of politicians? I don't know. This is all the things which will come during the course of an interrogation of the persons who have been arrested. Of course, the next person who is Mundi is still escaping. So I'm sure that he'll also be caught very soon and the entire thing will be clear, absolutely.
It's interesting that you mentioned Mundi's name. Hemant Athri, what are the questions that still remain unanswered? Roopa and Mannu had been absconding for long, something that Mr. Shashikant has also pointed out. Could such a prolonged stay in that deserted, isolated building have been possible without the assistance of locals?
Akanksha ji, 2 things are very clear. Today is the 52nd day since Mr. Moosewala was killed.
Right.
But I'll still say, better late than never. But there are certain very, very pertinent questions which need to be answered and taken care by the Punjab police. First and foremost issue that comes to my mind, Akanksha ji, is the failure of intelligence in Punjab police. These gangsters, these shooters were, running around in 125 kilometers of the area for last 52 days. The intelligence network of Punjab police has gone so weak that they took so long to nab them and kill them in the present day encounter. And the second thing which even, worries more, the day Mr. Moosewala was killed, he was also a high threat perception case, he was already there. These people ran away from the spot and they were lying within 100 kilometers from that day till date.
Right.
What was their quick reaction team doing? The thing is, Punjab police has to take 2-3 points in their mind if at all they have to finally succeed. See, Punjab has a very long border with Pakistan. And if the BSF was not, active on the border, they could have sneaked away anytime. So the Punjab police has to be even more careful on such issues as far as intelligence part is concerned. And quick reaction also. If something happens, first of all, in law, what we say, there should be intelligence and no incident should be there. If at all it happens, what is your reaction?
Hemant Adri, I'd like to bring in SS Chani on that. Mr. Chani, how do you react to the developments that have taken place today? I'm sure many are actually saying that this is a pat on the back moment for the Punjab police. But do you think that this is too little too late, considering these two were actually absconding within the state of Punjab for nearly 2 months?
Kanksha, I agree with you. I think this is, of course, they have done something and it should be appreciated, the Punjab police. But it is definitely too little and too late, because these guys have been roaming around in the state, and on 21st of June, they were seen on a bike in Moga area. So I think there is a failure of the intelligence as to who and where and with what kind of weapons they are roaming around. And then, I can say that the Punjab has become a gangland because too many gangs are operating, and especially from Punjab jails, and more than that from Tihar jail, which is directly under the control of the AAP government, Mr. Kejriwal. And there is nobody who's to take care of them. And they are, they were arranged by Jagroop, and even the rocket launcher on the intelligence headquarters. That again, so many things have happened, and I think the Punjab police is, or maybe they are being helped by the other states like Delhi and so many other states. That's why they could do something. But otherwise, the total ineffectiveness and inexperience. I must tell you one thing. We at this point of time, I think the black days of terrorism are here again, and we need a person like Beyant Singh, who had a very strong political will to counter these kind of characters. Otherwise, I think we are not going to have good times ahead, and the people are already scared, and they are getting threatening letters, and the extortion is being.
I think that answering can be done by Abab Singh Grewal. Abab Singh Grewal, a lot of questions have been raised at the attitude of your CM and the AAP government in Punjab. In fact, many are saying that this encounter today was the only face-saving attempt left, not just for the Punjab police, but also for the AAP government. What would you like to say to that?
Punjab police, for the professional force that is, even after listening to so much of criticism, they've been focused on the job. As the DGP has promised, we are going to rid Punjab of gangs, and it will be easier to finish this gangland because the political state given by the Shromi Karata BJP and the Congress is not there anymore. The police acted very professionally, number one. Number two, the intelligence agency must be commended that even after facing fire, even after everything has been said about them, they have been on the job, and I'm rest assured this is just the beginning. We will not rest till all the gangs in Punjab are neutralized. And number three, for the political point, I would like to say that the Tihar jail security is under the strong protection of the centre government, and we are just slots over there. So the centre should be mindful of that security. Now, the point here is, ma'am, the very unfortunate murder of Mr. Sidhu Moosewala. Yes, we were a new government. It was an eye-opener to the extent these people had penetrated. And now, when we are determined, Mr. Mann has said repeatedly that we will
Mr. Grewal, the government is new, but the problem is not new. That gangs have plagued Punjab, and not just Punjab, the entire country, because of the gangs surviving in Punjab. The problem is not new. So to say that our government is new is a very amateur sort of an argument, don't you think so?
No, not at all. Ma'am, you didn't hear me. You didn't hear me correctly. I did not say that
you just said that the government has been new.
Let me finish. The problem is very old, which started during the time of the Shromi Congress BJP government, and the Congress patronized them. There are gangsters belonging to both the groups, and of course, not minding that evil laughter that I just heard, it was these people who started it. And when we came in, yes, it took us time to get the whole order in place, the officers required in place, but now that they are in place, and minus the political patronage, which was provided by both the three political parties, and the gangs have been punished flourishing in Punjab, Haryana and NCR. But we are determined, wherever they are, we will eliminate them. Yes, I'm telling you, we were 2.5 month old government,
bring in Mr. Shashikant as well on that. Mr. Shashikant, you heard what Mr. Grewal has to say. Do you think that the encounter justifies the political will? Because I'm going to quote what the Delhi police have done. They have arrested 3 shooters, Priyavrat Fauji, Kashish, Ankit Sirsa of Haryana module. Their Punjab counterparts failed to arrest. They resorted to encounters. Would it have helped? Would it have helped investigations if these 2 were also arrested and probed further instead of being encountered?
As an ex-policeman and a person who has worked in all the intelligence agencies of the country, I find their plan chalked out by Lawrence was extremely cunning. You all have heard the word red herring.
All right, I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there, Mr. Shashikant. The police press conference has begun. Let's listen in to what the Punjab police says.
इस पे क्रैकडाउन होना है और इनू पंजाब की धरती तो खत्म करना है एज अ फॉलोअप और जो अपना इंसिडेंट होया सीगा सिद्धू मूसेवाला जी का जो 29 ਨੂੰ ਜੋ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਮਰਡਰ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਫਾਲੋਅਪ 'ਚ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਮਾਲੂਮ ਹੀ ਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਮੇਨ ਕਨਸਪੀਰੇਟਰ ਸੀਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਲਪਰ ਸੀਗੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਏਡ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਵਾਈਡ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਰੈਕੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਇਵਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਾਸਟਰਮਾਈਂਡਸ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਇੰਕਲੂਡਿੰਗ ਲਾਰੈਂਸ ਬਿਸ਼ਨੋਈ ਜਗਰੂਪ ਭਗਵਾਨਪੁਰੀਆ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕੀਤੇ ਹੋਏ ਉਸੇ ਕੇ ਫਾਲੋਅਪ में ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਕਰੋਲਾ ਮੋਡਿਊਲ ਸੀਗਾ ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ 2 ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਇਡੈਂਟੀਫਾਈ ਕੀਤੇ ਸੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤੀ ਦਿਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਇੱਕ ਮਨੂ ਕੁਸਾ ਤੇ ਦੂਜਾ ਜਗਰੂਪ ਰੂਪਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਗਰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ AGTF की टीम मानसा पुलिस की टीम बाकी ਹੋਰ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਅਲੱਗ-ਅਲੱਗ ਵੱਖ-ਵੱਖ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਚਿਰ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਆਰ ਫੋਲੋਇੰਗ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਖ-ਵੱਖ ਥਾਵਾਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਫੁੱਟਪ੍ਰਿੰਟਸ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੇਟੈਸਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਸੀਗੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਮੂਵਮੈਂਟ ਇਸ ਏਰੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੋਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ ਜਿਸ ਦੇ ਫੋਲੋਅਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅੱਜ ਸਵੇਰ ਸੇ ਸਾਰੀ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਰੈਕੀ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਫੋਲੋ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਦੇ ਵਰ ਸਾਈਟਡ ਇਨ ਦੈਟ ਏਰੀਆ ਔਰ ਉਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਭੱਜ ਕੇ ਘਰ 'ਚ ਵੜ ਗਏ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਾਰਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸਰਵ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੀ ਆਖਿਆ ਪਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਤੇ ਫਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੜੇ ਤਾਂ AGTF ਦੀ ਤੇ ਮਾਨਸਾ ਦੀ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਸਰਾਊਂਡ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਸਰ ਰੂਰਲ ਦੀ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਾਰਡਨ ਆਫ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਸੋ ਦੇ ਵਰ ਕਾਰਨਰਡ ਤੇ ਡਿਸਪਾਈਟ ਬੀਇੰਗ ਕਾਰਨਰਡ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਕਹਿਣ ਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਤੇ ਫਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਜਾਰੀ ਰੱਖੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਨਕਾਊਂਟਰ ਕਰੀਬ 4 ਘੰਟੇ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੂਰੀ ਪੇਸ਼ੈਂਸ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਾਰ-ਵਾਰ ਆਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਸਰੈਂਡਰ ਕਰਨ ਪਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਕਹਿਣ ਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਰੈਂਡਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਅਲਟੀਮੇਟਲੀ ਕ੍ਰਾਸ ਫਾਇਰ ਹੈਵੀ ਐਕਸਚੇਂਜ ਆਫ ਫਾਇਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਦੋਨੋਂ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੌਤ ਹੋਈ
ਸਰ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਵੈਪਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਬਰਾਮਦ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ
ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੌਕੇ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੈਪਨ ਬਰਾਮਦ ਹੋਏ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਤੱਕ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ AK-47 ਰਾਈਫਲ ਤੇ ਦੂਜਾ ਇੱਕ ਪਿਸਟਲ ਆ ਅਜੇ ਫੋਰੈਂਸਿਕ ਸਾਇੰਸ ਦੀ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਫੋਰੈਂਸਿਕ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਦੀ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਮੌਕੇ ਤੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਤੇ ਸੀਨ ਆਫ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੀਜ਼ਰਵ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਸ਼ਨਸ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਹਿਊਮਨ ਰਾਈਟਸ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਂ ਦੂਜੇ ਆਨਰੇਬਲ ਕੋਰਟਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਫੋਲੋ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰ ਇਸ ਦੀ ਵੀਡੀਓਗ੍ਰਾਫੀ ਫੋਟੋਗ੍ਰਾਫੀ ਫੋਰੈਂਸਿਕਸ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਮੈਜਿਸਟ੍ਰੇਟ ਦੀ ਹਾਜ਼ਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੀਨ ਆਫ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ਰਵੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਸ ਦਾ ਐਨਾਲਿਸਿਸ ਸੈਂਪਲ ਕਲੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਵੱਡਾ ਬੈਗ ਵੀ ਬਰਾਮਦ ਹੋਇਆ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਕਾਫੀ ਐਮੂਨੀਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਸਤੇਮਾਲ ਹੋਇਆ ਇਸ
ਸਰ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਠਹਿਰੇ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਜਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਇਹ ਭੱਜ ਕੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਅਸਲਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ
ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅੱਜ ਸਵੇਰ ਹੋਇਆ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਫੋਲੋਅਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਉਸ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੜੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਫਰਦਰ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਇੱਥੇ ਠਹਿਰੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀਗੇ ਇਟਸ ਆਲ ਮੈਟਰ ਆਫ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਕੋਲ ਸੀਗੇ
ਵਨ ਬਾਈ ਵਨ ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਆਨਸਰ ਆਲ ਦੀ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ
ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਜਾਣੇ ਫਿਰਾਕ ਸੀਗੇ ਬਾਰਡਰ ਦੇ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਕੋਲ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਸੀਗੇ
ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਹੋ ਜੀ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ
ਸਰ ਤੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਵਾਲੇ ਵੀ ਜ਼ਖਮੀ ਹੋਇਆ ਐਸਾ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਇੱਕ ਦੇ ਛਾਤੀ 'ਚ ਗੋਲੀ ਵੱਜੀ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਹੈਡ 'ਚ ਗੋਲੀ ਵੱਜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੀ
ਤਿੰਨ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਮੁਲਾਜ਼ਮਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੰਜਰੀਜ਼ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਨੂੰ ਚੈਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੰਜਰੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਮੁਲਾਜ਼ਮ ਦੀ ਅੱਖ ਦੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਗੋਲੀ ਲੱਗ ਕੇ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਦੋ ਥਾਈ ਤੇ ਗੋਲੀ ਲੱਗ ਕੇ ਥੱਲੇ ਲੱਗ ਕੇ ਗੋਡਿਆਂ ਕੋਲ ਤੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਥਾਈ ਤੋਂ ਨਿਕਲੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਿਜ਼ਿਟ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਏ ਹਸਪੀਟਲ ਦੇਖ ਕਰ ਆਏ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਏ ਵੀ ਆਰ taken stock of their medical condition. They are all out of danger. ਜਿਵੇਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਭੱਜ ਕੇ ਵੜੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਅਸੀਂ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਰਾਊਂਡ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ, ਸਿਰਫ 2 ਹੀ ਬੰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ, ਤੀਜਾ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ।
ਸਰ ਐਸਾ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ 2 ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਸੀ, ਇੱਕ ਸਕਾਰਪੀਓ ਸੀਗੀ, ਇੱਕ ਡਿਜ਼ਾਇਰ ਸੀਗੀ, ਇਹ ਸਭ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਉੱਥੇ ਆਏ ਸੀ?
ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਅਗੇਨ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ, ਨਾ ਹੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਅਫਸਰ ਨੇ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਨੌਲੇਜ ਹੈਗੀ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਉਸ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੜ ਗਏ ਸੀਗੇ ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਐਕਸਚੇਂਜ ਆਫ ਫਾਇਰ ਹੋਇਆ। ਫਰਦਰ ਵੀਲ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟ, ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੀ ਜਾਵੇ।
ਸਰ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਲੈ ਜਾਓਗੇ? ਸਰ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਸੀ?
we are not aware of the vehicle as
ਸਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਚੇ ਨੇ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਚੇਤਾਵਨੀ ਦੇਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ? ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਹਲੇ ਵੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ।
ਮੈਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਹਟਿਆ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨੋਟ ਹੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਵੇਗਾ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨਾ ਹੀ ਸਿਰਫ ਐਂਟੀ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਟਾਸਕ ਫੋਰਸ ਬਲਕਿ ਸਾਰੀ ਯੂਨਿਟਾਂ, ਸਾਰੇ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਟੀਮਾਂ, ਵੀ ਆਰ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਫॉर ਅ ਕ੍ਰੈਕਡਾਊਨ ਔਨ ਥੀਸ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰਸ। ਤੇ ਨਾਲੇ ਦੂਏ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਾਰਕੋਟਿਕ ਸਮਗਲਰਸ ਹੈਗੇ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਵੀ ਦੇਖਣ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ। ਕਾਫੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਗਿਣਤੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰਸ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ, ਵੱਡੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਹੋਈ, ਵੱਡੀਆਂ ਰਿਕਵਰੀਜ਼ ਹੋਈਆਂ। So you are pretty aware that we are very serious about this job, and Punjab Police will surely ensure that this gangsterism is finished from the state.
ਸਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ 2 ਫੋਟੋਜ਼ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਦੋਨੋਂ ਫੋਟੋਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ AK-47 ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਅਸਲਾ ਬਰਾਮਦ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ।
ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਿਆ 2 ਵੈਪਨ ਬਰਾਮਦ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਇੱਕ AK-47 ਇੱਕ ਪਿਸਟਲ ਹੈਗੀ।
ਸਰ
I'm sorry, I have not seen any photographs. I've seen the scene of crime. I have not seen any photographs.
ਬਾਕੀ 4 ਸ਼ੂਟਰ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਰਿਟੈਲੀਏਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫੜੇ ਸੀ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਐਕਸਪੈਕਟਡ ਸੀਗਾ, ਔਰ ਕਦੋਂ ਤੋਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੂਵਮੈਂਟ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ ਨਾ?
ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀਗਾ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲਾ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਮਰਡਰ ਦਾ, ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਸੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਗਰ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਵੱਖ-ਵੱਖ ਥਾਵਾਂ ਤੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੀਗੇ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਏਰੀਏ ਵਿੱਚ, ਹਰਿਆਣਾ ਦੇ ਏਰੀਏ ਵਿੱਚ, ਰਾਜਸਥਾਨ ਦੇ ਏਰੀਏ ਵਿੱਚ। ਪੁਲਿਸ ਟੀਮ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਫੋਲੋ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਤੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਸੇ ਇੱਕ ਕਲਮੀਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਥੇ ਇਹ ਐਕਸਚੇਂਜ ਆਫ ਫਾਇਰ ਹੋਇਆ।
ਸਰ ਜਿਹਦਾ ਘਰ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੀ ਕੀ ਡਿਟੇਲਸ ਨੇ? ਉਹਦੇ ਘਰ
ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਆਲ ਅ ਮੈਟਰ ਆਫ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ। ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਕੇ ਹਟਿਆ ਕਿ ਜੋ ਮੌਕੇ ਤੇ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਦੀ ਹੈ, ਕਰ ਕਿਹਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ, ਕਦੋਂ ਵੜਿਆ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਵੀ ਸੀ, ਨੌਲੇਜ ਵੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀਗੀ, ਸਾਰੇ ਥੀਸ ਆਰ ਆਲ ਡਿਟੇਲਸ ਆਫ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ। ਸਾਡੀ ਨੌਲੇਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਗੱਡੀ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਵੇਰਵਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਇਆ ਹੈ। ਜਦ ਜੇ ਆਊਗਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਦੱਸਾਂਗੇ।
ਸਰ ਇੱਕ ਬੈਗ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਹੈਂਡ ਗ੍ਰੇਨੇਡ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਸਰ, ਕਿਆ
ਦੇਖੀਏ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੁੰਦੀ, ਜਦੋਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰਸ ਜਾਂ ਕ੍ਰਿਮੀਨਲਸ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੇਖੀ ਰਹੇ AK-47 ਤੇ ਐਕਸਚੇਂਜ ਆਫ ਫਾਇਰ 4-4.5 ਘੰਟਾ ਚੱਲਿਆ। काफी देर तक उन्होंने फायरिंग की थी। तो जो साइंटिफिक तरीका उससे प्रोसीड करने का कि पूरा सीन ऑफ क्राइम को पूरा स्वीप करा जाए, इंश्योर करा जाए कि किसी कोई बूबी ट्रैप ना हो, किसी कोई जब ऐसी चीज़ ना हो जिससे किसी मुलाजिम नुकसान हो जाए। दैट इसी करके फॉरेंसिक्स टीम्स the other teams have been called who will sweep the area and then everything will be done.
ਸਰ ਜਿਵੇਂ 4-5 ਘੰਟੇ ਸਰ ਆਪਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਹੈਗਾ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟ੍ਰੇਨਿੰਗ ਸੀਗੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਸੀਗੀ? ਕਿਉਂਕਿ 5 ਘੰਟੇ ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਆਪਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਹੈਗਾ, ਕੋਈ ਆਮ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਹ ਹੱਥ ਖੜੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਨੈਕਸਸ ਟੁੱਟੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਟ੍ਰੇਨਿੰਗ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ?
डेफिनेटली एक ਵੱਡਾ ਨੈਕਸਸ ਟੁੱਟਿਆ ਹੈ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਾਣਦੇ हैं लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग के कितने क्रिमिनल पीछे फड़े जा चुके हैं। जलंधर पीछे 13 बंदे एक साथ फड़े गए सी, 11 ਬੰਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਫੜੇ ਗਏ ਸੀਗੇ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਫੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮਸ ਪ੍ਰੀਵੈਂਟ ਹੋਏ, ਇਵਨ ਜੇਲ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਪ੍ਰੀਵੈਂਟ ਹੋਈਆਂ, ਪਲਾਨਡ ਮਰਡਰਸ ਪ੍ਰੀਵੈਂਟ ਹੋਏ, ਪਲਾਨਡ ਐਕਸਟੋਰਸ਼ਨ ਅਟੈਂਪਟਸ ਪ੍ਰੀਵੈਂਟ ਹੋਏ। And this surely is a message to all the criminals who are operating in the state that either you come and surrender or law will take its course. हर उस अफसर ने जिस इस सारे शुरू से लेकर ਹੁਣ तक ਜਿਹੜਾ अपना योगदान पाया इस महत्वपूर्ण इन्वेस्टिगेशन ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੜੀ ਵਧੀਆ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ, he will be rewarded.
ਸਰ ਕੋਈ ਮੋਬਾਈਲ ਫੋਨ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਡਾਟਾ ਰਿਕਵਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ?
ਅਜੇ ਏਰੀਆ ਸਰਚ ਹੋਣਾ ਹੈ, ਅਜੇ ਹਾਊਸ ਦੀ ਸਰਚ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਬਾਹਰ ਕੱਢਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਫੋਰੈਂਸਿਕਸ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਸਾਰੀ ਜਾਂਚ ਕਰਨਗੀਆਂ, ਉਦੋਂ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਸਾਰੀ ਸਰਚ ਹੋਊਗੀ, ਜੋ ਕੁਝ ਮਿਲੂਗਾ ਵੀ ਵਿਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮ।
ਸਰ ਇਹ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਏ 5 ਘੰਟੇ ਸਰ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਕਰੀਬ ਐਨਕਾਊਂਟਰ। ਲਾਸਟ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਸੀਗੇ, ਦੇਖਿਆ ਸਰ ਬੁਲਟ ਪ੍ਰੂਫ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਟਰੱਕ ਸੀਗੇ ਸਵੈਟ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦਾ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਸਰ ਇੰਪੈਕਟ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਆਪਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਨੂੰ ਕਲੀਨ ਅਪ ਕਰਨ 'ਚ?
ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਕਿ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਇਹ ਲੋਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਸੀਗੀ
ਕਰੀਬ
evening. Thanks a lot for staying with us here at CNN News 18. You're watching PlainSpeak. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma made an appeal to the people saying hoisting the tricolour is a more credible way than applying for inclusion of names in the National Register of Citizens or NRC to prove one's nationality. He also added that it's not enough to enroll in NRC to prove that one is Indian. Rather, one should prove it by hoisting the national flag. Meanwhile, in order to mark India's 75th year of independence, which is being celebrated as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav across the country, 80 lakh households in Assam will hoist the tricolour from the 13th to the 15th of August. Now, this will be done as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga program implemented by the Ministry of Culture. Now, the opposition has slammed the comments made by the Assam Chief Minister. They've hit out at Himanta Biswa Sarma, calling this comment shameful and an unconstitutional one. First, let's listen in to what the Assam Chief Minister had to say.
13 আগষ্টৰ পৰা 15 আগষ্টত পতাকা উত্তোলন কৰাটো কিন্তু কোনেও নাপাহৰিব এনআৰসিত গৈ এপ্লাই কৰিলে নহয় মই ইন্ডিয়ান সিটিজেন বুলি পতাকা উত্তোলন কৰিহে প্ৰমাণ দিব লাগিব যে মই প্ৰকৃততে ভাৰত মাতাৰ সন্তান হয়নে নহয় হয়নে গতিকে সকলোৱে 13 ৰ পৰা 15 তাৰিখে ওচৰৰ ৰেচনৰ দোকানত তিৰংগ পতাকা পাব আপোনালোকে 16 টকাত কিনি লগাব লাগিব বিনা পইচাত দিয়া নহব কাৰণ মই দেশৰ নাগৰিক দেশৰ ওপৰত মোৰ অধিকাৰ আছে বেলেগে দিয়া পতাকা মই নলগাও নিজে পতাকা কিনি পতাকা লগাম এই মহান আদৰ্শৰে আমাৰ অসমখন আগবাঢ়ি যাব লাগিব
So as we said, the opposition is now mounting pressure. They're calling this comment shameful and even unconstitutional. We'll take all of this to our guests in just a bit. But first, we want to break down some details in terms of what is the backdrop in which these comments have been made as far as the Assam Chief Minister is concerned. What is this Har Ghar Tiranga initiative as far as the centre is concerned? And also, we'll talk about what has been the opposition as far as the NRC is concerned. First, let's talk about the Har Ghar Tiranga program. There will be 80 lakh tricolours across Assam from August 13th to 15th as a mark of patriotism to celebrate 75 years of independence for India as well. Houses, offices, schools will all hoist national flags. But it's not just in Assam. You're going to see this as a pan-India activity. A celebration marking 75 years of independence or Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav as is already being celebrated in the country. 20 crore tricolours will be hoisted, as I said, across the country. 100 crore plus people will participate in this pan-India campaign. The rationale and the logic given by the centre and the BJP government is that this is, of course, a mark of patriotism and there is nothing wrong in it. Now, before I get to talking about which are the states which will be participating as far as this Har Ghar Tiranga initiative is concerned, let's also quickly talk to you about as far as the opposition around the NRC is concerned. Let's break down those details first. What has been the opposition's position? Will be a mammoth exercise involving heavy expenditure. That's been one of the criticisms. Will disturb the socio-religious fabric of the country. Another criticism that is coming from the opposition. May lead to serious law and order issues in the country. A point that has been reiterated by many opposition parties. No clarity on those who won't have name in the list. What happens to them? Violation of Article 15 that gives everyone the right to nationality. That, of course, has been questioned as far as the opposition is concerned. Now, let's first quickly also talk to you about, as I said, this Har Ghar Tiranga campaign is not just an Assam-specific initiative, but will be happening all across the country. Let's break down some details. Let's first begin with Uttar Pradesh, where 4.5 crore flags will be hoisted across the state. Let's go down south. In Andhra Pradesh, 1.62 crore national flags will be hoisted. In Madhya Pradesh, about 1.5 crore is the number that we're picking up. Again, down south in Karnataka, there will be about 1 crore flags that will be hoisted. In Gujarat, again, we're picking the same number, which is around 1 crore. Then, in Assam, as I pointed out, there will be 80 lakh flags that will be hoisted across the state. In Chhattisgarh, about 60 lakh is the number that we are picking up. So, as I pointed out, the Chief Minister has said that if you're an Indian, you need to hoist the national flag on your own houses. That is more important than wanting your name as far as the NRC is concerned. The opposition is saying this is an unconstitutional comment and the Chief Minister should take it back. So the question that we're asking this evening is, in the backdrop of the comments that have been made by Himanta Biswa Sarma, in the Tiranga Row. Are these comments actually frivolous or factual?
Very shameful for a chief minister. A person sit in the chair of chief minister, he should not pass such like irresponsible comment.
You can't violate the provisions of National Flags Act.
Let me also now introduce our guests who are joining us this evening. We have spokesperson of the BJP, Shehzad Poonawala. We have spokesperson of the Congress Party, Swati Singh Malik. We have senior editor of the Swarajya magazine, Tushar Gupta. We also have AIUDF leader and spokesperson, Jagroop Islam. And we also have Aman Wadud, human rights lawyer as far as NRC is concerned, from Assam. Good to have all of you on the broadcast with us. Swati, let me begin with you first. The rationale as far as this Har Ghar Tiranga initiative is concerned is being seen as a mark of patriotism. 75 years of the country's independence. Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is being celebrated all across the country. If you go forward and express this form of patriotism, what is wrong in it?
Absolutely nothing, actually. If you go and hoist the flag, instead we Indians have been doing it for last 75 years. So it's not the first time that a call has been made by the sitting CM or the other governments to hoist the flag. We have all been hoisting flags on 15th August, 26th January, etc. But for a sitting chief minister of a state like Assam to say that more than NRC, it is hoisting the flag which will prove your patriotism, as if he means to say that NRC means nothing, as if all the uproar and all the opposition and all that unrest that the country went through at the time of NRC was for nothing. So this is what the opposition has a problem with, not with the hoisting of the flag. Of course, it is with utmost respect and we should all be hoisting it. But with this whole, trying to, this whole jingoism being attached to it and saying that NRC's, forget NRC, just hoist the flag, this is more important, and now you will prove your patriotism or nationalism with that. And my second problem here is, the opposition's second problem here is with this comment is that he's the chief minister of the entire state. He's not the BJP chief of the Assam BJP head or something like that. He's the chief minister of the entire state, where people who have been struggling with NRC are also a part of that state which he has to look after. So for him to just wave off those people and wave off their struggle and to say that that is useless, you just hoist the flag now and that is enough. So that is what this whole trying to undo the NRC altogether right now and trying to just make again and again repeatedly make people prove their patriotism is what the Congress party has a problem with.
Okay, Jagroop Islam, let me bring you in as well. I put out a lot of opposition reactions when I started the show. Now, one of the narrative as far as the opposition has been concerned, that this entire comment that has been made is actually unconstitutional. Now, I'm trying to understand what is unconstitutional, because if you're going to question the fact that private citizens can't really hoist flags in their houses, that is incorrect, because if you look at the Indian flag code that was modified in 2002, that actually enabled citizens to hoist the tricolour at their houses on any specific day. So I'm trying to understand what is the issue as far as the opposition is concerned today.
इशू ऐसा कोई खास नहीं है, लेकिन इसमें दो चार बातें. पहली बात है 75वां इंडिपेंडेंस डे मना रहा है देश, मनाने के लिए जा रहा है. जब से इंडिया आजाद हुआ है, एवरी ईयर पूरा देशवासियों ने तिरंगा लहराया है, तिरंगा है. 75वां इंडिपेंडेंस डे के टाइम पे ऐसा क्या है, कौन सा डिक्टेशन है कि हर घर में आपको तिरंगा लहराना पड़ेगा, वो भी 16 रुपया दे के आपको खरीदना पड़ेगा. हमारा कहना ये है, अगर तिरंगा लहराना ही देश प्रेम है, अगर तिरंगा लहरा के आपको देश प्रेम का सबूत देना पड़ता है, ऐसा कोई जरूरी नहीं है. ऐसा कोई जरूरी नहीं है। इसलिए अगर जरूरत है तो आजादी के 52 साल तक आरएसएस के विचारधारा के लोग
Okay. You know, we seem to be actually just losing that audio as far as General Islam is concerned. I'll just request my producers to just try and fix that audio. But let me take in a quick word from Aman, and then I'll want to move to Shehzad and Tushar as well. But Aman, the criticism also coming in from the opposition today is that when such a comment is made by the Assam Chief Minister, he's in a way questioning as far as the need for NRC is concerned. And if that's the case, then why did the Assam government go forward and spend so much money as far as NRC is concerned?
Thank you so much. You know, there are some basic points I would like to put on record. Firstly, this is our fundamental duty to abide and respect the national flag. In the general judgment, the Honorable Supreme Court said that, you know, this is a part of the right to freedom of speech. So there is no problem in hosting the national flag. The problem is when he says that, you know, that you can prove that you're a true son of India by hosting national flag and not by applying for inclusion in the name of the NRC. I would just like that, like I said, I'm going to put something on record. So the day NRC final list was out, after 4 years of rigorous scrutiny, this is what the Chief Minister says. And I read, but the people in Assam are not happy because the number of exclusion is going to be much below than expected. The excluded number should have been more. He further added, for us, the game is not over. On 24 September 2019, the Assam Chief Minister, he was not the Chief Minister then, but he said, let there be a case in the Supreme Court and we will say that BJP reject this NRC. We do not believe in this NRC. Under the leadership of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Shah, there will be another NRC. Those laughing now will cry for sure. After he became the Chief Minister, in fact, the day one day before he took oath, this government, the NRC state coordinator, went to the Supreme Court, filed 2 affidavits for 100% re-verification of the NRC. Subsequently, there has been several statements by the Assam Chief Minister saying that there should be another round of NRC. So now, if he's addressing to a certain section of the society, or if to entire Assam, that, you know, by hosting national flag, you can become true son of India and not by applying for the inclusion in the NRC, then why is the affidavit before the Honorable Supreme Court for the 100% re-verification? Whom is he addressing to? Or is he discriminating between the citizens? Is NRC only for certain section of society and for other just by hosting national flag will be important and not the NRC? So this is what the Honorable Chief Minister should clarify.
Okay, you know, I'll take that clarification to Shehzad. Shehzad, let's begin with the basics today. Is the Chief Minister of Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma, trying to suggest that you're only a patriot or only an Indian if you hoist the flag? Is that the kind of proof that I should be giving to prove my nationality or my commitment or loyalty towards the country?
3 opposition spokespersons have spoken and I heard them out with patience, so I hope I won't be interrupted because I have to explain a couple of various different angles. Firstly, there is a fundamental duty in Part 4A, Article 51A of our Constitution that says that we need to respect our national flag. So there's nothing unconstitutional by the Chief Minister of Assam when he says that let us have this Har Ghar Tiranga program, and it is the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 75th year of our independence, and therefore everybody should respect the national flag and celebrate and imbibe the spirit of patriotism that was seen by the freedom fighters of our country. Now, having said that, let me distinguish between the two. There is the NRC. Now, your NRC is a procedural action. It is an action where you have a right to get your name included. It might prove you're an Indian, but raising the national flag is a deliberative, intentional action, and therefore raising the flag can definitely prove that you're a patriotic Indian. So it is, one is a procedural action, one is a deliberative action, and therefore the two are not confronting each other, they're complementary to each other. You can definitely be an Indian by putting your name in the NRC, but to be a patriotic Indian, I am sure nobody on this panel opposes the national flag, but I found it very strange that one family which has always raised its own flag and left alone the national flag, today I heard the statement of Swati ji and she says he's speaking like the BJP chief. Is it speaking like the BJP chief when we say that there should be Har Ghar Tiranga? And I think that problem is because here is a picture of the Congress party workers in Nanded standing on the national flag ka rangoli. Here is Priyanka Gandhi, a case was filed against her for disrespecting the national flag. Here is Shashi Tharoor wearing the national flag on his chest but wearing it ulta. So disrespecting the Tiranga time and again has been a part of the Congress culture in DNA. In fact, they've disrespected every institution of this country, the Supreme Court, the armed forces, democracy itself. You know what Rahul Gandhi says on foreign soil, and therefore they feel that the flag of one family is more important than the flag of the country. Secondly, coming to the NRC aspect, the NRC is being monitored by the Supreme Court. The government of Assam has positioned its statement in before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has to finally decide whether there should be a re-verification. And by the way, the re-verification is for 20% of the Bangladeshi bordering areas and 10% for the remaining areas. So I don't know Mr. Aman Wadud, but he is definitely very selective because he did not tell you that the Congress Party's official manifesto, which was saying that it needs the restarting of NRC project. A complete restarting of NRC, and all across the country the Congress Party, by the way, has opposed NRC. So the likes of Swati and Aman, they can wear one picture and one face on television, but in the ground they speak a completely different language. First, Swati should tell me, is her party for the current NRC or is her party against the current NRC in Assam?
Shehzad, you will appreciate that I did not interrupt you, but you still haven't answered the basic question, which is that today, is this the only form of patriotism that is being accepted in the country, that if you hoist the national flag, you're a national or you are a citizen as far as the country is concerned? Was that comparison even valid is the question that is being raised.
I'll tell you, it was not a comparison, but yes, the flag represents a set of value systems that are encapsulated not just in our freedom movement, but in our daily consciousness as citizens of this country. And therefore, today we have the right to take the tricolor and raise it and salute it. By the way, till 2004, no private or other institution other than Government of India institutions or state government institutions could raise the national flag. These people keep saying 52 years, RSS didn't raise it. Till 2004, nobody had that right. So that right was not given by the Congress Party despite being in power to ordinary citizens that they could raise the national flag daily. So today that right has come through the Supreme Court.
I will take that to Swati, that what is wrong if we have the entire country today coming together and joining in that feeling of patriotism, and 75 years is a milestone which we won't see again. But the criticism here is, and I know Tushar also has been patiently waiting, Shehzad, quickly on this. The larger criticism by the opposition has been that it's all fair when you say this, that there needs to be a sense of patriotism. But what about the RSS? They didn't hoist the flag for almost 50 years.
No, Ridhima, I just explained that. You, me, RSS, CNN News 18 till 2004 could not raise the national flag even if they wanted to. There was a bar under the flag code and under the law that one could not raise it on any institution or building. It was only meant for government buildings. After 2004, that freedom, that right has been given to the citizenry. So you should ask Swati why for so many years we were not given the right to raise the national flag like Americans. They put it outside the house. That right was not available to us till 2004. Aman, for whatever it's worth, would know that as a lawyer.
Tushar, let me bring you in. Many are also seeing this as just optics. They're saying that if this is the intent as far as the government is concerned, where you want the youngsters to have a better idea as far as, the independence struggle is concerned, the history of the country is concerned, do this as a year-long initiative. When you bring this Har Ghar Tiranga initiative of just 13th to 15th August, it looks like just optics.
Ridhima, Swati said, why is the need for all this jingoism? I feel sad that if I want to hoist the national flag on the top of my house, I'm not a nationalist first, I'm a jingoistic first. It's the 75th year of our independence, of a democracy that was predicted to fail. That was predicted to fail by our colonizers. It's 75 years. We have seen civilizations perish around us. We have seen democracies perish around us. Forget 20 crore. If it were up to me, I would have 200 crore tirangas all across India. It's a special occasion. Nevertheless, hoisting the national flag is about patriotism. It's about nationalism. But NRC is about identity. So both are important. Both are simultaneous. Both are important. One is about where your heart is. The other, which is the NRC, is where your head count is. And both are important. When you talk about the patriotism, it's also about the mindset. What mindset do we want to inculcate in the young children of this country who are today told by the opposition party leaders that India is a union of states? It cannot be governed from the center. What do we want to tell the generation? Why do we want to remind them about this struggle? Because this is a precious democracy we are in. But at the same time, why do we need NRC? We need to understand there is a need for headcount in this country, not just for calculating the illegal number of illegal migrants and all that. It's also to better allocate the resources across the country. There are welfare schemes where tons of money is spent every year. We want to allocate that better. We want to serve the communities that are still not getting the benefits even better. So why is every time there is the question of NRC, it's reduced to one community? Why is there the question of the hoisting the national flag? It's made about jingoism. These are the things I really don't understand. One is where the heart is, the other is where the head count is. It's that simple.
Swati, respond to the criticism that's coming in, and this is exactly what I said when I started the show. The rationale, the logic, the idea is that one, this is a big milestone, you won't be seeing it again, and also for the younger generation to have a better understanding of the freedom struggle, of the history of the country. If you have the entire country coming together on a platform celebrating the democracy and patriotism, shouldn't the opposition be more than happy in this idea to celebrate what the country essentially represents?
Riddhima, as I started my first segment, there I started that we are not opposing the national flag. Of course, it should be hoisted. Of course, we should all hoist the national flag. I'm not calling that part jingoism about hoisting the national flag. But the whole intent behind Mr. Biswa's statement and the call between NRC, that more than NRC, you should hoist the flag and that will establish you as a patriot. I'm sorry, what about
so if I understand this correct, Swati, and I'm just trying to understand it for the benefit of our viewers as well, the position of the Congress is not an issue as far as the Har Ghar Tiranga initiative is concerned, because if I remember correctly, I believe I heard Mr. Gogoi from your party in the morning who had an issue as far as hoisting of the flag itself was concerned.
No, that's also, see, like flag Code of India 2002, you did mention. Now there about part 2 section 1 that establishes, that gives out various conditions where the national flag will be hoisted, what is permissible, what is impermissible, what is a felony under the act if you hoist the flag in a certain manner. So all those things will...
No, but that I already read out, and that's exactly why I read it out when I started the show, which was, and I'll repeat it again for the benefit of you and our viewers as well. The Indian Flag Code was modified on 26 Jan 2002 to enable citizens to hoist the tricolour at their homes and private areas, and this is applicable for any day, not just the Independence Day or Republic Day. So I'm trying to understand what is the Congress's position here.
No, Congress's position is that you cannot equate NRC and you cannot say just hoisting the flag, or if you're a true national, a true patriot, you must hoist the national flag. That is what we have an objection with. And as Mr. Tushar was saying that about bringing in the patriotism in the youngsters, bringing in, the sense of feeling and the freedom struggle, etc., that he mentioned and called and questioned my comment on jingoism, I would like to just I would just like to bring to his notice that in 2021, 1.65 lakh people renounced the Indian citizenship. In last 7 years, 9.6 lakhs have renounced the citizenship of India to move abroad, to immigrate, to migrate. So we have to somewhere provide a better sense of security, of jobs, etc., where we Indians want to stay back in India, and everybody should not be looking for an opportunity to leave the country. That is what they should be providing, and that is what will actually provide a real patriotism, real nationalism within our hearts. Not just forceful hoisting of the flag. We are respectful to the flag. We will be hoisting it. We have been hoisting it. Last 75 years, we have been hoisting it. Even if the permission came in 2004 for Mr. Poonawala's benefit, from 2004 till 2014, it was for 10 years, and within the Congress's regime, it was hoisted.
Okay.
Thereafter, the BJP has come in. So let's not let them take the whole credit for the for the flag here.
Swati is saying 1.6 lakh people denounced their citizenship last year. I'll give her another number. 250 million people voted for the BJP in 2019. Just a few months ago, in a state of 200 million people, the BJP swept the state while Congress MLAs were losing deposits. So I'm sure the electorate has a better understanding of the intent of the BJP when it comes to hoisting the flag than the Congress party. That's the only number I want to give it to her.
Swati, quick response, and then I want to go back to Aman as well.
These numbers that are being mentioned here, please let's talk about the vote share also in this. Let's see how much vote share has dipped and how much has been taken away from other coalitions, other MLAs, etc. Let's not forget that part of the
bottom line is the Congress lost.
No, Congress, we are not denying Congress lost. We are not denying, but here to flag off and say that UP BJP won with a thunderous victory, I'm sorry, they were minus 50 seats.
Okay.
They were minus 50 seats from the last election. And again in 2019, if you compare...
You were in single digits.
Okay.
You were in single digits and you're
Other
going
than
to
that,
accuse the
we
party
are not
for 270.
here the question right now.
All
you are
I'm
not
saying,
raising
Swati,
about
is, Swati,
Congress.
all I'm
You are
saying
just
is,
saying,
Swati, all I'm saying is, Swati, all I'm saying is, you might doubt the intent of the BJP, but the people on the ground, the electorate on the ground, for which your party also works, for which the BJP also works, is backing the BJP's intent, which you probably
the numbers
are
are
not
okay.
understanding.
The numbers are reducing. They might be winning elections by hook and by crook. But the number,
Okay, let's not deviate from what the subject of the debate was. I quickly want to bring in Aman, and I want to give a final word to Shehzad as well after that. Aman, as Tushar and Shehzad were pointing out.
I need to respond.
Give me 30 seconds, Shehzad. I am coming back to you. I just want to give Aman 30 seconds.
No, I want to respond.
Look, okay, quickly respond.
I want to
respond
to the
quickly.
Congress spokesperson. Then Aman has anyways got an agenda. He can carry on with it. Let me respond to Swati. You see, when you ask Swati very specifically, we know your agenda is only the Parivar, not Loktantra. Now, please let me speak.
That's all you can do.
The problem is, Ridhima, when you asked,
just keep attacking the Parivar.
You know, Ridhima, this has become.
Have you heard me once naming anybody?
Okay, Swati, let Shehzad respond. Shehzad, quickly.
Because that's the best defense. They have nothing rational to say.
Shehzad, respond.
You know, Ridhima, I wish this allocation of time, now let me just speak, please. Ridhima, the problem is that you ask this person very specifically that do you have a problem with the hosting of Tiranga per se or because of the NRC aspect in it? The moment you asked her that specifically, she went on to the fact that no, there's a flag code, you should not raise it, there's a problem in that. Mr. Gaurav Gogoi has said it's shine shy. And how is it shine shy to raise the national flag? Mr. Nasir Hussain, the Rajya Sabha MP, has said this is not required. So what is their exact stand? Are they opposed to it, of the raising of the national flag, or are they for it? Point number one. Point number two, specifically, we had asked her what is her stand on the NRC in Assam. The Congress Party manifesto says they want to restart it. Swati has not answered that question, and I think it's a fundamental question she must answer so that people know what's her position on the NRC. And finally, Rahul Gandhi has come on record and said that this is not even a nation, it's a union of states. Does Swati, who is talking about nationalism and all these aspects, does she agree with that statement?
Final word to you. Swati, final word to you.
Yes. As far as NRC is concerned, our stand is very clear. We have to restart it. That's what has been stated earlier, and that's where we are today. As far as India being a union of states is concerned...
So then what are you blaming? Then what are you cribbing about?
We are cribbing
about...
What
are you cribbing about then?
Creating. Why did you bring in NRC then? Why did you bring in NRC if NRC is not enough today?
It was brought in by the Supreme Court. It was brought in by the Supreme Court. You don't even have the basic knowledge.
You should have told the people of India at that time that just...
It was brought in by the Supreme Court in furtherance of Assam Accord, which was signed by Rajiv Gandhi.
Your dualism out here. Please understand, you are the one who raised NRC first. You made it bigger than life. And now you are the ones who are putting it down.
Okay.
That's what we have an objection to.
You want the process restarted.
As far as Union of India is concerned, please...
But you just said you want the process restarted.
I did not interrupt. Now please hear me.
Okay, I am running out of time. This is where things currently stand. While the BJP is defending the move as far as Har Ghar Tiranga initiative is concerned, saying this is a milestone that needs to be celebrated across the country, the opposition today feels by making a comment like this, Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Chief Minister of Assam, is doubting the entire initiative as far as NRC is concerned. Unfortunately, I will have to leave that debate there. I'd like to thank all our guests. We're now shifting our focus to the other big story that we're tracking this evening. The race for 10 Downing Street is into the home stretch. Just the top 3 players now left. You have Rishi Sunak, Liz Truss and Penny Mordaunt. Of the 3, it's the man, the former Chancellor of the Exchequer in the Boris Johnson government, the Indian origin contestant Rishi Sunak, who's gathered the most interest, particularly here in India. On the political front, Rishi Sunak has risen through the Conservative Party ranks. He's now topped all the 4 rounds held so far in voting among Conservative Party MPs. And this 42-year-old, as we said, looks like he's in a comfortable lead as of now. Let's break down the details in terms of why has he become a favorite and where do the numbers currently stand. More importantly, is it all clear or are there still challenges and hurdles as far as Rishi Sunak becoming the next Prime Minister is concerned? As we said, he's still in the lead, But just look at where things stand as far as the fourth round, which happened on the 19th of July when you had Kemi Badenoch, who actually moved out of the race. So you only have the top three players, Rishi Sunak, you have Penny Mordaunt, and you have Liz Truss. 118 as far as Rishi Sunak is concerned, 92 for Penny, and 86 as far as Liz Truss is concerned. But this is actually where the math also gets very, very interesting, because in the last rounds itself, it was expected that Rishi Sunak will actually increase his lead. Even though he's maintained the first position, the number of votes and the leads that we've seen vis-a-vis the other contestants, that's actually come down, raising a lot of questions that is there some sort of last-minute drama that can still play out. Remember, Boris Johnson is still the Prime Minister by the time you have the next successor takeover as far as the 5th of September is concerned. If I can just have those numbers up as well, where we just quickly want to play out how the leads also look as far as all these contestants are concerned, to just give you a sense of how the last rounds have played out so far. Let's break down those details, and this is where it actually gets very, very interesting. If you look at round 2, Rishi Sunak had 101. In round 3, he had 115. It was up. In round 4, it was 118. But look, the difference is in round 3, he was up by 14. In round 4, he's up only by 3. Now compare this to the other contestants. If you look at Penny Mordaunt, in round 2, it was 83, went down in round 3. And then in round 4, it actually has gone up by 10. So that lead actually has increased there. Similarly, with Liz Truss as well, in round 2, it was only 64. Round 3, that went up to 71. So the lead was up by 7. And in round 4, even though she's lesser than Rishi Sunak, the lead's actually gone up by 15. So this is where the math actually becomes very, very interesting. Thus, many now raising the question that can there be a last-minute drama as far as Rishi Sunak is concerned? Or can Rishi Sunak create history by becoming the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom? Let me also now introduce our guests who are joining us this evening to take this discussion forward. We have Dr. Nigel Fletcher, politician, historian at King's College London. We also have Professor Scott Lucas, international affairs expert. Good to have both of you on the broadcast with us. Dr. Nigel, let me begin with you first. As I said, he still does have a lead, but over the last rounds, the number of votes of how much it was expected to go up, that really hasn't happened. So is it still all clear as far as Rishi Sunak is concerned to become the next Prime Minister?
Well, it's certainly not clear, and I think you've done a very good job there of showing why it's so complicated. In any other previous leadership election, we would expect to have had a clear favourite, and we'd be looking at Rishi Sunak as being the one to beat. But there have been so many other factors in this that it's been a hugely unpredictable race. And so in many ways, the race at the moment is for second place, because there have been a number of polls that have been published here in the UK, which show that either of the other candidates, Penny Mordaunt or Liz Truss, would actually beat Rishi Sunak when the vote goes to the Conservative Party members in the country. And so in many ways, it's a race between Liz Truss and Penny Mordaunt to be the challenger to Rishi Sunak at that stage. And as you go through the numbers, as you just did then, it becomes even more complicated because we have a secret ballot of MPs. And as you say, Rishi Sunak has been in the lead all the way through. But we would have expected yesterday that his vote would have gone up significantly after the elimination of Kemi Badenoch. But that hasn't happened. He's only gone up by a couple of votes. And so there's speculation that there could be some dark arts going on here, that what's happened is that Conservative MPs who support Rishi Sunak have actually lent votes to Liz Truss to try and get her onto the ballot because they think that she would be a competitor who they could more easily beat. Now, that's quite dangerous because if they lend too many votes today in the vote which has just closed, if too many of those votes have been lent across to Liz Truss, then the possibility and the danger for Rishi Sunak is that his total goes down enough that the final doesn't include Rishi Sunak and he loses too many votes. So it's a very dangerous thing that they could be doing if that's true, but no one knows if it is true. And so this is one of the most unpredictable races that we've had in any Conservative leadership election to date.
We also have Maximilian Hess, a fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute, also now joining us on the broadcast. Good to have you on the broadcast with us. But let me first go across to Professor Scott Lucas. I want to understand, how do you see this playing out? More importantly, even if we play with the hypothetical situation of Rishi Sunak becoming the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, it's not going to be very easy for him to have a sense of stability, because look at the ecosystem when he'll be taking on from Boris Johnson. Inflation is at an all-time high. If you look at the pay drop, that's also been at a record high as far as United Kingdom is concerned. Is Rishi Sunak the man to handle those immediate challenges?
Well, first of all, I think my colleague adequately, in fact, excellently summarized the current situation. But I would add that it's almost certain that Rishi Sunak will be one of the final two who is put forth to the Conservative membership. He only needs to reach the 120 mark to be guaranteed of that, and he's at 118. What is far more uncertain is whether Rishi Sunak can win amongst the Conservative members against either Liz Truss or Penny Mordaunt. Currently, he does trail in all polls in those matchups. And I think, although he's quite a skillful politician, he's got a lot that he can claim as chancellor, I think he may have an uphill battle for reasons we can discuss in actually winning amongst the Conservative membership. But let's assume that he does. The fact of the matter is that whether it's Rishi Sunak or anyone else, is that the legacy that they are inheriting, and that in part they made as members of the Johnson cabinet, is a mountain to be climbed, and it's a mountain where you don't really have any climbing gear. And the reason why I say that is the fundamental is that the UK economy is possibly going to go into recession.
Yeah.
It already turned downwards in April. It is at its highest inflation rate in 40 years. Its trade with Europe is significantly down, of course, because Britain cut itself off from its most important trade market with Brexit. And it has not replaced that trade market and will not do so in the near future. When you add that fundamental, that Brexit has basically put an albatross around the British economy, and then you put in the cost of living crisis, fueled by rises in energy prices and food prices, including the factors around the Ukraine invasion, when you add to the fact that the Conservatives are moving to the right on a number of very divisive social policies, policies that concern Indians, by the way, such as immigration, then I think you have got a government which has been chaotic in recent years and which will struggle to try to put this country onto the path of recovery, even if that's what it prefers, rather than rhetoric about so-called culture wars.
Well, I agree with the points that Professor Lucas is making. I quickly want to bring in Maximilian Hess also. And before I talk about, what could go against him in terms of his own background, I also quickly want to talk to you about the aggressive counter-campaign that we're seeing by the likes of, Sajid Javed, Lord Agnew and others. Do you think that can also become a hindrance as far as Rishi Sunak reaching 10 Downing Street is concerned?
Well, I think it's a concern for all of the candidates. There's been a lot of briefing from allies of all three of the remaining candidates against one another. Rishi Sunak, of course, had his perhaps most significant scandal to date a few months ago, and there still remain some questions about some of his family's tax arrangements that could be negative news. But really, the people who are voting in this competition are only Conservative Party members, 160,000 of them. So as our other guests were saying, I do think it's quite likely he'll make it into that final two. And the same kind of negative information that may affect him as a general election candidate might not stick to him the same way in a Conservative election leadership, where it'll really be about ideology, where Liz Truss, if she's the other candidate, will be fighting it as the one more from the right. Penny Mordaunt, she's laid out her campaign as perhaps a bit of a new page compared to Rishi Sunak, and might do a little bit more of that negative campaigning on some of those issues that have already been discussed around his family's wealth. But ultimately, it really matters first how they impact the Conservative Party membership. Then that, of course, will impact, however, the next election that we're due to have in a little over 2 years, and how this candidate is seen. That's why they canceled the most recent planned debate, because the Conservative candidates were worried they were beating each other up in public too much. And the Labour Party has already made an ad using just quotes from that debate criticizing the government's policies.
Okay, interesting you say that. Taking on from what the previous panelists were saying, Dr. Nigel, I want to bring you back in and talk a little about the background of Rishi Sunak himself. As far as his wife's non-domicile tax status was concerned, we saw how that controversy played out for Rishi Sunak himself because he had a green card till very recently. Do you think these are issues that could blow up and could have immediate ramifications for him?
Well, I think they certainly can blow up. In some ways, he's been fortunate that they blew up earlier in the year rather than now. I think if those issues hadn't come to public attention prior to this leadership election, if they'd come up sort of this week, for example, then he would be in real trouble. I think people have to remember that when this did happen earlier in the year, there were a lot of people thinking that he was going to have to resign as Chancellor at that point because the scandal was on the front pages for weeks earlier in the year. And so he was effectively at that point seen as having been knocked out of contention. He even joked about it himself in a speech that he made, where he said that it was difficult, that everything he said was being viewed as a leadership bid. And he said, well, that's not a problem now because he saw that, people were now not seeing him as a potential leader. So the fact that he is leading amongst MPs and is seen as in contention at all is quite surprising. But I think once we get into the final two, assuming as we do that he is in it, I think we certainly will see more attention being focused on that, both from his opponents and I would imagine from the press as well.
Professor Lucas, I want to quickly bring you in. I know I started with a lot of number crunching, but it's not just about the numbers as far as a contender is concerned. It's also about the background story, the story that they put out for people to have some sort of resonance with. As far as Rishi Sunak, there's a lot of interest in India because of some sort of an Indian connect. He's spoken about his humble beginnings and how his family started with almost nothing. He's also praised his Indian in-laws, saying they have a story of hard work and determination, and that's the ethos that he wants to go forward with. How do you compare that personal story vis-a-vis the other contenders?
Well, I think the issue of the Rishi Sunak story, first of all, is that while his family may have started with very little, by the time he was going to university, they had quite a lot. And one of those damaging videos that you dig up on other candidates was Rishi Sunak appearing himself as a university student and effectively saying, oh, I don't really have any working class friends. Now, that's the type of thing that it may be seen as cheap shot politics, but I think Rishi Sunak has the image, despite that backstory, that he is very, very well off. And that is a problem here in a Britain, which is struggling economically, and a problem where a lot of people who switched votes to the Conservative Party in 2019 are not well off at all. And the second part of this, and I just have to be honest with you, and I'll be interested in what the other panelists think, is Rishi Sunak is not white. And I have to be honest here, which is, will conservative members vote for someone who is of Asian heritage, an Asian man, to be prime minister? It would certainly be a breakthrough, for him to lead the Conservative Party. I think it would be a welcome breakthrough if we had that. But I'm not sure many conservative members would agree just on that simple standpoint of, his ethnic background. And then let me just add the other point, which one of my colleagues raised, which is that in the conservative membership, there's a lot of posturing, a lot of ideology. And the fact is that even though Liz Truss is a chameleon, she's been all over the place as a politician, she will pose as the candidate of the right. And has the conservative membership shifted so far to the right that irrespective of Rishi Sunak's backstory, he will be seen as too moderate to lead? Because I will predict this. The Johnson camp will go all out to tear him apart. Boris Johnson does not like Rishi Sunak.
Yeah.
He actually used a cheap shot at him in his final prime minister's questions today. And if they have what they think is dirt on Rishi Sunak, Boris Johnson's people will be supporting, whether it's Liz Truss or Penny Mordaunt, to try to block him from eventually going into 10 Downing Street.
Maximilian, that's where I actually want to wrap this conversation. Where do you see this being played out as far as the role of Boris Johnson himself is concerned? Just in the last few weeks itself, when we started the ministers resigning one after another, Rishi Sunak was one of the first to actually come out and criticize as far as policy decisions of Boris Johnson were concerned. That support of Boris Johnson to Liz Truss, do you think that's where things will become really difficult as far as Rishi Sunak is concerned? And Boris Johnson would want to ensure that since you toppled my government and ensure that I walked out of 10 Downing Street, I will ensure that you don't walk inside it.
If Liz Truss is the candidate who makes it to the next round, I think she will get a lot of support from Boris Johnson. Penny Mordaunt has brought in quite a few prominent Johnson supporters on board as well. So I wouldn't say that the Johnson camp is entirely unified behind Liz Truss right now. But Boris Johnson ultimately in the long run is looking out for himself and what he thinks is the best. And I don't doubt for a second that Boris Johnson harbors hopes somewhere that he can still have a political career at some point. And to be frank, even amongst Conservative Party members, regardless of the personality differences, Liz Truss is not seen as competent a potential prime minister as Rishi Sunak is. Although again, what really matters will be those ideological questions.
Sure.
Just to get to the other panelists' point about the questions, I don't want to downplay Britain and much of Europe, but Britain in particular is certainly still a country that has issues with systemic racism. This government has been a little bit dishonest about some of those, but ultimately I do think in a Conservative Party membership that Rishi Sunak's ethnic background won't be what holds him back, at least not nearly as much as his ideological and economic background.
Okay, unfortunately, I will have to leave that conversation there. It is only getting interesting with each passing hour. I'd like to thank all our guests. We'll keep tracking these developments very, very closely. For now, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. We're coming back with a wrap of all the other stories as well.
Shows garbage littered for as long as the eye can see. Despite several warnings and awareness campaigns, it seems that people in Mumbai simply can't seem to stop throwing garbage into the sea, and that in turn is getting washed up on shore. After the video went viral, authorities conducted cleanup drives to clear the filth accumulated on the beach. Incessant rains have wreaked havoc across the state of Uttarakhand.
In Champavat district, this school bus was washed away as it tried to move across a flooded road. Thankfully, there were no students in the bus and the driver and conductor were safely evacuated. The situation was equally grim along the Kotdwar-Pauri route. Heavy rains wreaked havoc on the hilly terrain and stopped vehicular movement. Commuters were left stranded in the pouring rain. Meanwhile, in Ramnagar, the national highway was closed after a tree fell on the road after heavy rains. This caused a massive pile-up for hours on end.
Most students have come forward and complained that they were forced to take off their bra before writing the NEET exam in a centre in Kannur in Kerala. 5 people have been arrested in connection with the incident. The National Commission of Women too has taken cognizance and issued a notice to the Kerala DGP. Former Kerala legislator and Youth Congress State Vice President K.S. Shabarinathan has been arrested in connection with a conspiracy to protest against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan inside an Indigo flight back in June. This after a WhatsApp message by Shabarinathan called for a protest against Vijayan inside an airline. The second autopsy of a 17-year-old student who was found dead in a hostel in Tamil Nadu's Kallakurichi has been completed. The Supreme Court had turned down a request from the girl's parents to give them a doctor of their choice for the post-mortem. Meanwhile, Kallakurichi SP has been transferred just days after violent protests over the girl's death. The Aam Aadmi Party claims that the recruitment application form for the Indian Army asks for caste and religion certificates. The party stated that this was being done for the first time in history, but the centre pointed out that this system has always existed since the British times.
मैं यह स्पष्ट कर देना चाहता हूं कि यह पूरी तरह से अफवाह है। जो पहले व्यवस्था थी, माने आजादी के पहले से वही व्यवस्था अब तक जो है चली आ रही है, उसमें कहीं पर कोई परिवर्तन नहीं हुआ है।
The Indian Air Force is all set to get a big boost. 6 squadrons of the light combat aircraft will be inducted very soon. In fact, the order is for 4 squadrons of the LCA, the Mark 1A, which have already been placed. 7 squadrons of the advanced medium combat aircraft will soon be out as well. 114 multi-role fighter aircraft will be inducted as well. Inducting the aircraft only under Make in India program, which of course will be a boost for local manufacturing. Rescue and relief work is on in full swing in flood-hit Maharashtra.
In Chandrapur, teams of the NDRF and SDRF waded through waist-deep water to try and reach stranded residents. boats were also brought out for the rescue operations as Chandrapur remained inundated. In order to evacuate people safely, NDRF and SDRF personnel used loudspeakers to try and give residents a heads up. That's when people came out of their flooded homes and gathered in one designated place. With rivers in Wardha and Spate, several dam gates were opened to release excess water. But several people ended up getting trapped in the fast-flowing water. That's when SDRF personnel jumped in and carried out a dramatic rescue operation.
It's another setback for Uddhav Thackeray after Shiv Sena's 12 MPs joined the Eknath Shinde camp. Rahul Shivale has been appointed as the leader of the Shiv Sena in the Lok Sabha. A new chief whip has also been appointed. These MPs have decided to back the NDA's vice presidential candidate Jagdeep Dhankar in the upcoming elections. Former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the phone tapping case. The arrest comes after he was grilled by the agency for over 3 hours on the illegal phone tapping of NSC personnel. This was allegedly done between 2009 and 2017. Several countries in Europe are in the grip of a severe heat wave, with Britain touching its record temperatures today.
One of the worst hit is United Kingdom. For the first time in the country's history, temperatures touched 40 degrees Celsius. Roads are melting and power cuts are rising as UK swelters in the heat. Even runways were impacted by the heat, forcing several aircrafts to divert. An 8-day-long heat wave in Spain has triggered massive wildfires. Passengers in a train watched in horror as a wildfire tore through vegetation near the track in the northwestern province of Zamora. The train was traveling between Madrid and Ferrol but was forced to halt due to the wildfire. Paris is also sweltering in unusually high temperatures. For the second day in a row, temperatures soared above 37 degrees Celsius. Experts
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. We're getting some updates now coming in, and this is coming in from Karnataka's Udupi now, where we're understanding an ambulance carrying a patient and 2 attendants lost control and crashed into a toll booth in Karnataka's Udupi district today, unfortunately killing all the 3 and even injuring a toll attendant. Look at the visuals that we're putting out on our screens as well. So that was an ambulance. It had a patient, 2 attendants. The driver, I believe, lost control, crashed into a toll booth, which eventually resulted in the unfortunate death of all the 3 and injuring a toll attendant as well. My colleague Harish Upadhyay is now joining us with more details. Some very unfortunate news, Harish, they're coming in. 2 things that I want to understand. One, do we understand what really happened, what led to the driver losing control? And secondly, do we have an update as far as the health condition of the toll attendant who was injured?
Well, the toll attendant is said to be in a serious condition. The driver has managed to escape with minor injuries, is the initial report coming in. But if you look at the video closely, it's raining over there. As the ambulance is approaching the toll booth attendant tries to remove a barricade. That might have distracted the driver. He might have tried to slow down, fearing that he would ram into the toll attendant. And that's when he loses control and rams into the toll booth. And the rear door of the ambulance opens up and you see all 3 of them being flung out. This including the patient's wife and attendant, all 3 of them unfortunately succumbed to the injuries that they suffered. The toll booth employees is in a serious condition, but many of them are attributing this accident to the rain that happened and the speed at which this ambulance was approaching the toll booth. But perhaps in the next few hours, you will see the local police investigating it further on whether there was any negligence or whether it was sheer accident that happened because of the weather and the speed at which this was passing. Remember, this was ambulance carrying a patient from Honnawara to Kundapura, and this accident happened at the Shiru toll booth in Udupi.
Harish, thanks a lot for getting us that update. Let's also now get your wrap of all the other stories that we tracked right through the day. In a big relief for Alt News co-founder Mohammad Zubair, the Supreme Court has granted interim bail to him in all the cases. The Apex Court has also transferred all the cases that was filed by the UP Police to Delhi Police Special Cell. The Supreme Court has also rejected UP government's plea to stop Zubair from tweeting. The legal battle between Shinde camp and Uddhav camp continues in the Supreme Court. The court has also asked the Maharashtra Legislative Secretary to secure all records of the Assembly and said that some issues may go to a larger bench if required. The legal battle includes dispute over disqualification proceedings, the election of Speaker, recognition of the whip and the floor test. A woman sub-inspector of the Jharkhand police was mowed down during vehicle checking in Ranchi last night. The deceased cop has now been identified as Sandhya Topno. Ranchi SSP Kaushal Kishore said that she received information that a vehicle is transporting cattle. When she tried to stop, the driver ran over her. She was declared dead at the hospital.
यही वाहन चेकिंग के दौरान वहां पर महिला दारोगा को रोंदते हुए चला गया और इस गाड़ी में पशु जो था उसकी तस्करी की जा रही थी। बता दें साहिबगंज की ओर से फरार होकर चालक यहां तक पहुंचा था, शहर के अंदर एंट्री लेने की कोशिश कर रही थी। उसी बीच वाहन चेकिंग के दौरान जब 2018 बैच की महिला दारोगा संध्या टोपनो ने उसे रोकने की कोशिश की तो गाड़ी चालक ने उनके ऊपर रोंदते हुए गाड़ी आगे बढ़ा दी।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi virtually interacted with the Indian contingent bound for the Commonwealth Games starting from the 28th of July. The interaction was attended by both athletes as well as their coaches. The Prime Minister urged the athletes to forget expectations and only focus on giving their best at the Commonwealth Games.
आने वाले 10-15 दिन भारत के खिलाड़ियों के पास अपना दमखम दिखाने का, दुनिया पर छा जाने का एक बहुत बड़ा सुनहरा अवसर है। मैं देश के प्रत्येक खिलाड़ी को बहुत-बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
Former Olympics athlete and one of India's most celebrated sportsperson in India, P.T. Usha took oath as a member of Rajya Sabha today. P.T. Usha is one of the 4 noted personalities to have been nominated by the government to the upper house, with music maestro Ilaiyaraaja, film director and screenwriter K.V. Vijayendra Prasad and philanthropist P.V. Hegde. In a big jolt to the Indian athletics contingent, top sprinter S. Dhanalakshmi has been ruled out of the upcoming Commonwealth Games. This after failing a dope test. Not just her, national record holder Aishwarya Babu has also tested positive for a banned substance. Both the athletes have been handed provisional suspension as well. A Go Air flight was diverted to Jaipur after its windshield cracked mid-air earlier today. The flight took off from Delhi. It was on its way to Guwahati. However, soon after the takeoff, the pilots found a windshield had cracked. DGC officials said the windshield of the flight cracked mid-air and due to bad weather, the aircraft did not return to Delhi. It was then eventually diverted safely to Jaipur. Heavy rains lashed Delhi and its joining areas, inundating low-lying areas, causing waterlogging on the roads and affecting traffic movement. At least 7 flights were diverted and over 40 flights were delayed at the Delhi airport due to heavy rains. Meanwhile, the Met Department has warned of high-intensity rainfall in the national capital for the next few days and has also issued a yellow alert for the same.
Large parts of Delhi and NCR region, the Met Department has issued a yellow alert for the region. Areas like Delhi, Noida, Faridabad, Gurgaon are on yellow alert. We are here at one such Delhi road and you can see this South Avenue road has been waterlogged. Traffic has also been affected. The forecast has been issued for the parts of the national capital region and the Met Department has also said that rains could continue in parts of Delhi. The Met Department warning on the impact of heavy rain points to possibility of waterlogging and it has issued suggestions to the travelers and to the commuters to check before leaving the house.
The Sri Lankan Parliament has voted Ranil Wickremesinghe as the next president of the country. He won 134 votes of the total 219. Wickremesinghe was backed by a section of the ruling party that has a total of 145 seats as of the last parliamentary election in 2020. After the presidential poll results, there have been fierce resistance and protests on the street against Wickremesinghe's presidency. Many fear he will protect the powerful Rajapakshas from being held accountable and would not have instigated the systematic change being demanded by the protesters. Kumuddini Home School Pipes and Drums Band from Kalimpong represented India at the Basel Tattoo Festival in Switzerland. The group of around 20 students has created history by being the only school band from India in this international program. The Basel Tattoo is considered to be one of the biggest military music festivals around the world. And in Seen Unseen today, as the entire world awaits for the new Prime Minister of United Kingdom, here's Boris Johnson's final parliamentary appearance with a round of applause from his party, cheers from opponents, and also a very interesting sign-off. We're leaving you with this. Thanks a lot for watching.
Thank all the wonderful staff of the House of Commons. I want to thank all my friends and colleagues. I want to thank my rival friend opposite, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank everybody here, and hasta la vista, baby. Hasta la vista, baby. Hasta la vista, baby. Thank you.
Very shameful for a chief minister. A person sit in the chair of chief minister, he should not pass such like irresponsible comment.
You can't violate the provisions of National Flags Act.
Namaste and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. This midweek, as we are celebrating 75 years of our independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi has termed it. I ask you a question, ladies and gentlemen. What does the tricolour mean to you? Is it just a piece of cloth, an emblem which says, oh, this is what our country is and this is our country's tricolour? Is it something that you would put on your car stand, hang outside your house, or then salute on Republic Day and Independence Day? Or is it something that symbolizes the very existence of us as India, the existence for which lakhs of people have given their life? It is for this tricolour that our athletes strive on a global stage. It is for this tricolour that our soldiers stand there bearing their chest in front of the enemy, guarding our borders. It is for this very tricolour that our existence should be dedicated to. This tricolour symbolizes Bharat. So is it a fad 2 days in a year? Or does this symbolize who we are? India, Indians. Think of what the tricolour means for you. Are you embarrassed to say Bharat Mata Ki Jai or salute the tricolour whenever you see it? Are you embarrassed to put it right outside your house and saying, why should I put a tricolour outside my house? Are you embarrassed, or do you just take it off? Ho gaya na, Independence Day, nikal dete hain. Is that the attitude you have to this tricolour? Or does that mean more to you and me? So, when the Chief Minister of a state turns around and says, a state that is riddled with this issue of indigenous people versus illegals, those who are forcing themselves into that territory and who have come there from foreign nations, whatever be the condition, and if he turns around and says, you may apply for a registry of citizenship, but hoist the tricolour, and that's where I'll know what this country means to you. Is that Rajniti, or is that a perfectly rational, even if it is Rajniti, right statement? Has Himanta Biswa Sarma taken the right stand when he says Har Ghar Tiranga? Why should it be only Jammu and Kashmir? Why should it be only Assam? Why shouldn't be every household which proudly
whenever they feel like and how long ever they feel like, they will display the Tiranga because we are all proud to be Indian. Think about this as we debate this issue, because the opposition believes this is an overkill, this is too much. We get into all of that. But this is what Himanta Biswa Sarma has turned around and said in the Har Ghar Tiranga program in Assam. Again, a border state, ladies and gentlemen, which is riddled with the trouble of illegals trying to occupy and also threaten the indigenous population. 80 lakh tricolors across Assam between the 13th and the 15th of August. Houses, offices, schools to hoist the national flag. And he's saying put it out in every home. A celebration marking 75 years of independence. And 20 crore tricolors to be hoisted across India. 100 crore plus people to participate in a pan-India campaign. Why is that number 100 crore plus? Doesn't that rankle? Why isn't that number exactly 140 crore or 1.4 billion? Why should it be 20 crore households? Why shouldn't it be more? Why shouldn't it be each and every household in our country? Let's dive into this Indians versus illegals debate. And will this Tiranga determine, especially in states which are riddled with the problem of illegals, as to who truly think this is India and this is my country, and who believe that I am here because I can live off it. The parasite mentality. Let's dive into the Har Ghar Tiranga debate with Aparajita Sarangi, Lok Sabha MP, national spokesperson of the BJP, Amna Begum Ansari, policy analyst, and Sujata Paul, leader of the Congress. So this is Mahila Shakti on display today. So that's a very proud moment for me here this evening. It's happened by coincidence, but I'm very, very happy about it. Ladies, namaste. And let me ask you, Aparajita ji, first up. I have a problem with this program. Then why is it only between 13th and 15th of August? Why isn't that we make the Tiranga integral to our thought process? Why is it that only 100 crore people, not 1.4 billion? Why is it the aim it is 20 crore households and not each and every household in India?
A very good evening.
Don't worry,
very
I'll
glad that you
unmute it.
put forth these questions. Now, definitely these questions are in line with the fact that this is a wonderful idea of the central government. In pursuance of this decision of the central government, that there would be 20 crore flags that would be coming atop so many number of households in the country, and that would be involving about 100 crore people. The Chief Minister of Assam gave a clarion call to the people of Assam to hoist 80 lakh flags within his state. Now, I think here is a Chief Minister who needs to be complimented, who deserves a patting on the back. And of course, I would say that this idea of the central government is to inculcate a sense of patriotism in the minds and the hearts of hundreds and thousands of people living within India, right? And we talk of unity in diversity, and I'm sure our tricolor is a flag of pride. Our tricolor is a unifying factor. We talk of Ek Bharat, Shresth Bharat. And that is why we want to have this Har Ghar Tiranga as part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav between August 13 and 15. But yes, it's a very valid question that you put. Why not 365 days a year? But I think the central government needs to be complimented for having started this. And we would definitely like this not to be limited to 3 days, but yes, it should be going up to
But let me ask you, Aparajita ji, be it in Assam or anywhere else, if I don't put the Tiranga outside my house, am I less Indian? Or is he trying to say कि सिर्फ कागज से इंडियन होना जरूरी नहीं है, दिल से इंडियन रहो? But दिल से इंडियन के लिए तिरंगा लगाना भी तो जरूरी नहीं है ना, अपराजिता जी?
So the fact remains that there has to be some unifying factor. You know, why do we worship? Why do we join our hands? Why do we offer arati? You know, we sit in a puja room. Why so? We can always say that God is within us, so, you know, I'll not go to the temple. Temple is a symbol of our faith. Astha ka kendra hota hai. So if we look at a tricolor, if we look at this flag of pride, I think there'll be some kind of inculcation of the idea of patriotism. And when we talk of Rashtravad, I think there is nothing wrong. I think the central government needs to be complimented. And I must say There would be people from the opposition who would call it all politics, Rajniti, but I can say that this is the best form of Rashtrniti. There is no Rajniti here, and this is just a start. You know, I recall 2-3 words from the Bible. Oh Lord, I do not want to see the distant scene. One step is enough for me. So for 3 days, let it happen. And I'm sure people would love it. This is a wonderful idea of the central government, and I'm sure it would be.
Or is the issue, we've just lost Sujata Paul there, but Amna Begum Ansari, is the issue unique to Assam? So if you're looking at Jammu and Kashmir, now the LG there for particular reasons, because after the abrogation of 370, this is the first time कि सब कुछ खुला हुआ है after you know, COVID, 2.5 years of COVID, and you can celebrate. So let's celebrate and let's put the tricolor, especially in a place where there was a lot of algawad or separatism and secessionism. So the narrative, it's a narrative changing aspect. There is a reason for that. Assam mein, it's always been the fight between indigenous and illegals. There are so many who have come and made Assam their home because they want to be, they're living off that place like parasites. Do they really consider Assam and India as their country, or are they living there just because yahan par mera khana pina hota hai aur I can live off this land? So there is that difference. How do you see this?
I don't think this, I get it that Assam has a specific problem of illegal immigrants, but I don't think this is the problem related to only Assam. I think this mindset of Algawadi do exist in entire India, and these are the people who have so much problem whenever we talk about our respecting our symbol, national symbol or hoisting flag, and these are the also people who do all kind of apologia. If you see, there are elements who you know, who hoist Pakistani flag, or even go one step ahead and praises Pakistan via any kind of songs and other stuff. And when states take any kind of action, or if people start talking about it, ki why people are celebrating Pakistan over India, so these people try to bring all kind of apologia and call us like backward. हो तुम्हें क्यों ज़रूरत है, तुम्हें क्या problem है अगर कोई पाकिस्तान को celebrate कर रहा है even over the India. So I think this mindset does not only belong to specific places. This is the mindset, and this prevalent all across the India, and we have to fight that mindset. And there is nothing wrong to, you know, talk about patriotism, to talk about respecting our flags. In fact, I would say that we are, as a nation, we are a very diverse country. So what keep us together? Our national identity. So we should even promote it, because this thing will bring us together as an Indian.
Yeah. So the concept of one nation, of one nation which needs to be drilled upon, that this flag stands for all of us. See, what happens is, Sujata Paul, somewhere,
exactly.
And I'm going beyond Himanta Biswa Sharma. Please make your criticism, but the point I'm trying to make is, if you see Football World Cup, you know, when I get older, I will be stronger, raise your flag. Now that raise your flag became an iconic song, because for nations, they all came together when the flag, you see the flag. Sachin Tendulkar says, I play for India, and it is there on his helmet. For every player and every athlete, that flag matters. You know, stand up, not just the anthem. What is your dream? Not just winning the gold. I want to get to the top of the podium because I want to see the tricolor go up and the national anthem playing. That's the unifying force that the tricolor symbolizes, or any nation's flag symbolizes. So why should there be an opposing voice? You don't need to oppose everything. Some things you can actually take away the Rajniti out of it, saying, oh, wonderful idea. What Congress has always proposed, you have kindly we are trying to go and implement. Go ahead, please do it.
Yeah, and because I will oppose, you will not let me speak.
No, please speak. Like I said, please speak. Go ahead. I will not interrupt you. Go ahead.
So you know, my point is that as far as the Tiranga is concerned, that feeling of patriotism must come from within. It has always done so. Whenever the national anthem plays, everybody in every home, I'm sure, stands up and is at attention. But I would like to remind you that Mr. Himanta Biswa Sharma has got a little mixed up, it seems. He's definitely got this, his DNA of the Congress party, which has remained in him. That is what is making him talk about the Tiranga. But the manner in which he is talking about the Tiranga, that if you do not have the Tiranga, atop your homes, then you will not be patriotic. That is the problem that we have, because it is the Bharatiya Janata Party's RSS, which on, when in the Lahore session of January 26, 1930, it was said that we would unfurl the national flag on every house on January 26, 1930. Every house. At that time, Sir Sangchalak Hedgewar said, no, you will unfurl the saffron flag because that is ours. And I would like to quote to you from the organizer of July 17, 1947. We do not at all agree that flag should be acceptable to all parties and communities in India. This is sheer nonsense. The flag represents the nation, and there is only one nation in Hindustan, the Hindu nation, with an unbroken history extended over 5,000 years. Then on August 14, 1947, in the organizer, they said the people who have come to power by the kick of fate may give in our hands the tricolor, but it will never be respected and owned by Hindus. The word three is in itself an evil, and a flag having three colors will certainly produce a very bad psychological effect and is injurious to a country, unquote, and so on and so forth.
So, but what is the
and
context?
For 52 years,
No,
and for 52 years, I'm coming to that.
Yeah.
And for 52 years, they did not have the national flag atop the headquarters of the RSS. But now,
but what is the context? So you've read out the aspects, but explain the context. No.
Yes.
Explain
now
the context.
The thing is,
what was the context?
I started by saying that Mr. Himanta Biswa Sharma has
No, not the Himanta Biswa Sharma aspect. 1 minute, you've gone into history. I tell you what, this is the problem. This is the problem, Aparajita ji. You were talking about the present. You waked up the. 1 minute. 1 minute. Forcing people, that's the current day argument, and I'll come back to you for that. But when you go into history, ma'am, this is the issue. When you selectively quote history without giving the entire context, that's when you're trying to set a false narrative. The whole argument was, what will be the flag of Hindustan? If a nation is being divided on the grounds of religion, the argument at that point in time, I'm not saying that argument stands today, I'm saying the argument at that time when you said 1930, 1941 and 1947, the argument was that if you are going to divide a nation on Hindustan and Pakistan, then the nation's flag will not have the colors of this country will be Bhagwa. Because that is how you are partitioning this country, on the grounds of Hindu and Muslim. And that's why the argument and the opposition was that the flag of this country should have been saffron. And till the very last moment, the flag of this country was to be saffron. It was thereafter when they decided that India will continue to retain, despite it being partitioned on the grounds of religion, it will continue to retain a Sarva Dharma Sambhav ethos. And when Muslims decided that they don't want to go to Pakistan and they want to stay back in India, the argument came through that there will be the three colors which will symbolize, even though, ma'am, the three colors do not stand for the religion. They do not. Saffron is not for Hindus, green is not for Muslims, and white is not for Buddhists or for Christianity. It's not. The chakra also does not symbolize Buddhism as far as the Ashok chakra is concerned. What it stands for is for prosperity, is for knowledge, is for peace. That's what these colors stand for, and the description of the tricolor is. The argument at that time was saffron versus the tricolor, and that was an argument in those times. But today, no.
1948 to 2001.
No. 1 minute. No, why don't you ask the CPI? Have they ever flown the national flag in the CPI, in the communist, in the left offices? The left does not even recognize that, ma'am. So let's not digress. Let's not digress. The argument was what should be the flag of a nation that's being partitioned on the grounds of religion. So you've gone into past. So I put the context straight. Aparajita Sarangi. One minute. Aparajita Sarangi wants to come in. So this is where the argument of the Tiranga is. So now and then let me ask you, Sujata Paul, an entity like the RSS and its offshoot, the BJP, which you say rejected the tricolor for 52 years, today is saying hoist the tricolor. That means they have accepted. You should celebrate it. Welcome the RSS and say, oh, along with the RSS, we also separate because you are saying, why put the flag? You are turning around and you are saying Congress championed the tricolor, and today you are saying, why should we put the tricolor? You तो पूरा ही घूम गया. Aparajita Sarangi on the history aspect, and then I'll go back to Sujata Paul on the current day aspect where she's saying you cannot force it, it has to be a choice. Yes. Aparajita Sarangi.
See, it's a wonderful idea of the central government, and I think all of us need to appreciate. But the fact remains that two words, appreciation and approbation, are not in the dictionary of opposition parties like the Congress. They have to criticize because it is in their job chart. The fact remains that it is a wonderful step, and it is to inculcate the idea of patriotism in the minds of 135 or 140 crore Indians. And we have to agree that all these Indians belong to different color, caste, creeds, and they have different faiths. So at this juncture, we need some unifying symbols. And I can always say that this flag of pride, I love to call it a flag of pride. This Tiranga is definitely a unifying factor. So let us see the good sometimes in the actions of the government.
To prove their patriotism. Every Indian is a
do
patriot.
not prove yourself to be negative all the time. You are not actually because you want to force everybody
before
the people of the country.
This is a free
Learn to be positive.
Of course, it is a free country.
You are
And on the day that we are celebrating our freedom, Himanta Biswa Sarma is only saying proudly raise your flag, especially to those people, who 2 years ago, Amna Begum Ansari said कागज नहीं बनवाएंगे, कागज नहीं दिखाएंगे. आज कागज बनवाने जा रहे हैं तो कह रहे हैं कि कागज बनवाने से ज्यादा तुम पहले तिरंगा ले रहो, दिल में हिंदुस्तान बसाओ, उसके बाद कागज बनाओ. That's what Himanta Biswa Sarma is saying. इसमें क्या गलत है? What's wrong in that?
Sadly, the argument sounds like this is the fight of ego. The spokesperson of Congress is making a point. Basically, she has all the rights.
Aparajita ji, if you would yield, I'll get Amna Begum Ansari and then I'll come to you, Aparajita ji. Let's not speak over each other. Amna Begum Ansari, then Aparajita Sarangi, and then Sujata Paul.
It sounds like a fight of ego. It sounds like we have all the authority over the patriotism and nationalism. How dare the other party who came into the power with such a huge mandate, we can teach us the patriotism. I think this is the problem. I think this is the problem. I'm sorry, ma'am, if you follow the BJP's history, madam, if you follow the BJP's history, they never ever oppose Congress whenever it comes to the patriotism. Please follow some history. Please follow some history. They have been always supporting the abrogation of 370. This is nothing new. Their nationalism is nothing new. Please, ma'am, there could be a lot of things you can criticize, but BJP's ideology over the nationalism and patriotism was always very clear. Okay, and this is your ego fight, the same fight. Let me give you one example. Please let me speak. Please let me speak. Please let me speak. Please let me speak. Let me speak. Don't shout. Let me speak. Let me make my point. Why are you so afraid? Why are you so afraid? Let me speak. Why? You should be ashamed that you are against the patriotism. What kind of lady you are? You live in India and you are so anti-national. You live in India and you teach people not to have a patriotism. What kind of lady you are? You have the parasite mindset. You have the mindset of intolerance where you cannot listen to other women speaking up. You have the mindset who cannot tolerate decent. You have a mindset where you cannot let speak a Muslim woman who has her own mindset. Can you stop? Can you? Oh my God! Allow me to speak, madam. You can then refute me. Why are you so afraid? Why are you so afraid? Let me make my point logically. Then you can counter me. I don't understand this fear. I don't understand this fear. I am completely shocked that you are such a afraid and coward and parasite. I'm sorry, you can't even hear other people speaking. Please let me speak. Please let me speak. Let me speak. Let me speak. Let me make my point.
The point is, but the debate is not about Indian citizens.
Let me make my point.
The debate. Now, please stop. Sujata ji, enough of the heckling. I'm just saying the debate is not about Indians. The debate is about illegals who do not consider India as their country, but they are here to live off it as parasites. The fact is, and Assam is riddled with such people. The identification of such people is, that's why the separation and the registry of citizens has been mandated. And Assam has a separate case. I'm not even talking nationally. So if somebody turns around and says, "Agar tum कागज बनवा रहे हो उससे पहले दिल में हिंदुस्तान को बसाओ, दिल में हिंदुस्तान को बसाओ," symbolically, how am I going to tell you that you first hoist the flag in your house? It's as simple as that. Now, Sujata ji, one minute. Give Amna Begum Ansari a minute and then I'll come to you. Don't heckle her, please.
Example on this.
Yeah. Go ahead, Amna Begum.
I want to give you.
No, you also got personal. So I didn't intervene at that time. I'm going to request everybody. Let us please argue on facts and let us not get personal with each other. Ladies, please. I don't want to shout over you. Now let Amna Begum.
There is an example.
Yeah, Amna Begum Ansari.
Let me give you one example. JNU के अंदर, हाँ, मैं आपको एक बात बताती हूँ. JNU के अंदर.
अरे फिर, Sujata ji, I am respectfully telling you, you rebut later. Don't heckle her.
उन्होंने एक.
I will.
Please,
उन्होंने एक प्रोग्राम किया था जहाँ पे उन्होंने सेलिब्रेट किया था हमारे जवानों की मौत को. उस टाइम पर यही कांग्रेस की जो
let us speak. Aparajita ji, I don't want to take you off the screen. Sujata ji, sorry. Aparajita ji, I'm sorry. Sujata ji, I don't want to take you off the screen. Please stop heckling. One minute. Now Amna Begum Ansari, please speak. No, please. You close your ears. I will not mute your mic. I respect you. I request you not to heckle her. Okay, you close your ears if you don't want to hear her, but don't shout over her. Please don't shout over her.
Just give me 2 minutes. I was making a point कि JNU में जब लेफ्टिस्ट ने एक प्रोग्राम किया था जहाँ पे उन्होंने हमारे जवानों के मरने को सेलिब्रेट किया था, उसी टाइम पे कांग्रेस की जो यूथ विंग है NSUI, उन्होंने इसका अपोज किया था, FIR लिखवाया था. Now जब यही लेफ्टिस्ट जाते हैं आगे और यही लेफ्टिस्ट जब यही लेफ्टिस्ट अब एंटी नेशनल बात करते हैं तो समहाउ यही कांग्रेस जो है उनको सपोर्ट करती है जो इनसे कभी फाइट किया करती थी नेशनलिज्म पे. दिस इज सम वेरी प्रॉब्लमेटिक थिंग आई एम observing in Congress, and they should think is what happening that ground पे वो हार
Now Sujata ji, you are compelling me to mute you. Please don't heckle. Please don't become heckler in chief on this debate. Please don't do that. That's my job.
I just gave you one simple example how they have shifted their entire understanding of nationalism. That was just an example, and this is the reason they are losing the ground. This is the reason that an ordinary Indian citizen is right now not.
No. You see, the point is that she is so busy trying to cancel you out. She's not even hearing your argument. Had she heard what you had said, then she wouldn't have decided to cancel you out. No, that's what happens. No, that's what happened. No, 1 minute. I didn't say.
Everybody is patriotic.
No. You cannot blanket decide who's patriotic, who's not.
So she will not decide
Nobody can. No. 1 minute. What she's trying to say.
What is she dividing people into this and that?
No, she didn't say divide into this and that. What she's saying is that it was a Congress leader. Arey, you didn't hear her. It was a Congress leader who opposed those who were trying to celebrate the death of our soldiers, saying this is disrespect to the national flag and to the country. And the same Congress today is not trying to. Should have been the first to propose. They should have the first to tell Hemanta Biswa Sharma hoist the flag everywhere. Now 1 minute. Let me go back to Aparajita Sarangi and ask. Now, how is somebody who's decided to live off this country, Aparajita Sarangi, somebody who's decided that they're going to come in here, they're going to encroach into this space, live in this country as illegals, get furgy papers done, and they're ready to get kagas made. What is the big deal for them to put a flag in their house? घर के बाहर वो भी लगा देंगे. नाम बदल दिया, अपने आप को फेक आइडेंटिटी बना दिया, वो घर के बाहर वो भी लगा देगा. उसको क्या फर्क पड़ता है?
लीगल हो जाएंगे सर.
हाँ, वही तो, उससे लीगल हो जाएंगे. हाँ ना, करेक्ट, वही मैं पूछ रहा हूँ. अब उनको जवाब देने दीजिए. मेरा भी सवाल वही है. या अपराजिता जी.
It's a very good observation. I heard the Congress spokesperson. I can only say that, too much of sound and fury signifying nothing. And after listening to her, I can say with conviction that since she represents the Congress party, it seems Congress is anti-national. Congress doesn't love the country. Anybody who would love the country would support Har Ghar Tiranga scheme. Right. And whosoever is within the country,
she doesn't speak over you.
should actually hoist the national flag. And I'm sure this is an
I will give you a chance. If you stop heckling, I'll give you a chance. Otherwise, I'm not, ma'am. Yeah. Yes,
the
Aparajita,
idea
please.
of patriotism, right? Yeah. I mean, if she has to stop shouting for nothing, meaningless shouting. The point is that anybody who is staying within the country, whosoever he or she is, should actually be persuaded, rather I would use this word persuasion, to have this symbol of patriotism atop the house, because you know, slowly and gradually it would be inculcating the idea of patriotism. हम राष्ट्रवाद की बात करते हैं, हम राष्ट्र नीति की बात करते हैं, हम एक भारत और श्रेष्ठ भारत की बात करते हैं.
Right. Now I have the final 30 seconds. I'm already 3 minutes over on this debate. We've got a big story coming up. But Sujata ji, I'll give you those 30 seconds.
You
so
know,
please,
I want
make
to
your
know
point.
that अगर हम किसी को जबरदस्ती लगवाएंगे, कोई टेररिस्ट अगर हमारे बीच में घूम रहा होगा, अपने घर पे लगा देगा, तो क्या वो will he start becoming a patriot of our country? One. Secondly, Miss Sarangi should remember that हमने आपको शो ऑफ करने के लिए तो मजबूर कर ही दिया ना भाजपाइयों को कि आप भी पेट्रियट्स हैं. लेकिन तीसरी बात सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है कि अगर आप जबरदस्ती करके लोगों से झंडे लगवाएंगे तो झंडे का कितना सम्मान कहाँ कौन करेगा, इसका भी प्रबंध आप लोग कर लीजिए, क्योंकि झंडे का अपमान कांग्रेस.
Have your arguments backed by facts.
There is no coercion. There is no coercion. Everywhere it is. There is no coercion. There is a suggestion and there is persuasion and there is a reason to try and incline somebody towards going ahead and raising the flag and raising the national flag and hoisting the tricolor. My point is, हर घर तिरंगा होना चाहिए. जो घर में जो the people who say that no, I will not keep the tiranga, I have a problem with it. We need to ask them. Either they don't buy into the idea of India, or they are excised, or and especially in border states. I'm not saying across the country, but Assam and J&K make a very, very strong case for the same because of the issue of illegals there. That's where it is. Thank you, ladies. Great having an all-ladies panel and a fiery debate. We've run overrun on the debate too, ladies and gentlemen. But the next one isn't a debate. It's a story. It's a story of crime and gangs, and it's shocking. A 4.5 hour plus encounter to nab 2 gangsters prime accused in the shooting and the killing of singer Sidhu Moosewala. A farmhouse in Hoshiarnagar, an agriculture village near the Pakistan border in Attari, turned into an action-packed encounter. Fierce gun battle ensued between the Punjab police and the key accused in Sidhu Moosewala's killing. Eventually, the 2 gangsters, Manpreet, alias Mannu, and Jagroop, alias Roopa, both of them were neutralized. But since the 29th of May till today, the 20th of July, they were in Punjab, roaming around. Here are the details.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala, Jagroop Singh Roopa and Manpreet Singh Mannu for weeks now. Roopa and Mannu were among 3 of Moosewala's killers still on the run. This CCTV grab of the 2 on a bike in Moga on the 21st of June had raised concerns on their presence in Punjab. The third man, Deepak Mundi, has still not been traced. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Roopa and Mannu, a massive police force was rushed into village Bhakna as reports of the 2 killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Roopa being killed.
ये टीम हैगी है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ किस तरीके पुलिस ने मुकाबला किया, वो टीम जिहड़ी हैगी है उस टीम के जांबाज जिहड़े हैगे है, जिन्हां जांबाजां ने इन्हां शार्प शूटर्स नूं उन्हां दे अंजाम तक पहुंचाया है।
पंजाब पुलिस ने इन्हां नूं वार्न कीता, इन्हूं सर्विस करन वास्ते भी आख्या, पर इन्हां ने लगातार पुलिस टीमां ते फायरिंग की। साढ़े कहने के बावजूद उन्होंने सरेंडर नहीं किया। अल्टीमेटली क्रॉस फायर हैवी एक्सचेंज ऑफ फायर दे विच इन ये दोनों गैंगस्टर जिहड़े हैगे इन्हां दी मौत है।
The encounter in which the gangsters were felled was not without damage on the police side too. 3 cops were injured. A news channel's camera person got a bullet in his right leg. A gruesome chapter in a prolonged saga that the Moosewala murder has turned into, with threads extending from prison to forces orchestrating gang wars in India from across Punjab, Canada and possibly other nations too.
And big news, a fresh video has now come in. We've accessed the video after the 2 terrorists were neutralized. And you can see both of them at the encounter site. This is a video of the encounter spot, and this has been accessed by CNN News 18. It shows both the killers as slain by the cops. Now, as we see this, the pictures coming in right outside the house, and there you go. That is many believe is Manpreet Mannu, with whom you can find the AK-47 lying, and that's the AK-47 rifle. We've had to sanitize the pictures a little because they're quite gory and they're quite disturbing. So we are using a certain level of discretion. And the other person lying outside, who was actually neutralized by one of the cops from the task force who shot him down, was Jagroopa. Jagroopa was the first to be slain down, and he was outside, but it was Manpreet who was using a small loft atop the roof who was involved in the maximum amount of firing. That's Manpreet there on your screen, and sitting there in that corner, this corner. This is the picture that was released. The still picture was released earlier, and you can see the AK-47 lying behind him. Now, interestingly, with Manpreet alias Mannu, the fact is that as per the interrogation of some of the accused, what they have turned around and said is the first person to fire at Sidhu Moosewala's vehicle and at Sidhu Moosewala with the AK-47 was this man. Very, very highly trained, that's Jagroopa here, but this guy who's sitting there, who's in a sitting position, who's been neutralized, who's been shot dead. Now, what we're given to understand is externally with the snipers of the Punjab police shot down Jagroopa, who's lying outside. The inside, Manpreet was with a forced entry into the home by the cops, and then they shot him down. They neutralized him. So he is the one who first shot, the one with the, this is the one, this is Manpreet. And he's the one who fired at Sidhu Moosewala. And this person, this is Jagroopa, the other one who was also with Manpreet at that time. Both of them were given to understand highly trained, but more importantly, it was Manpreet who had a certain level of ability with automatic weapons or high-end weapons. Now, News 18 team has been on the ground, and we've got you. We're the only channel and network who are on the ground through the day while the encounter was on, and with the minute-to-minute information. Here's Rajiv, my colleague, getting us this detail or this run-through from the scene of the encounter.
ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਸਰ ਦੇ ਹੁਸ਼ਿਆਰਨਗਰ ਪਿੰਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਐਨਕਾਊਂਟਰ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਿਆ। ਤਾਜ਼ਾ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਸ ਖੇਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਘਰ ਸੀ, ਜਿਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਮੌਜੂਦ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਇਸ ਐਨਕਾਊਂਟਰ ਦੇ ਖਤਮ ਹੋਣ ਦਾ ਇਸ਼ਾਰਾ ਇਹ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਆਸ-ਪਾਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੱਕੀ ਦੇ ਖੇਤ ਸੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਵਾਨ ਜਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸ਼ੂਟਰ ਨੇ ਜਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਇਸ ਐਨਕਾਊਂਟਰ ਦਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਸੀ, ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਹੌਲੀ-ਹੌਲੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਖੇਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਵੀ ਬਾਹਰ ਆ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਨੇ। ਦੂਸਰੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਉਸ ਘਰ ਦੀ ਛੱਤ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਜਵਾਨ, ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਮਾਂਡੋ ਨੇ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਸਵੈ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੰਬੰਧਿਤ ਕਮਾਂਡੋ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਉਸ ਘਰ ਦੀ ਛੱਤ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਦੂਸਰੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਔਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਉੱਪਰੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਕਮਾਂਡੋ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਬਾਕੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਸ਼ਾਰਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਪਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੰਪਲੀਟ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ, ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੁਣ ਉਸ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਸਾਰੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੱਖ-ਵੱਖ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੀਡ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀ ਜਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਵਾਨ ਇਸ ਪੂਰੇ ਆਪਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਹੁਣ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਦਾਖਲ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਦੂਸਰੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਉਸ ਘਰ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਜਵਾਨ ਮੌਜੂਦ ਨੇ, ਬੁਲਟ ਪ੍ਰੂਫ ਜੈਕਟਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਾਈਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਨੇ, ਔਰ ਹੁਣ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਉਸ ਘਰ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਵੱਧ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਹਿਮ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਈ ਘੰਟੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਨਕਾਊਂਟਰ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਿਆ ਹੈ।
So here are some of the big questions, and let's quickly go through big questions and some of the takeaways that we see out of this saga, this Moosewala murder saga that's exposed threadbare the extent of gangs in Punjab. Where were Roopa and Mannu hiding since the 21st of June when last seen on CCTV? But more importantly, since the 29th of May when they executed the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. Nearly 2 months they've been hiding all across in Punjab. Who gave them shelter? Where did the killers get arms and ammunition from? That's another big question that stands out. Of course, the other aspect is just 10 kilometers from Pakistan border. Isn't that a big food for thought? What were their intentions? Why were they in these border areas? 3 arrested, 2 killed, 1 absconding. How many more killers? Nearly 2 months on, police unable to nab all those involved in the Moosewala murder. And police enabled also Moosewala murder, multiple threats. How deep does this run and how big is the extent of gangs and their involvement in Punjab? Now, let's look at some of the big takeaways very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, that this Moosewala murder fiasco and this entire aspect, that the killing is part of a global gang war conspiracy which has clear links to Canada. And the extent and the spread is shocking. The connects are shocking. Spotlight on link between music industry and, of course, cross-border criminal networks and their ulterior agenda. Are they soft peddling separatism, using the music industry and also pushing up the number of gangs and drugs? Gangsters even behind bars operating with with impunity in the case of Lawrence Bishnoi. Artists regularly threatened, extortion calls seldom reported because they all live in fear, and they're also pushing this entire gangster culture. Proper security audits needed to have been done before the withdrawal of security, and it should not have been highly publicized, because the day after the security cover was removed, we have that conversation where Goldie Barar is telling Fauji that is go up Mardo. We take a very short break. When we come back, the spotlight turns towards, it's down to 2 in the race to become the next British Prime Minister, and Rishi Sunak is still in the mix. Stay with us.
The second autopsy of a 17-year-old student who was found dead in a hostel in Tamil Nadu's Kallakurchi has been completed. The Supreme Court had turned down a request from the girl's parents to give them a doctor of their choice for the post-mortem. Meanwhile, Kallakurchi SP has been transferred just days after violent protests over the girl's death. The Aam Aadmi Party claims that the recruitment application form for the Indian Army asks for caste and religion certificates. The party stated that this was being done for the first time in history, but the centre pointed out that this system has always existed since the British times.
मैं यह स्पष्ट कर देना चाहता हूं कि यह पूरी तरह से अफवाह है। जो पहले व्यवस्था थी, माने आजादी के पहले से वही व्यवस्था अब तक जो है चली आ रही है, उसमें कहीं पर कोई परिवर्तन नहीं हुआ है।
The Indian Air Force is all set to get a big boost. 6 squadrons of the light combat aircraft will be inducted very soon. In fact, the order is for 4 squadrons of the LCA, the Mark 1A, which have already been placed. 7 squadrons of the advanced medium combat aircraft will soon be out as well. 114 multi-role fighter aircraft will be inducted as well. Inducting the aircraft only under Make in India program, which of course will be a boost for local manufacturing. Rescue and relief work is on in full swing in flood-hit Maharashtra.
In Chandrapur, teams of the NDRF and SDRF waded through waist-deep water to try and reach stranded residents. Boats were also brought out for the rescue operations as Chandrapur remained inundated. In order to evacuate people safely, NDRF and SDRF personnel used loudspeakers to try and give residents a heads up. That's when people came out of their flooded homes and gathered in one designated place. With rivers in Wardha and Spate, several dam gates were opened to release excess water. But several people ended up getting trapped in the fast-flowing water. That's when SDRF personnel jumped in and carried out a dramatic rescue operation.
It's another setback for Uddhav Thackeray after Shiv Sena's 12 MPs joined the Eknath Shinde camp. Rahul Shivale has been appointed as the leader of the Shiv Sena in the Lok Sabha. A new chief whip has also been appointed. These MPs have decided to back the NDA's vice presidential candidate Jagdeep Dhankar in the upcoming elections. Former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the phone tapping case. The arrest comes after he was grilled by the agency for over 3 hours on the illegal phone tapping of NSC personnel. This was allegedly done between 2009 and 2017. Several countries in Europe are in the grip of a severe heat wave, with Britain touching its record temperatures today.
One of the worst hit is United Kingdom. For the first time in the country's history, temperatures touched 40 degrees Celsius. Roads are melting and power cuts are rising as UK swelters in the heat. Even runways were impacted by the heat, forcing several aircrafts to divert. An 8-day-long heat wave in Spain has triggered massive wildfires. Passengers in a train watched in horror as a wildfire tore through vegetation near the track in the northwestern province of Zamora. The train was traveling between Madrid and Ferrol but was forced to halt due to the wildfire. Paris is also sweltering in unusually high temperatures. For the second day in a row, temperatures soared above 37 degrees Celsius. Experts say the early heat wave is a sign of what's to come as climate change takes a toll.
Former UK Finance Minister Rishi Sunak has won the latest round of voting to replace British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Sunak has increased his tally from yesterday, bringing him even closer to being one of the top 2 candidates who will go head-to-head to be elected as the new Conservative Party leader and the Prime Minister of Britain. So let's take a look at where things stand today after the 4th round of voting. Rishi Sunak has got 118 votes. Remember, you need 120 to go through into the final 2 face-off. Penny Mordaunt, who used to be also a minister in the Boris Johnson cabinet, she got 92 votes. She's consistently been coming number 2. But the big surprise and the big climber has been Liz Truss, who was the foreign secretary in Boris Johnson's government. She's jumped up to 86 votes. Kemi Badenoch, who also used to be the Equalities Minister, she has now opted out of this contest after she finished number 4. So the contest tomorrow is going to be between these 3, between Sunak, Mordaunt and Liz Truss, and one of them, in fact 2 of them, will remain standing, who will go into the final clash that's going to happen later on. Meanwhile, let's move on here on Brass Tack Superfast to Sri Lanka, where the opposition leader Sajith Premadasa has withdrawn from the presidential race. Premadasa announced the decision on Twitter. He said that he was
Back on with big news coming in from the United Kingdom. It is Rishi Sunak versus Liz Truss in the race for who will be the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Penny Mordaunt knocked out in that vote. This was the final round today, the 5th round, and Rishi Sunak posted 137, so a big jump from 118 that he polled yesterday to 137. Liz Truss making that big jump from about 86 odd after round 4, going up to 113, and then beating or edging out Penny by 8 votes. Penny got 105. She went on from 92 to 105. Sanjay Suri is live outside Parliament. Wheels within wheels, lots of drama. And it was a contest that the UK will savour over the next 1 month, because they will both be wooing that entire Conservative Party membership of about 180,000. Sanjay.
Well, the really messy part of this is now beginning, because this is going to be, of course, as you correctly report, Rishi Sunak versus Liz Truss, but really it's a shadow contest between Rishi Sunak and Boris Johnson. It's he who has put Liz Truss up as his proxy candidate. It has been his claim that he was undone by a Westminster plot among the MPs, and that he commands the respect and support of members of the Conservative Party and of the country. But speaking of the Conservative Party, clearly it will be Boris Johnson's aim now to try and mobilize as much support for Truss as possible. His aim, of course, his thrust is as much support against Rishi Sunak as possible. And so within just 2 days from Friday, the Conservative Party hustings will begin, where each of the two candidates goes and meets members of the party in order to secure their vote.
True, and now it becomes a race to 180, doesn't it?
No, that's not a race to 180 because we have passed that. The stage has moved from voting among MPs now to voting among members of the party. So we had 358 members of the parliament from the Conservative Party. That stage is now over. We are now on the next stage, and that is going to be a postal ballot among about 160 to 180,000 members of the Conservative Party, simple card carrying members of the Conservative Party who will vote by post, and that vote will close on the 2nd of September, and we will have an announcement of the Prime Minister, who the Prime Minister is, on the 5th of September.
So anywhere between 80 to 90,000 votes. So it's not a race to 180, but it's a race to 80 to 90,000 votes. Sanjay Suri, stay on with us. I've just got two guests with us. Gentlemen, Pranab Bhanot is with us. He's a columnist and councillor, chairman of the Chigwell Parish Council. And I also have Pandit Satish K. Sharma ji back with us, chair of the British Board of Dharmic Scholars. Pandit Satish Sharma ji, this is what some Bhavishyavani you called it, and you last evening when we were speaking, you said that Rishi Sunak would actually fancy a straight fight with Liz Truss. And this is the shadow boxing. Sanjay Suri also said the same thing. So which way does Penny Mordaunt now swing? And of course, Kemi, who was knocked out, her support. How do you see this panning out over the course of the next month?
Well, it's going to be hopefully a more sensible and stable, traditional sort of a campaign across the country now. Just to have a drill down into the figures, the Conservative Party, there are, I think, 63% are male, 37% are female. That's going to be a significant factor. If Penny can reach out to them and connect with them, that will be a very major element in her favour. One really interesting statistic, though, is that 40% of the Conservative membership is over 65. 40% are over 65. And the middle ground, there is probably about 57% who are between 25 and 50. So that's the vast majority. And between them, we have one other really important statistic, and that's 76% are solid leavers. And so these, I think, are the three elements which are going to come into play. Whichever of the two candidates manages to draw that grid and ensure that they're consistently speaking to those layers will, I think, probably command a bit of a lead. But I'm picking up a slightly different sense from the Conservative grassroots, shall we say. At this moment in time, there's a great deal of dissatisfaction, discontent, and I'd even go as far as to say upset that the membership is only being allowed to have two candidates. A number of chairpersons from the regional Conservative parties have written directly to the chairman of the Conservative Party objecting and complaining that they feel they have not had a fair opportunity to express their opinion and to choose their candidate. So there are a lot of things in the mix. The last thing is probably worth considering is that 80% of the membership is within what's called the ABC1 category. So these are the core British white middle class, upper class voters who are going to decide what the future of the country is. And on the opposition grounds, lots and lots of people are going to start complaining that why should only 80,000 Tories, shall we say, select and determine the future of the country. But I must admit, I'm a little disappointed that they've taken that route. You have the rules of the game set out. Once the game is underway, you play by the rules until it's concluded one way or the other.
Correct.
So I think it would probably serve the Labour Party and certainly the left to settle back down and reflect on how they are going to meet and challenge this new Conservative Party with a new direction and vision.
Well, the opposition will make its noise, but the mandate still rests until the next election, rests with the Conservatives. They have an overwhelming majority and a mandate. So this was a fight within the Conservative Party. So their elected members will decide who their leaders will be, and their party members or their voters will decide who their leader will be. That's how the system should be. So there's no trying to change that just because the opposition wants so, or they believe that they want to throw in a mix. Before I go into Pranab Bhanot, just a quick check of the numbers, ladies and gentlemen. Quickly, let's look at the numbers. So here it is. Rishi Sunak has now surged to 137 votes. So very clear of that 120 number out of 358, which would have kept him very comfortable. In the evening, I remember telling Sanjay, is he going to breach the 130s? And that's what, he's in the high 130s. It's Penny Mordaunt who had actually slipped because Liz Truss played catch up. Sanjay had a very interesting take on that, so we'll go back to him on that. But this is how the numbers actually stack up right now. Now it's no longer these members of the British Parliament or 358 that matter. It's the voters of the Conservative Party, members, voting card holders of the membership card holders of the Conservative Party who matter. So let's take this question to Pranav Vanot and ask him. Pranav, are there wheels within wheels? Were there those who are perhaps Rishi Sunak supporters who wanted Penny out of the race because they would see a fair fight or a straight fight between Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak, because that works for them? And would you agree with Sanjay Surya, who's saying that this is shadow boxing? This is Boris Johnson versus Rishi Sunak that's actually playing out.
I know that there are many headlines about lending votes and trying to have what we call the black arts of politics, where votes are being lent and votes are being taken away to try and have this two-horse race between Sunak and Liz Truss. To be honest, I have seen no evidence of it. I think these are just headlines and the media making something of it. We'll never, I don't think, get to the bottom of what is actually happening behind the scenes as MPs go on to vote. It's very interesting you say that Liz Truss is Boris Johnson's, prodigy, as it were, against Rishi. I mean, one thing that has really come out in the various debates is actually people trying to keep somewhat at an arm's length from Boris Johnson and the Johnson kind of era. So it'll be interesting to see now when this all goes to the membership. There'll be all sorts of meetings happening across the country. I will probably go myself to one or two of them. How much engagement each of the candidates have with the word Boris Johnson, or are they going to try and just create a fresh perspective on it? I think the popular thing to do would be to almost see it with a clean slate, think about the future, try not to think too much about the Johnson era. I think Johnson did some great things, but unfortunately the past few months have made him slightly unpopular.
So how is ethnicity going to come into play here, Pranav? Do you see ethnic undertones coming into play? Because there are voices from the Liz Truss camp, and there is a concentrated campaign which is also being engineered against Rishi Sunak. So I'm asking you that before I bring Sanjay back in.
So, good question. I think what's really interesting, and I think some statistics have already been said, whilst Rishi Sunak has got 137 votes against Liz Truss's 113, actually, when the polling went out to the membership, Liz Truss is actually ahead of Rishi Sunak if there was going to be a vote tomorrow by about 20%. Now, the question is whether this is to do with ethnicity. I'm not sure. It may be, but nobody will come out to make that very clear. I think the key lines of fight are the economy, the view on taxation, the view on Brexit, the view on what happens in terms of trade deals going forward, and how we deal with this cost of living crisis that we have in the UK. So I personally would like to be optimistic and feel that actually the distinguishing factor between the two candidates is purely on policy, not on colour, race or ethnicity. But, human beings are human beings. People like to see people who look like them taking various roles. So I'm sure it will play some part, but I wouldn't think it will be overly vocal.
But if there's a vote tomorrow, Liz Truss has a 20% head up against Rishi Sunak. So Rishi Sunak has his task cut out among the Conservative Party voters. Would you agree, Sanjay? Sanjay, can you hear me?
I think it's
yes.
Satish.
Well, I quite agree that, and we would certainly like to believe that any color or race element would be minimal, but by its very nature, that is not something that ever can be quantified. Together with that, there's another factor that's again in the shadows that will never be visible, that you can't put your finger on, that cannot be quantified, which is the Boris Johnson factor. And of course, when we had the debates, Liz Truss refused to answer the question I put to all candidates, do you believe Boris Johnson is an honest man? She didn't say yes, he is. They were again asked whether any would give Boris Johnson a place in the cabinet. She didn't say she would. So quite clearly, she is keen publicly to distance herself. But we are looking at a situation that has in fact created this situation, which is the departure of Boris Johnson, which he says, and certainly he sees, as precipitated by Rishi Sunak's resignation. Not just that, that could have been a difference of policy. The Boris Johnson camp see this, that Rishi Sunak actually mocked him, didn't just leave him by referring to his policy as fairy tale, etc. And it was announced, in fact, in so many words by number 10 Downing Street's officials that Rishi Sunak has been treacherous with Boris Johnson, who built him up.
No, if Rishi Sunak is so strong that he could affect such a big revolt against Boris Johnson's leadership. One man, if you could trigger that, that means he certainly has a certain amount of purchase among not just the constituency but also with the MPs. So Boris Johnson is actually propping him up as not just an able but a far more worthy adversary and perhaps a far more capable person. But is this question, who's got a better plan for Britain going forward? Is that going to matter? Satish ji, final word. I've just got a minute left. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, it is going to matter, but just to confirm this notion of ethnicity, I can remember only a year ago where Rishi was the darling of everybody. Up and down the country, he was called Dishy Rishi. And it wasn't until the COVID crisis stuck and the economy really tanked that suddenly things started to go sour for him. He began to take responsibility for many of the problems that arose. So I don't think that'll play a big factor. But here we have seen one decision, and that is the parliamentary party for the Conservative Party think that Rishi Sunak or Liz Truss are the best people to take them into a general election in 2 years' time. What remains to be seen now is whether the Conservative Party members decide on exactly the same basis. And I think everything that Rishi ji has lost is actually recoverable. Liz Truss is banking so heavily on the Margaret Thatcher factor. She's dressing like her, she's speaking like her, her speeches are very similar. So we're going to have an interesting summer whilst these two battle it out.
Well, we're going to look forward to a very interesting month ahead amidst the heat wave in the United Kingdom as politics also heats up. Thank you, gentlemen. Always lovely speaking with you. With that, we call it a wrap on this edition of The Right Stand. Zaka ready with brass tacks.
Good evening, this is Brass Tacks and Zaka Jacob. The Supreme Court today granted interim bail to Alt News co-founder Mohammed Zubair in all the cases filed against him by the UP police. The court also ruled that all the cases with concurring charges be clubbed together and be investigated by one agency, in this case, the Delhi police. Now, in doing so, the court has upheld a long-standing judicial principle that for the same offence arising out of the same cause of action, there can only be one investigation, one FIR, and one agency. Should the court extend the same judicial principle, which it has upheld in numerous judgments, to Nupur Sharma as well? After all, she knocked on the doors of the Supreme Court for the very same rationale, that there are multiple FIRs in multiple states against her for the same offence and the same cause of action. What applies to Zubair should apply to Nupur as well.
The Supreme Court put an end to what it called a vicious circle involving Alt News co-founder Mohammed Zubair, granting interim bail in all 6 cases against him and ordering his release. The Supreme Court said that the bar of arrest must be pursued sparingly. The top court disbanded a special investigation team probe in Uttar Pradesh against Mohammed Zubair and transferred all UP cases against him to Delhi. While the Supreme Court did not cancel the FIRs, it said he was free to approach the Delhi High Court against all the cases, which can be combined into one. The order on transfer of FIRs to Delhi will be applicable to cases in other states and to any future complaints lodged against him. The judges also rejected the Uttar Pradesh government's request that Mohammed Zubair be stopped from putting out tweets. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud said, and I quote, "How can you tell a journalist he cannot write? If he does something that violates the law, then he is answerable to the law. But how can we take anticipatory action against a citizen when he's raising his voice?" Unquote. So will Zubair's release set a precedent? Should the principle of clubbing FIRs and using the power of arrest sparingly apply to all?
All right, on the debate tonight, I'm joined by Smita Prakash, editor ANI, Ratan Sharda, RSS researcher and author joining us, Swapnil Kothari, lawyer, Adil Singh Bopra of the Congress will be joining us as well, and Yashwardhan Azad, former IPS officer. Smita, let me start with you first. Yes, what the court has done today is to uphold a long-standing judicial principle that for the same offence with the same cause of action, there can only be one FIR, one investigating agency. Therefore, it's clubbed all the UP FIRs and given it to the Delhi Police Special Cell to investigate. Should that same principle apply to whether it is a Nupur or a Rahul or a Rohit or whoever it is? We've seen numerous instances, even in the recent past, for the same offence, multiple FIRs being lodged in multiple states.
Well, Zubair got bail, Nupur won't be arrested. That's what we've learned today. And may I dare to say that one can see a kind of a glasnost in the judiciary. I mean, it's wonderful, of course, that the Honorable Apex Court seems very, very gentle and kind today, sensitive to the rights of civil society. And I'm not being sarcastic, I'm genuinely saying it. There were no caustic comments on Zubair. That was to be expected. But the honorable judges had no caustic comments to make on Nupur either. The FIRs are not quashed on Zubair and not quashed on Nupur's case either. I mean, the investigations will continue in both the cases. And but you know, if the Apex Court has woken up today and wants to do what it is mandated to do, which is that innocents are not harassed, then maybe the lower courts, the judges in the lower courts will also wake up to that and will ensure that citizens are not thrown into jails and not rotting in jails as under trials for years on end. Zaka, what we have here today, or not today, what we are seeing in the past couple of years is that, you know, this perennial problem of constitutional law in conflict with criminal law. Constitutional law focuses on protection of citizens' liberty from state coercion or from, you know, from coercion by a political party, by the bureaucracy or by anybody. Whereas criminal law gives muscle to the state for coercive action, and even when there is a hint of crime that is taking place. And it's clear evidence today that, you know, the courts are now waking up to the fact that it can work both ways. And so while Nupur is facing threat to life, not just from loonies in India, and from abroad also, Zubair's lawyer said today that he too is facing threat of violence.
Yeah.
So if it is clubbing of FIRs and if it is investigation, it should happen technically in both cases.
I want to ask Ratan Sharda this as well. In Zubair's case, he was asked to come to Delhi for a particular case. He was arrested in Delhi first for a case involving a tweet that he put out in 2018 purportedly. And then subsequently, the UP police filed as many as 6 FIRs against him in Lakhimpur, in Sitapur, in Hathras, etc. All of which today the Supreme Court has said at least the UP cases will be clubbed into one and will be investigated by the Delhi police. In Nupur Sharma's case as well, I want to ask Ratan Sharda, she made one offensive statement in one TV debate at one place, but there are offences that have been registered against her from Rajasthan to West Bengal to even in the south. So shouldn't the same principle apply to Nupur Sharma as well?
Zaka, thanks for raising this particular point, because this point was raised earlier also, but nobody took it seriously or people wanted to avoid the question. First of all, I must thank the courts that they have realized that people are being harassed, whether from one side or the other, they are being harassed. And when they were looking at Nupur Sharma case and Zubair case, there is a marked difference. Though the justice at the end of the day was much better than that was meted out to Nupur Sharma in the first hearing. See, justice should be seen not just being done, it should be seen to be done.
Yeah.
Law should be seen equal to all, and not just seen, but also we take the taste of that particular equality before law, which was not so. For example, in case of Nupur Sharma, judges said, what is her business to make those remarks? For Zubair, they said, how can I stop them, stop him from tweeting? He's not a journalist himself, but the judges claimed he's a journalist. So journalists can make offensive statements perhaps, but others cannot, politicians cannot, people like me and you cannot. He says her petition smacks of arrogance, while in case of this fellow Zubair, it says subject of fairly sustained probe by police. There are a lot more examples. Single-handedly responsible for what happened in the country, and for Zubair, he says continued detention not justified. So all these things show me that though judges have tried to be equal-handed now, but actually they were not. For example, there is a case, very celebrated case of High Court, T.T. Anthony case, which says that only one FIR can be filed for a particular offence. In case of both, multiple FIRs were fired, but when the clubbing of the cases came, Nupur was handled very, very roughly in a very, very insulting manner, but this person gets the same benefit, which was due to both of them.
Okay.
So when you say, so I would say that yes, I do not believe in harassing people of whichever side with multiple FIRs, but there are clear-cut judgments. Then why did Supreme Court make her go to courts which are not even justified? They didn't have the scope.
So I want to quote from that T.T. Anthony versus State of Kerala verdict. It was in 2001. The Supreme Court basically said that there cannot be a second FIR on the same issue. This is what the court said in that judgment, and I want to ask Adil Boparai to weigh in on this, because this should apply even-handedly to all cases, whether your name is Nupur or your name is Zubair or your name is Arnab or your name is Rohit or Rahul. There can be no second FIR, and consequently there can be no fresh investigation on receipt of every subsequent information in respect of the same cognizable offence or the same occurrence or incident giving rise to one or more cognizable offences. Again, I keep going back to the same thing. If Zubair had put out one tweet and there are multiple cases arising out of that one tweet, the same principle should extend to Nupur as well. It was one comment made in one TV show at one place. There cannot be 9 different FIRs in 9 different places.
Zaka, in lighter vein, you would have made a good lawyer. But having said this, I'll request for 120 seconds of uninterrupted time. We welcome the order of the Honorable Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has reaffirmed the principle that there cannot be multiple FIRs arising out of the same cause of action. That's the settled law, not just in T.T. Anthony, but even consequently, it's been followed by the Supreme Court in a host of cases. But having said this, I want to highlight a critical issue which has not been raised by the previous panelists so far, which is that there has been differential, and I underline, there has been differential police action. And I will give you an illustration. You've had instances like Munawar Farooqi. You've had instances like Zubair. You've had instances like Professor Ratan Lal of the Delhi University, where the police zealously, promptly and swiftly made arrests. And on the other hand, you've had instances like the BJP spokespersons, where there has been no arrest. So doesn't this smack of double standards? Doesn't this smack of differential treatment by the executive and the police? This is point number 2. Point number 3, I completely concur with the underlying principle which was raised by the previous 2 speakers, that the process is becoming a punishment.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that the Supreme Court has intervened that yes, there should not be multiple FIRs, but at the same time, comparing Nupur Sharma and Zubair is like comparing apples with oranges. Because on one hand, you have rabble-rousers who've indulged in hate speech, who according to the government of India is the fringe element. Forget what the Congress party say. The government of India says that it is fringe element. And on the other hand, you have a fact checker who's reported hate. So therefore, you can't draw comparisons between the two. Having said
no,
this,
I'm not going into I'm not going into the merits. No, one second, Adil. One clarification. I'm not going into the merits of either cases, either of Nupur or that of Zubair. That's for the courts to decide. But if you consider what Nupur said is hate speech, then there are umpteen tweets that Zubair has also put out which can be construed as hate speech. Ultimately, it has to be proven in a court of law. But I take your point. I take your point on the principle of arrest.
30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds more. Okay, 30 seconds. Yeah.
Zaka, the elephant in the room, and I hope you put this question to the previous 2 speakers. Zubair was arrested for an offence which carries a sentence under 7 years. Munawar Farooqi was arrested. Similar offences. Professor Ratan Lal was arrested. Similar offences. Why the red carpet for the BJP spokespersons? Why no arrest? The protection came yesterday or day before yesterday. There was no protection for a good 1 month. Why did the police not make an arrest there and swiftly made an arrest here?
Okay.
So what's the message?
On the differential use of the threat of arrest. Okay, let me ask that. Let me ask that to a former cop. Yashwardhan Azad is on the debate tonight. The court also said today, and I want you to weigh in on this as well as what Adil said, that the power or the threat of arrest is being used differently for different accused persons. The court upheld that the fear of arrest cannot be used as a weapon by the state, that the existence of the power of arrest must be pursued sparingly. That's what the court said today in the Zubair case. But also answer Adil's point that in Nupur's case, she was not arrested. Although the charges against her were pending for a month and a half, she got relief yesterday from the Supreme Court, but the Delhi police took no cogent action to take her into custody, whereas in the case of Zubair, they brought him to Delhi on the pretext of one case and then arrested him for other cases. Please explain.
I totally appreciate Mr. Boparai's point that the Delhi police, though despite giving a great explanation that she was called under 41A and she cooperated, and in the case of Zubair, he didn't cooperate. But there's an important point which comes here, which the Supreme Court landmark judgment has said today, that the evidence is in public domain, and therefore perhaps there was no reason to take police remand in his case at all. So yes, on that limited point, I agree. But I would call this Supreme Court judgment a landmark judgment. I would say that this judgment really carries the stamp of Supreme Court authority for a number of things. It has set guidelines to the police and also to the lower judiciary. Look at the kind of remarks it has made and the directions it has given to disband the SIT, which gives a clear direction to the police that don't waste your time in unnecessary cases. It has also said that the person should be released by 6 p.m. That means, you forget about the tortuous process and go through electronic means and release him by 6 p.m. In many cases earlier, they were not being released on the same day. Another important point they have made, which is very, very critical, is that you can't have terms and conditions because he's a journalist and therefore no condition should apply. And the most important, going under Article 32, they have said also bail in future FIR. So I think this is a complete judgment, and yes, it should apply equally to Nupur Sharma. A precedent has been set, and I think this is a fantastic judgment, primarily because D.Y. Chandrachud is known as a protector of fundamental rights.
But Mr. Azad, may I interrupt and ask you for a brief sort of intervention on this? You say that this will send out a massive signal to the police and to the lower judiciary. But the fact of the matter is, whether it is in Jharkhand or in UP or in Rajasthan or in Karnataka, police functions as an extension of the state. Police functions on the basis of political orders. How do you believe and why do you believe that one order by the Supreme Court will change the nature of that behavior?
You see, this fractious debate has been going on for a very, very long time. And I'm sure that the police leaders are now realizing that you just can't get away with arrests of this kind. Some of these arrests are so arbitrary, so unwarranted, and especially after Anesh Kumar guidelines and this landmark judgment by the Supreme Court, I'm sure that some of the leaders at least will stand firm. And I hope even state governments will appreciate that they have to follow some norms and some rules.
Okay, let me ask Swapnil Kothari. A few days ago, we had no less than the Chief Justice of India famously say that in India, the process, unfortunately, has become the punishment. And I can't cite two better examples in recent times, whether it's Nupur Sharma or Mohammad Zubair, where clearly the process had become the punishment. So I want to ask if that has been upheld today by the Supreme Court in the Zubair matter, where it said that seemingly he was being made to run around for the same cause of action. A, should that not apply to Nupur Sharma as well? And B, if there is demonstrable evidence to show that bases some of the comments that a particular bench of the Supreme Court made, she was getting death and rape threats, then doesn't the duty of the court to protect the fundamental rights of every citizen, in this case Article 32 is what she moved, doesn't that take primacy over any state action?
Zaka, to answer question number A, it's very apparent that there is a stark distinction between the two cases, that of Mohammad Zubair and Nupur Sharma. The first is that here you were dealing with the bail application, and there you were dealing with a preemptive arrest, and you were trying to look at clubbing of the FIRs. So in simpler words, Nupur Sharma had not been arrested. Secondly, although the Supreme Court has won, the judges are different. Every judge has a different perspective on certain aspects, and you have to live with that. It's unfortunate for lawyers, it's unfortunate for citizens, it's unfortunate for a lot of people who litigate before the highest court of the land, and that's the way it is. Some judges are strict, some judges are different, some judges have a different perspective on outlook, some judges are very, very fight shy of Article 32 and giving reliefs under that. Now, the thing is that Justice Chandrachud is known to be a custodian of fundamental rights. He did so very, very unequivocally and very, very vocally, should I say, in Arnab Goswami's case, and came down heavily on the Maharashtra state at that time, saying that weaponization of the criminal justice system is absolutely taboo in a democracy. And especially in a country, a democracy of 125 crores, where state governments, as you said, that sometimes the police authorities act as an extension of the state. So the totalitarian regimes, that is what the Supreme Court is trying to ward off, because those always tiptoe behind a democracy which is so vivacious and so throbbing. And dissent is nothing but an oxygen of the democracy. And to what extent should dissents be made? Whether they qualify as a hate speech or whether they qualify as a justifiable dissent, that is eventually for the courts to decide. But when you and I take a look at it, it is very, very apparent that Nupur Sharma has got the relief. Yes, I agree, a tad bit too late. She should have got it on the 1st of July itself. Scathing comments, maybe they have a reason. I may not agree with the way the scathing comments came, but be that as it may, they have altered that and they have not expunged the remarks, and they've said that till August 10th, you can go ahead and exercise an alternative remedy and go before the Delhi High Court. Possibly that is what she will do, and she should do, rather than wait for August 10th.
No, but
Swapnil, to look at your principle.
The principle, that's what I'm saying. I agree. No two human beings are the same. No two judges are the same. Maybe interpretation of the law is different. That's fine. That's acceptable. But the principle has to be the same.
I completely agree with you, Zaka, that the principle has to be same, and that is the reason why I just told you that that judgment should have come on the 1st of July itself, of clubbing the FIRs or saying that please go to an alternative court where you have an alternative remedy, because we are a little sherry of invoking Article 32 or exercising a jurisdiction which we already have on the basis of several principles and principles of fairness, equity and everything. But that's another perspective of it. That's the way some judges look at it. But I completely agree with you that with this judgment, it is an absolutely landmark judgment, and it will give a tremendous amount of fillip to the fundamental rights, to Article 32, to Part 3 of the Constitution, which is the life breath of our democracy, and several states which have an open mind, which will look at it very seriously and possibly even go to the extent of informing the police officers that, look, you have the power of arrest and your criminal law will always be subjugated and will be obsequious to the constitutional law, and if you do not do so, then the Supreme Court will step in as the sentinel qui-vive, that is the custodian of the Constitution, and throw its weight around and put a final stamp of authority in saying that we are the final arbiters and we will decide and dictate and govern the country as per the rule of law and not as per the whims and caprices of any state government or any of the bandicoots that rule it.
The people who face this, the arbitrariness of having multiple FIRs for the same offense, the most happen to be journalists. Today, any of you can say something incendiary on this show, and not only will you be charged, I will also be charged as the editor of the show and the editor of this channel, and I could have multiple FIRs in different states and perhaps even multiple FIRs in the same state, as has happened to one of my colleagues in our Hindi network. So, Smita, will today's judgment set a benchmark, if you will, in this day and age of social media and electronic media, where, for one comment made in one television show, you have multiple FIRs either in the same state or multiple FIRs in different states? Will journalists be protected by the power of today's judgment?
Well, Zaka, this being hailed as a landmark judgment and the eminent judge being called the upholder of democracy, I will stay clear of these hyperbolic statements. I'm no legal, so I'm just a journalist like you, so I'm not going to talk about it. But yes, I do say that bail should be the rule and jail an exception, and for long that has not been the case. And while many would like to believe that it's only since 2014 that that's not the case, the truth is for decades it's been that. In my limited knowledge, that is what I have seen happening in the courts. As far as you're talking about the FIRs and the clubbing and all, I mean, I'm sure legal eagles will now bring up the Arnab Goswami case, the Rajiv Ranjan, Amish Degan, as you pointed out. All these cases will come about, and they're saying that club all of them together, and that should happen. the courts have to be impartial and not be influenced, to say that bandicoots ruling the country and all that. I hope to God that judges aren't watching this show and are not influenced by this kind of talk, because I would hate to think that they are influenced by a political party or by another political party, and they should ensure that citizens don't feel that, that the judges, as Ratan Sharda said, that it's not enough to just for the judiciary to be acting, it should be seen to be acting impartially. So I think observations that the judges make, those are also important. So far we've seen and we've been told that it's the written judgment that should be seen and not just the observations. But I'm afraid that now, provocative and statements made in the court, they probably are made to shock and awe and to provoke the lawyers. But I'm sure, like me, millions were really shocked to hear words like loose-tongued and things like that used, arrogant, against Nupur. It can be said in WhatsApp groups or in living rooms, but when it is said in the apex court, it really makes one wonder whether, it is whether the judiciary is being swayed or not by what it is seeing around, whether in the media or whether by political mechanisms which are in place these days.
No, and more importantly, the impact that those words could potentially have on lower court judges who ultimately will decide on these cases. I mean, no one wants to be seen as rubbing a Supreme Court judge, even if it's oral observations, the wrong way. But I want to come back to Ratan Sharda and please respond to the points made by both Adil as well as Yashwardhan Azad. They feel that the Nupur case and the Zubair case are apples and oranges because in one case, arrest has happened, he's being taken to multiple locations, multiple FIRs in multiple states, and as one of the judges said, the process is the punishment is applicable to him. In the other case, arrest has not happened, even though explicit directions of no coercive action only came yesterday, over a month after she made those objectionable comments.
Saka, everybody has rightly pointed out that the comparison between two is apple and orange, but who is apple, who is orange, I would not get into the debate. Yesterday I debated the same point. I don't want to go back to that debate because clearly the case of Nupur Sharma was a heated debate. Case of this Zubair was deliberately created cold-bloodedly with a select clip and then displayed, broadcast all over different language networks to instigate the people. So this is the basic difference. As far as Nupur's arrest is concerned, everybody knows she was threatened with beheading right from day one. So should be counted. People who were arrested also got killed. So should that not be accounted for? Coming to other point, Gopal had talked about Ratan Lal many times, my namesake. But remember, Ratan Lal was released the very next day. Ketaki Chitale, as junior, no politician at all was in jail for 40 days. And when you say judges should avoid, that people should be following the law and all this big hyperbole like Sunita said, Smita said, landmark judgment and all that. That is also true of judges. Should judges be using such language which can be then expunged and said, okay, this was not part of the judgment? Because those words were used repeatedly on all the TV channels, continuously by all the people. So this was a huge, I would say, kind of language should be avoided. And if they say clubbing together is a norm, then why have the case was not a club? So when you ask others to follow those landmark judgments at all, should judges not follow their own landmark judgments? We talk of Arnab Goswami, where this case was clubbed, but despite court's strictures, right from High Court to Supreme Court, many of his employees are arrested. Hundreds of cases were put up. They were not afraid of the court. So I think this respect for the court comes from the politicians, those police people who follow the politicians. It will happen only when politicians decide that enough is enough. We should not be using law for ulterior motives. And also with due respect to courts, they should also be following standards they themselves set.
No, this is what the Supreme Court said in the 2020 case of Arnab Goswami versus the state of Maharashtra, that subjecting an individual to numerous proceedings arising in different jurisdictions on the basis of the same cause of action is a violation of fundamental rights, Adil Boparai. So if it applies to Arnab Goswami, it should apply to Ketki Chitle, and it should apply to Nupur Sharma just as much as it applies to Mohammad Zubair.
Zara, 10 seconds. I also pointed out that there were other employees harassed despite the strictures.
Okay. All right. Yes, Adil.
Absolutely, Zaka, you are spot on, and therefore a brave and a courageous journalist like yourself should put this question to the Home Minister of this country, that why are you allowing multiple FIRs to be registered? After all, it is the Ministry of Home Affairs, which is the cadre controlling authority for the Indian Police Service. And under Section 36 of the CRPC, it is the senior officers, the IPS officers who are superintendents over investigation.
No, but
So please put this
Adil,
question to the Home
you know
Affairs
as well as I do. No, one small correction, one factual correction. You know as well as I do that police reports to the state governments. Police is under the state government, the home department of various state governments, and it's on the instructions of state governments or influence of state governments that these FIRs are filed.
And anyway, then put this question to the UP Chief Minister. Will you put this question to the UP Chief Minister?
As much as we would put this. We would put this to the Rajasthan Chief Minister, to the Chhattisgarh Chief Minister, as much as we would put this to the UP Chief Minister. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Minister, but something which is so fundamental, perhaps not being understood by some of your panelists, which is that there is a fundamental distinction between making a hate speech and reporting a hate speech. So if tomorrow Zaka Jacob reports a hate speech, he cannot be booked for that, as opposed to somebody who makes a hate speech.
Okay.
Having said this, I think the bigger issue here is executive high-handedness. It is not that there have not been judgments in the past. Mr. Azad referred to the Arnesh Kumar judgment. Arnesh Kumar judgment of the Supreme Court says that you should not make an arrest if the sentence is less than 7 years. Now, in the case of Zubair, the sentence is less than 7 years. So the problem is not that there is a vacuum on the legal canvas. The problem is police high-handedness. Now, let me finally say something, and this I'm saying as a citizen of this country, cutting across political lines. It is time that you hold the senior police officers accountable. Whenever there is an arbitrary arrest, whenever the Arnesh Kumar judgment is brazenly violated, it is time that the courts hold the police officers accountable. Because as long as you don't do that, there will be you will continue to have high-handed and arbitrary arrests.
No, but
so
again, even if the police are pulled up, even if the police are pulled up, you know as well as I do that police most times in high-profile cases such as this act on the instructions, explicit or otherwise, from political authority. No, anyway, let me. No, I want to ask the question that you raised, and I think it's a fair point. Swapnil Kothari, to respond to what Adil said, that there is a difference between making a hate speech and reporting a hate speech. Swapnil.
Yes, there is definite distinction between that because as a reporter, as a journalist, you are entitled to report that this is what the gentleman said and this is what the hate speech was. And so obviously you will not be booked for that. You've just done a mere reportage. You are
but Zubair says that he's not a journalist.
Right.
Zubair says he's not a journalist.
Defense. Well, let the trial begin. Let the court come to a conclusion because that is his defense. Now, to come to the point that whether the courts are influenced today by the bandicoots who rule the state government, it is absurd for anyone to suggest that there are in fact bandicoots who rule some governments and the courts are very little influenced. That's the reason why the Chief Justice over the weekend stated that we are not at the behest of the court. Any state government should not expect us to do or take us for granted for anything. We will simply abide by the Constitution.
Okay.
And as far as using hyperbolic statements are concerned, to say that this is a landmark judgment, this is a pure legalese, and the courts needs to be praised because it is simply the judiciary which is running the country. Let me be very honest about that. Cutting across political lines, it is absolutely the judiciary which is preventing or in fact supporting and protecting and being the champion of the free speech.
I'll get Smita to respond to that. That will be a nice closing note. But Yasho Azad also wanted to make a point about what Adil said.
Go ahead.
Can you, Yasho Azad, without police being taken out of political interference, ever expect that lower judiciary or police are not going to listen to diktats of the state or diktats of political authority to file these FIRs solely for the purpose of harassment?
Well, these are what you call the state-sponsored FIRs. There are some policemen who will stand by their own conscience and they will not do it and they'll be kicked out. But let me say one thing, even at the cost of being said that they are hyperbolic statements, and whether the judiciary watches the TV debates or not, I still maintain it's a landmark judgment and it should be applied both to Nupur Sharma and also in this case.
Okay, I'll give the final word to Smita. Smita, to respond to what Swapnil said, that he believes that the Supreme Court is the only institution that is upholding freedom of speech in this country.
completely, absolutely disagree with that statement. Firstly, I think it is doing disservice to our legislature, our executive, and our media also by terming everybody other than the judiciary as bandicoots. I think they are pillars of democracy. We have our fault lines. There are fissures in our country. We are not the perfect democracy. We have a lot to learn and a lot to remedy our institutions. But to say that judiciary is the only untarnished, spotless, pure as driven snow pillar of our democracy, I think is simplifying the argument completely.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. I'm completely out of time. Smita Prakash, Swapnil Kothari, Yashwardhan Azad, Adil Boparai, and of course, Mr. Ratan Sharda for joining us. It is a fascinating debate, and I don't think the final word on this has been said yet. But having said that, today's judgment will go a significant way in protecting civil liberties and protecting that not just journalists, but every citizen of this country has the right to free speech, and that the power of arrest cannot be used as an instrument to intimidate by the state, whether it is in the case of Zubair or whether it is in the case of Nupur Sharma. Meanwhile, let's shift focus to the other big story. Many are calling him India ka damad. Rishi Sunak is now one step closer to becoming the next Prime Minister of the UK. Today, in the fifth and final round of voting amongst the Tory MPs, Sunak and Liz Truss are the final two candidates who will be in the race to replace Boris Johnson. So let's take a look at how the numbers stack up for both Rishi Sunak as well as Liz Truss. This was the fifth and final vote. In fact, Rishi Sunak getting a substantial number of votes, 137. 120 is that critical factor. He's gone past that, and substantially so. 137 votes is what he ended up with. Liz Truss, who was number 3 up until last night, when the fourth round happened, she has now skyrocketed to 113. Penny Mordaunt, who was number 2 at the end of last night's voting, has now dropped out of the contest with just 105 votes. So the final two will be Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss, and they will go up against each other in the battle to be the leader of the Conservative Party and, of course, the Prime Minister of Britain. All right, let me first go across to Sanjay Suri, my colleague who's joining us live from London. Professor Scott Lucas is also joining us, an international affairs expert. And Professor David Dunn is from the Department of Political Science at the University of Birmingham. Sanjay, first things first. So it's come down to Rishi Sunak versus Liz Truss. It is a minority Asian candidate, Indian heritage on the one side, former Chancellor of the Exchequer. On the other, it's a woman candidate. And if Liz Truss wins, she will be only the third woman Prime Minister of Britain. So will it be the third woman Prime Minister, or will it be the first non-white Prime Minister of Britain?
Well, it's a little difficult to try and quantify relative levels of prejudice and to try and balance the level of prejudice over racial issues with that on gender issues. I think that is an unquantifiable factor, which is not to say it's not existent. It certainly is going to play a role, and that's what we're going to see in the next few weeks. This is going to be a debate at two levels. At the visible, audible level, this is going to be about the economy, and Sunak and Truss have clashed before, and Truss really will be in a spot to try and seek to defend her arguments over tax cuts, which Sunak has challenged. Clearly, there will be a debate at that level. But then again, as you point out, India's boast can be Rishi Sunak's embarrassment here. Bharat ka damad will be seen by many people as an outsider, not in so many words. Nobody says these things. But given the profile of Tory membership, it's also very difficult to say that this will not be a factor.
Professor Scott Lucas, I think it's very, very important to underline it's not Britain that's voting for its next Prime Minister. It is the Conservative Party that is voting for its next Prime Minister. In a party where 97% of its members, close to 200,000 of them, are white, are they ready for a non-white leader of that party and, of course, eventually the Prime Minister of Britain?
Well, I think Rishi Sunak has an uphill task, at least where we stand today. The two, I think, polls to watch. One is from YouGov. He trails Truss by 54 to 35. There's a Conservative Home poll where he trails 49 to 42. I do think ethnicity plays a part here. I do think gender may play a part, but not really that much. And it's quite notable that Liz Truss is trying to model herself. even dressing like Margaret Thatcher to try to bring back the Iron Lady. I think there are other issues that are here. I think there's a question as to whether Rishi Sunak, who is seen here as being very well off, and he is, but who also was embroiled in problems over his finances a few months ago, whether he can overcome that. I think there are issues in terms of which of the two is seen as being competent. Rishi Sunak has been Chancellor of the Exchequer, but had a pretty rough few months at the start of the year. Liz Truss has been Foreign Secretary, but has been a bit lightweight. And then finally, I think there is going to be a question here, and I'm not sure if Conservative Party members will pick up on it, but Liz Truss is a political chameleon. She was a Remainer. She did not support Brexit. She was once a Liberal Democrat. She has now tried to rebrand herself as a very right-wing conservative. Will the Conservative members buy it? And final one wild card, just to put in this, it'll be the Boris Johnson camp. There are still a few people around him, and they are going to go all out for Truss. They despise Sunak, and they will try to use any means to keep him out of number 10.
I want to ask exactly that to Professor David Dunn, because I think the elephant in the room, if I can use that phrase, is the Boris Johnson factor. I think Boris Johnson in the media reported this as well, apparently told some of his aides, anyone but Sunak. He feels that Sunak was the one who, stabbed him from the back and turned the knife in, and that's what brought about the downfall of his government. Now, that's debatable, but be that as it may, if the Boris Johnson folks in the Conservative Party are going to go lock, stock and barrel with Liz Truss, then does Sunak stand a chance?
I think it's a very good question. I think it's very clear that actually among that tiny electorate, we're talking about 170,000 people, at roughly 0.3% of the wider electorate. Of those people, there's a lot of loyalty to Boris Johnson. They were the person who put him there by a much bigger majority last time there was a contest for the Conservative Party. And they are older, whiter, more male, more southern, actually much more conservative. And that's partly why Liz Truss is playing to the right to come across as this much more right-wing character than she has been previously, to try and corner that market. But I think actually what may determine this is the nature of the next 5 weeks, because we saw with the race that Theresa May was against, her candidate self-destructed. And there's an entire possibility that Liz Truss in particular could self-destruct by some gaffe or other in the next 5 weeks. She is not the brightest knife in the block, and she is someone who is very good at well-rehearsed speeches and set lines. But in open debate and in open questioning, she's also capable of putting her foot right in it. And that may ultimately play to Sunak's advantage, who is the much brighter and much more seasoned and experienced politician of the two.
Okay, give me a moment. I request all three of you to stand by for a minute. We also have CNN's Bianca Nobilo joining us live from London. Thanks very much, Bianca, for speaking with us. First things first, Sunak has also had his fair share of controversies, most notably with his wife's tax status, her domicile status. Will he be able to overcome this and win the Conservative Party leadership fight?
Well, one of the biggest issues that's looming over this leadership contest is the issues that the party is having with its brand. And that's happened because of the legacy of the Boris Johnson years, and particularly the last year, which was embroiled in so many scandals, that public trust has been eroded to such an extent that one of the chief objectives of this next person will be to try and restore that, to let the electorate have faith in them, to build that trust back, and to be somebody who is, I suppose, cleaner and less scandalous than before. That's very important, and that's why they're setting out their stalls in the way that they have. Whether or not Rishi Sunak can recover, as your previous guest mentioned, I think it depends what happens in the campaign, whether or not Liz Truss is subject to these gaffes that she's famous for. I'm thinking particularly of the speech she gave to party conference in 2014 when she opined about British agriculture and cheese. It will really depend on how these candidates play off against each other and those unpredictable issues which arise in campaigns, which no one can ever predict. For example, the leadership contest between Theresa May and Andrea Leadsom at the end there, where Andrea Leadsom made some comments about having a greater stake in the future of the country because she had children, whereas Theresa May didn't. And this became a real hot button issue and backfired terribly, and no one could have predicted that at the beginning. So we don't know at this stage what it's going to be that will define this contest going forward. But I think Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss, as they pull neck and neck with membership, have equally good chances as things stand right now of winning that spot.
And Bianca, very quickly, just in terms of, and I'd like to see this vote as it's a simplistic way of looking at it, but it's clearly a Bojo vote and an anti-Bojo vote. Clearly, Sunak is the anti-Bojo candidate and Liz Truss is the Boris Johnson candidate. Will the Conservative Party, the 180,000 of them, decide this race on that basis? I've got the candidate that I don't like Boris Johnson, I don't like what he did, therefore I'm voting for Sunak, or I'm still with Boris Johnson, I don't like what happened to him, and therefore I'm voting for Liz Truss.
Well, the membership that I've been speaking to recently reflects the pragmatism that the Conservative Party can sometimes display. They are keen to move on from the fatigue of the scandals and the issues that we've seen in the Johnson years. Many of them still remain loyal. We've had in recent days a push from a small fraction of the membership to have Boris Johnson be an option in this leadership contest, which has obviously failed and won't be happening. So I think the candidates will be keen not to completely discount the achievements and the legacy of Boris Johnson, because they know that he did inspire loyalty for a long time in the party. So I'm not sure it will be quite as simple as that. I think the party's main concern will be the electability of the candidate. And now Boris Johnson, for all of his faults, whether people love him or hate him, dominated the political scene. He was hugely electable back in the day and managed to deliver these historic election victories for Britain and win over voters in traditionally Labour urban areas, as well as maybe more liberal-leaning areas in the south. They'll want to see an example that this candidate who could become Prime Minister will be able to secure the Conservatives' electoral future, which right now is looking bleak.
All right, Bianca Nubilo, thanks very much for joining us live from London for us tonight. Let me go back to Sanjay. I want to look a little further ahead, not just on this prime ministerial battle. Before I go to Sanjay, I've got the latest bite from Rishi Sunak. In fact, he's spoken right after winning this fifth and final round, where he has come as number one and Liz Truss is number two. So it's going to be a runoff between the two of them. This is what he had to say.
Well, we've just got the results, and wow, thank you so much to everyone for your support. I'm so humbled by it, and I'm delighted that we got to this stage in the contest. I won't let you down. I'll work as hard as I can to get our message out to the country. We need to restore trust, rebuild the economy, and reunite our country. I'm confident that we can do that, and we've got a really positive message to take out to all our members now. Crucially, who is the best person to beat Keir Starmer and the Labour Party at the next election? I believe I'm the only candidate who can do that, and that's what we're going to talk to all our members about now. But thanks for all your support so far. Please come and join the team. Sign up at readyforrishi.com, and I hopefully see you on the road soon. Well,
I want to take off from where he finished, Sanjay, where he basically said the number one priority would be beating Labour 2 years from now. Do you believe Sunak would be the best person to beat Labour 2 years from now, or Truss?
Well, that might be a little difficult to guess into at the moment. Clearly, the focus now is on beating Truss. And if it comes to beating Truss, certainly if that were to be decided by debate and argument, he will. There's no question. He is very much the better qualified person. He has the mind, he has the experience. Liz Truss stands no chance against him. The fear is that this will not be decided by debate and by argument, but by prejudice, by subterranean factors that are difficult to quantify, that are usually never expressed, but are of course not for that reason any less real. And of course we will see that through these hustings and these next few weeks, who comes across as more convincing, and the more convincing they appear, the better chance the party members will see in that they will be the one to beat Labour.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. I want to thank all our guests, Sanjay, Professor Lucas and Professor Dunn. If this contest were to happen not in the Conservative Party in Britain, but on Indian Twitter and Indian YouTube, I tell you what, Rishi Sunak will win with a landslide majority. You should go to youtube.com/CNN News18, look at some of our videos and live streams on Rishi Sunak. It's gone through the roof. Like I said at the top of the show, many in India here feel he is Bharat ka damad. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. When we come back on the other side, there's been a 5-hour encounter in Punjab, very close to the Atari border. 2 of Sidhu Moosewala's killers have been eliminated in that encounter. Details right on the other side. Found dead in a hostel in Tamil Nadu's Kallakurichi has been completed. The Supreme Court had turned down a request from the girl's parents to give them a doctor of their choice for the post-mortem. Meanwhile, Kallakurichi SP has been transferred just days after violent protests over the girl's death. The Aam Aadmi Party claims that the recruitment application form for the Indian Army asks for caste and religion certificates. The party stated that this was being done for the first time in history, but the centre pointed out that this system has always existed since the British times.
मैं ये स्पष्ट कर देना चाहता हूं कि यह पूरी तरह से अफवाह है। जो पहले व्यवस्था थी, माने आजादी के पहले से वही व्यवस्था अब तक जो है चली आ रही है, उसमें कहीं पर कोई परिवर्तन नहीं हुआ है।
The Indian Air Force is all set to get a big boost. 6 squadrons of the light combat aircraft will be inducted very soon. In fact, the order is for 4 squadrons of the LCA, the Mark 1A, which have already been placed. 7 squadrons of the advanced medium combat aircraft will soon be out as well. 114 multi-role fighter aircraft will be inducted as well. Inducting the aircraft only under Make in India program, which of course will be a boost for local manufacturing. Rescue and relief work is on in full swing in flood-hit Maharashtra.
In Chandrapur, teams of the NDRF and SDRF waded through waist-deep water to try and reach stranded residents. Boats were also brought out for the rescue operations as Chandrapur remained inundated. In order to evacuate people safely, NDRF and SDRF personnel used loudspeakers to try and give residents a heads up. That's when people came out of their flooded homes and gathered in one designated place. With rivers in Wardha and Spate, several dam gates were opened to release excess water. But several people ended up getting trapped in the fast-flowing water. That's when SDRF personnel jumped in and carried out a dramatic rescue operation.
It's another setback for Uddhav Thackeray after Shiv Sena's 12 MPs joined the Eknath Shinde camp. Rahul Shivale has been appointed as the leader of the Shiv Sena in the Lok Sabha. A new chief whip has also been appointed. These MPs have decided to back the NDA's vice presidential candidate Jagdeep Dhankar in the upcoming elections. Former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the phone tapping case. The arrest comes after he was grilled by the agency for over 3 hours on the illegal phone tapping of NSC personnel. This was allegedly done between 2009 and 2017. Several countries in Europe are in the grip of a severe heat wave, with Britain touching its record temperatures today.
One of the worst hit is United Kingdom. For the first time in the country's history, temperatures touched 40 degrees Celsius. Roads are melting and power cuts are rising as UK swelters in the heat. Even runways were impacted by the heat, forcing several aircrafts to divert. An 8-day-long heat wave in Spain has triggered massive wildfires. Passengers in a train watched in horror as a wildfire tore through vegetation near the track in the northwestern province of Zamora. The train was traveling between Madrid and Ferrol but was forced to halt due to the wildfire. Paris is also sweltering in unusually high temperatures. For the second day in a row, temperatures soared above 37 degrees Celsius. Experts say the early heat wave is a sign of what's to come as climate change takes a toll.
Former UK Finance Minister Rishi Sunak has won the latest round of voting to replace British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Sunak has increased his tally from yesterday, bringing him even closer to being one of the top 2 candidates who will go head-to-head to be elected as the new Conservative. Welcome back to Brass Tacks. 3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Roopa and Mannu, a massive police force was rushed into village Bhakna as reports of the 2 killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Roopa being killed.
A team है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ अंजाम ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the 2 gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered 1 pistol and 1 AK-47 along with a cache of ammunition. A horrific video of a young man being thrashed with sticks is going viral.
The video shows half a dozen men brutally beating one person with sticks and rods in Rajasthan's Suratgarh. They thrashed him so badly that the victim's legs broke. The assailants even fired in the air to spread panic and then fled from the spot. The victim remains critical and the police have been unable to record his statement, but they believe personal enmity was the reason for the brutal attack. CCTV footage from the area is being scanned to try and identify and nab the accused.
A solar storm of a significant size is expected to hit the Earth today. It's a burst of radiation erupting from the sun, which can release a lot of heat and a lot of energy. It can disrupt services across the globe. It may possibly also interfere with radio and GPS signals. Consequences such as signal outages can be seen through today because of this rare event. There are massive protests in Kerala over the female NEET aspirants being forced to remove their innerwear and sit for the exam.
ABVP workers marched towards the Kerala Secretariat demanding an investigation into the incident in which female NEET aspirants were violated. As the protesters clashed with police, water cannons were unleashed on them.
ABVP workers have taken out a protest march outside the State Secretariat in the issue where NEET aspirants had to go through a harrowing and humiliating experience where girl students were asked to remove their innerwear before entering into the exam center in Kollam. Water cannons were also used on these ABVP workers. There is heavy police presence here in this protest outside the State Secretariat.
Several women have complained that they were forced to take off their innerwear before entering the exam hall in Kollam as the metal hooks beeped during a security check. 5 people have been arrested in the case and remanded to police custody.
A day after he made a strong pitch to be the Congress's chief ministerial face in Karnataka, DK Shiv Kumar has said, "Let me get the Congress to power first." This comes amidst his growing rift with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, despite the Congress High Command urging for collective leadership.
First, let me get the party to power. Not myself becoming a chief minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
It was another chaotic day in Parliament. Opposition parties staged a protest against inflation and the hike in goods and services tax on certain commodities of daily use. The Congress and other opposition parties have been seeking a discussion in Parliament on these issues and disrupting proceedings in both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation, and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a three-cornered parliamentary contest. He was always a frontrunner, since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore, our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil hacha nahi hai. So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next?
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home. Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures, from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
Watching News Epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. Our top story is the daylight encounter of 2 gangsters involved in the murder of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala. The gunfight took place around noon on the outskirts of Amritsar, 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. The gangsters have been identified as Jagroop Singh, alias Roopa, and Manpreet Mannu. They were among the shooters who gunned down Moosewala in May. The gunfight started around noon when the police cornered the gangsters and asked them to surrender. They refused and opened fire on the police. Jagroop was killed around 2 p.m. while Manpreet was killed around 4. The police also recovered 1 pistol and 1 AK-47 rifle along with a cache of ammunition from the spot. This comes almost 2 months after the murder of Sidhu Moosewala, who was killed just a day after the state government downgraded his security. Now, these killers had been on the run for weeks. The latest image coming from June 21st, where they can be seen on a bike in the district of Moga. The murder has also shed light on a larger criminal nexus, as the killing was directed by Canada-based Satinderjeet Singh alias Goldie Brar in coordination with gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, who was running a pan-India gang from Delhi's Tihar jail. 2 months after the murder of Moosewala, was the Punjab police dragging its feet? The question remains, how was Lawrence Bishnoi, sitting in Tihar jail, able to plan the killing with Goldie Brar, who was in Canada? How was this planned and executed under the watch of the Punjab police? When will action be taken against those elements within the system who were clearly involved with this syndicate? We'll raise all these questions on the show. We'll be also joined by Aam Aadmi Party Minister in Punjab government in just a bit. But here's how the story unfolded today.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing two of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala, Jagroop Singh Roopa and Manpreet Singh Mannu for weeks now. Roopa and Mannu were among three of Moosewala's killers still on the run. This CCTV grab of the two on a bike in Moga on the 21st of June had raised concerns on their presence in Punjab. The third man, Deepak Mundi, has still not been traced. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Roopa and Mannu, a massive police force was rushed into village Bhakna as reports of the two killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Roopa being killed.
ये टीम हैगी है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ अंजाम ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ
ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਾਰਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੀ ਆਖਿਆ ਪਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਤੇ ਫਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਕੀਤੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਕਹਿਣ ਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਸਰੈਂਡਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਅਲਟੀਮੇਟਲੀ ਕ੍ਰਾਸ ਫਾਇਰ ਹੈਵੀ ਐਕਸਚੇਂਜ ਆਫ ਫਾਇਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਦੋਨੋਂ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੌਤ ਹੈ
The encounter in which the gangsters were felled was not without damage on the police side too. 3 cops were injured, a news channel's camera person got a bullet in his right leg. A gruesome chapter in a prolonged saga that the Moosewala murder has turned into, with threads extending from prison to forces orchestrating gang wars in India from across Punjab, Canada and possibly other nations too.
Joining me on the show, Harpal Singh Cheema. He is the he is in fact Punjab's finance minister. Anil Sareen, chief spokesperson of Punjab BJP. Shashikant is former DGP of Punjab. Vipin Pabbi is senior journalist. Mr. Cheema, how were Jagroop and Manpreet able to evade the cops for almost 2 months after the murder of Sidhu Moosewala?
देखिए पंजाब में ये गैंगवार जो हो रही थी इसमें बहुत सारे लोग जो शामिल थे वो पंजाब के और पंजाब के दूसरे जो हमारे पड़ोस के स्टेट है उनके लोग भी शामिल थे और सिद्धू मूसेवाला का जब मर्डर हुआ था उसके बाद पंजाब पुलिस में हमने एक एंटी गैंगस्टर फोर्स का गठन किया था। पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री सर भगवंत सिंह मान जी ने एंटी गैंगस्टर फोर्स का गठन किया था और ये आज बहुत बड़ी कामयाबी मिली है कि 2 जो बड़े गैंगस्टर थे उनको पंजाब पुलिस ने मार मुकाया है। एक एनकाउंटर में जब उन्होंने पंजाब पुलिस पे हमला किया तो जवाबी फायर में मारे गए। तो मैं समझता हूँ पंजाब में ना किसी गैंगस्टर का स्थान है ना पंजाब में ड्रग का स्थान है। पंजाब को ड्रग फ्री किया जाएगा, पंजाब को गैंगस्टर फ्री किया जाएगा।
लेकिन क्या ये एक्सेप्ट करेंगे आप? क्या ये आज आप एक्सेप्ट करेंगे कि ये जो उनके किलर्स थे वो अभी तक भाग इसलिए पाए थे क्योंकि जो सिक्योरिटी एस्टैब्लिशमेंट है, जो पॉलिटिकल एस्टैब्लिशमेंट में है, उसमें कोई उनके सिंपथाइजर्स बैठे हुए हैं?
देखिए, पंजाब पुलिस बड़े अच्छे तरीके से काम कर रही है। जब से जो मर्डर हुआ है, जहां जहां भी कोई गैंगस्टर छुप के बैठा हुआ, उसको निकालने का काम कर रही है। बहुत सारे गैंगस्टर को हमने पकड़ा भी है, चाहे वो दिल्ली की जेल में बैठा था या कहीं और था। सबको पंजाब में एक कानून के तहत, एक लॉ कोर्ट के तहत, जहां पंजाब में लाकर उनका ट्रायल हो रहा है, उनकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रही है। पर लेकिन जो अभी तक नहीं पकड़े गए, जिनको हम पकड़ रहे हैं, उनके खिलाफ पंजाब पुलिस ने अपनी जो मुहिम है वो शुरू की हुई है। हम किसी को नहीं बख्शेंगे। जो भी पंजाब की शांति को भंग करेगा, हम उसको सजा देंगे, चाहे वो कोई भी हो। लेकिन मैं यहाँ पे स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूँ कि जो पुरानी सरकारें थी पंजाब में, चाहे वो कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार थी, चाहे वो श्रोमणी अकाली दल बीजेपी की सरकार थी, इन लोगों ने गैंगस्टर को बढ़ावा दिया, पंजाब में गैंगस्टर को पैदा किया। पर लेकिन सरदार भगवंत सिंह मान जी ने पूरी ठान ली है, बिल्कुल उनका एक
जो आपने आरोप लगाया है
पंजाब में गैंगस्टर नहीं रहने
श्रोमणी अकाली दल पे, उसका जवाब हम लेंगे। लेकिन मुझे आपसे एक और सवाल पूछना है कि ये जो मर्डर होता है, वो that happens a day after your government downgraded security for Sidhu Moosewala. Is your government, is the Aam Aadmi Party government guilty of not properly assessing, I would say, the security situation before making the move?
देखिए, ऐसी कोई बात
क्या
नहीं है।
क्या गलती हुई है आपसे?
नहीं, कोई गलती नहीं हुई है। हर एक साल जब 6 जून का दिन आता है, उस वक्त, क्योंकि पंजाब में ये बहुत बड़ा एक डे होता है और उस दिन बहुत सारे लोगों की सिक्योरिटी बेड्रा होती है, 2 दिन के लिए, 1 दिन के, 3 दिन के लिए। वो 2 गन मैंने वापस लिए। पर लेकिन सिद्धू मूसेवाला अकेले गए थे उस दिन, घर से अकेले निकले। पर लेकिन उनके पास 2 और सिक्योरिटी गार्ड घर में थे। तो मेरा मानना है कि ये पंजाब सरकार, इसमें कोई फॉल्ट नहीं है। पंजाब सरकार ने बहुत सारे लोगों की सिक्योरिटी कम की थी, तो एक 2 उनके जो सिक्योरिटी मैंने वापस लिए थे। पर लेकिन पूरी सिक्योरिटी विड्रा नहीं की थी। इसमें पंजाब सरकार का कोई कसूर नहीं। पर लेकिन जो गैंगस्टर हैं, बिल्कुल उन्होंने सिद्धू मूसेवाला की हत्या की है और उसका बदला जो आज लिया है, हम किसी को नहीं बख्शेंगे। सबको कानून के तहत सजा देंगे।
Continue to be with us.
उनको मिलेगी।
Let me bring in Mr. Sareen. Mr. Sareen, this murder was executed by Lawrence Bishnoi sitting in Tihar jail, and Goldie Brar, who was in Canada. Would you say that there has been a massive intelligence failure?
There is no doubt that there is a total collapse of intelligence failure, as well as this government which came to power almost 4 or 5 months back. It's very unfortunate that sitting over here, Mr. Chima is blatantly telling lie to the public. He said that security was withdrawn, and every year it was withdrawn. Is every year the list is published in the public? It is you who publish the list in the public and telling everybody that so and so security has been withdrawn or reduced. You are at fault. You created this situation. You are responsible for the murder of Sidhu Moosewala and others.
No.
Your intelligence headquarters was attacked, and you are unable to track any of them. This is very unfortunate. Still, today I would like to congratulate, though it is too late, but still our forces has done good thing. As a BJP appreciates today's encounter, because whosoever wants to kill somebody, he must know that he is to be killed also.
Mr. Chima, ये आप मानते हैं, ये जो उन्होंने सवाल उठाया है, वो सवाल सारे पुलिस वाले भी उठा रहे थे, और इन जनरल एनालिस्ट भी उठा रहे हैं कि अगर लिस्ट बनी थी इस तरह की कि उन लोगों पे सिक्योरिटी उन लोगों की विड्रॉ की जाएगी, तो वो पब्लिक डोमेन में लाने की क्या जरूरत थी? ये इसलिए लाया गया था क्योंकि योर गवर्नमेंट वांटेड टू टॉम के हम लोग वीआईपी सिक्योरिटी हटा रहे हैं।
देखिए, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है। ये सरकार ने कोई पब्लिक डोमेन में नहीं लेके आए इसको कि किसकी सिक्योरिटी बेडरार हुई है या किसको मिल रही है। ये सरकार ने, गवर्नमेंट ने नहीं अनाउंस किया, ये हमारी तरफ से कोई अनाउंसमेंट नहीं थी। पर लेकिन मैं मानता हूं, जिन लोगों ने सिद्धू मूसेवाला की हत्या की है, उनको हम पूरी तरीके से पूरे कानून के तहत सजा देंगे। और जो भी कोई होगा बड़े से बड़ा गैंगस्टर, जब इनकी सरकार थी पंजाब में बीजेपी और अकाली दल वालों की, इन्होंने कौन सा काम किया गैंगस्टरों के खिलाफ? जब पंजाब में कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार थी, कब इन्होंने कौन सा काम किया पंजाब में गैंगस्टरों के खिलाफ? एक भी गैंगस्टर को किसी भी मुकदमे में, जिन मुकदमों में उनका नाम आया था ड्यूरिंग द इन्वेस्टिगेशन, जिन केसों में ड्यूरिंग द इन्वेस्टिगेशन इन लॉरेंस का या और दूसरे जो गैंगस्टर है उनका नाम आया था, किसी एक को प्रोडक्शन।
I'll go back to the politicians in just a bit. Let me get Mr. Papi and also Shashikant ji. Mr. Shashikant,
just let me reply. Just give me
10 seconds you get.
Yes. Can you tell me whose Twitter was used to publish the list, Mr. Chima? आपके केजरीवाल ने इसको बोला कि हमने इतने लोगों की लिस्ट है, ये रिड्यूस की है, हमने सिक्योरिटी दी थी, सिक्योरिटी वापस ली है।
देखिए झूठ मत बोल के ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है। ये मीडिया के सेक्शन ने चलाया था पंजाब में, पंजाब सरकार के किसी ट्विटर हैंडल पे कहीं नहीं चलाया गया। आप झूठ मत बोलिए, झूठ मत बोलिए मिस्टर। ये आपके कुछ चैनल ने चलाया था, आप कुछ चैनल ने चलाया था, बिल्कुल हमने ऐसा कुछ नहीं किया है। और ये कंस्पिरेसी बहुत थी।
Vipin Papi, what is evident out of in this entire gang war which has played out is the larger nexus, which is perhaps difficult to crack down. How are they able to operate with impunity in a state like Punjab?
Well, Maria, I must say that you correctly pointed out that it has raised so many questions, and these need to be answered. At the same time, I would like to compliment also the Punjab police for cracking this case and taking in 7 of the 8 accused who were there. Only one of them is still at large, 2 have been killed, 5 others have been arrested. But I wish they had used the same inputs, same intelligence to avoid the tragedy of Moosewala being killed. As one of the speakers, I think that he was the Aam Aadmi Party spokesman, saying that we did not officially release the list, but it's a fact. In public, it was released. There were names of 400 people whose security had been withdrawn.
Okay, there seems to be some problem with that line. Mr. Shashikant, this has turned into a national security threat. Will we see central agencies also intervene to crack down on these criminal syndicates which have almost like a pan-India presence? The fact that Goldie Brar was operating from a jail, Lawrence Bishnoi was operating from Tihar jail?
Yeah, of course. I think that I'm sure that the national security agencies must have been involved in the task in one way or the other. And the guy, this Lawrence Bishnoi, he was sitting in Tihar jail. He was very safe there, and he had all the time to check out the entire plan in detail, absolute detail, and get it implemented also. And what shocks me most is that this guy was in touch with this Rus in Canada, this Goldie guy. And another thing that I see, which to my mind is very sinister, is that these 2 guys who have been killed today, they didn't belong to the Bishnoi gang. They belong to the Bhuvanpuria gang. Does it mean that there is this different gangs in Punjab, they're joining and shaking hands with each other? I find that to be very, very sinister development.
Yes, and that kind of, multiple gangs which are operating. Vipin Papi, you wanted to make your point. Please go ahead before we lost that connection with you. Yes.
Yeah, I really, I just lost that. And the thing is that, the place where they have been caught, it's just about 6 kilometers from Indo-Pak border.
Yes.
And, one is still not sure, because investigation will prove whether they had gone there to receive arms and ammunition and more weapons. Mainly these are being sent through drone these days, or whether they were wanting to flee into Pakistan, because there are a lot of sympathizers and also Khalistani supporters who are residing in Pakistan, and Pakistan has a vested interest in creating trouble here. So 6 kilometers from the border, it's significant. So investigations would need to find out whether they had gone there to receive more arms and ammunition, or whether they were trying to flee into Pakistan.
Yes. So there are multiple angles to it. While we know about the Canada angle and the entire extortion racket which was functioning here, also Mr. Shashikant, what does it say about Punjab police in general and the entire function?
Well, as far as Punjab police is concerned, I think, look, this was a very carefully chalked out plan. Proper red herring was used. these two guys who were eliminated today, they were sitting somewhere in Punjab, and other of these persons, there was rumor, there were news that somebody was sighted and seen in Uttarakhand, somebody in Haryana, somebody in Delhi, Gujarat, Maharashtra. It was a very careful ploy. They used red herring, and these persons were sitting very safely here in Punjab. And I agree with Mr. Papi, but my own doubts whether they could flee from India to Pakistan because they've got barbed wire there. In case there's a tunnel, I don't know. But I'm sure that if that's not the reason, they were waiting for some consignment of arms and explosives, etc., so that they could indulge in more of the heinous acts there in Amritsar district.
Mr. Sareen, the Jammu and Kashmir police have recently cited a rise in drone drops, which are arming gangs and terrorists and even supplying drugs. Is the centre struggling to crack down on the operations of this nexus?
My thing is that what our neighbor Pakistan is adopting variable methods how to intrude. First, they physically infiltrate in our country. That has been stopped to a maximum possible extent. And now they have adopted another thing is that through drone they drop drugs and our forces are doing their best. Even day before yesterday.
All right.
They saw drone and they fired at it and it returned back.
Okay.
But the thing is, the biggest problem for Punjab is the government which we are having that, and as far as our police force is concerned, Mr. Shashikant has been a top cop. He knows very well, and we too all Punjabis know. Our police force is very professional, but the only problem is at the moment in the Punjab is that they are not having a government who has a
all right, Anil Sareen, thank you so much for joining us, Shashikant ji, Vipin Pabbi and Harpal Singh Cheema. Shifting focus to debate 2, where we look at 5 years of the GST regime. This recently made headlines when paneer butter masala memes exploded on social media after the government announced that customers will have to pay 5% GST on pre-packed food items like paneer, atta and curd. This move by the government faced criticism from citizens who reflected on the impact of the policy on their monthly budget. This prompted Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to clarify that the 5% goods and services tax was approved by the GST Council after a nod from all states. She clarified that 11 items, when sold loose and not pre-packed or pre-labelled, won't attract GST. However, opposition parties staged a protest in Parliament against inflation and the hike in the GST, claiming Gabbar Singh tax has struck again. Congress leader Jairam Ramesh even said that centre refused to acknowledge the opposition of state finance ministers in the GST Council, adding that the hike will only cut off poor consumers from buying pre-packaged and labelled goods. He also said that GST continues to break the backs of small business owners and shopkeepers, calling it cruel to raise tax rates when there is rising inflation and depreciation of the rupee. The tussle between the centre and the opposition over the GST regime continues. But one nation, one market, one tax has been driving motto which has brought 1.3 million taxpayers into a unified indirect taxation system. The introduction of GST has simplified business processes, tax administration and compliances in India. The Ease of Doing Business Index, in which paying taxes is one of the important parameters used to determine a country's rankings, has shown significant change. India's ranking during the last 3 years showed a sharp upward momentum from 100 in 2018 to 77 in 2019 and 63 in 2020, a jump of 37 places in a span of just 3 years. 5 years down the GST lane, there are challenges yet to be addressed, be it the highest tax rate of up to 28%, a large number of tax slabs, exclusion of products and sectors from petro products and power, resulting in cascading taxes, as well as technical glitches of the tax portal. To decode the hits, misses and progress of the GST regime, I'm being joined first on the show by Arvind Panagria. He is the professor at Columbia University, a leading economist. Professor Panagria, really appreciate your time. The original rationale for bringing the GST was to prevent the cascading of taxes, but it has also restricted revenue-raising autonomy of individual states. Initially, a 5-year compensation was provided to the states, which is coming to an end. How do you see it unfold from here on? An extension will take away the incentives to ensure proper compliance and promote formalization. Can there be a middle ground, and what could that be?
Maria, there is a broader question here where I think some sort of middle ground may be possible to find. And that is that, a very large number of goods, particularly those that are in the consumer price index basket, are simply not there in the GST net yet. And I think, ultimately, income tax really is paid by very, very few individuals. And it is proper to bring the citizenry into the tax net, at least in some nominal form, meaning that, we all should have a stake. We all should pay some taxes, not necessarily a very large amount, at least some. Redistribution can be done through expenditures. So, we should certainly support the poor, but not every instrument has to be used to do this redistribution. So the design of the taxation should be an efficient one, and one principle of that is to make the tax base broader, as broad as you can make it. And so this is where I think some possibility of a compromise may exist. That look, maybe compensation can be extended for. I think that's a political call as to for how many years. But some sort of negotiation could possibly be done that, you broaden the tax base to bring in some of these products that are, many of these products actually, which are currently not in the tax net, in return for some extension on compensation.
Okay. Professor Panagria, the government has been pushing for formalization of the economy and has brought in several legislations to make that a possibility, including the GST. The monthly collection has gone up significantly. How feasible is it to use the GST collection data to put in place a cash flow based lending for MSMEs in particular? There are approximately 60 million MSMEs and the funding gap is estimated to be about 20 lakh crore. Won't it greatly help in formalization of the economy and higher tax collection? What is holding it back?
Look, the GST itself is relatively new, and it has taken some teething pains to get to where we are now, where at least the GST network is really working, functioning properly. And now there are issues of further formalization, issues of using the information that the GST network kind of provides us at various levels. I think, there is a lot of information being provided that the government can also use. A lot of the surveys that of enterprises that we do, for example, now would be done, I hope, using the GST list of companies as the sample frame. Likewise, now you mentioned, using the record that is created of the smaller firms paying their GSTs and those who are regular payers of their taxes and have good record could then use that record to borrow. And I certainly think that's a very eminently possible thing to happen. But, this is still work in progress. Some of it may be happening, we do not know. Certainly it's not happening on a large scale just yet. But I think it'll happen, and this is a very good thing we have done, and it opens the door to many things. I gave you two examples. One about using the record to borrow, and also to use the data, and also use the universe of the firms and the GST as a sample frame to do our enterprise surveys.
Okay, Professor Panagia, we are seeing opposition up in arm against the hike in GST. On the opposition's constant question of the number of rates or GST slabs, do you think further rationalization is required? Do you think one rate would be too impractical in India, which is so diverse and has a very different tax profile?
Look, the rationalization in India, because of this noisy democracy, is always slow, and it has to be done in steps. So the way you pose the question, of one single rate, I think that will perhaps at this point of multiple rates which are in existence in GST would be a little too radical. But it will be good to start thinking in terms of two rates. I think that's a feasible proposition. With some effort, I think states can be brought on board. So that is, and I agree on this one, that rationalization is required. I think multiple rates need to be, that's, I haven't counted, but I know that there are easily 4 rates or more. And going to 2, I think, should be our goal at this point. Maybe, in the next couple of years, we should try to accomplish that.
Last question to you before I let you go. Is the GST somewhat failing as it still micromanages rates on small items?
See, whenever you have too many rates, then inevitably you see there will be lobbying that, put me into the lower rate. And that is really the most powerful argument for having a single rate. Then, the only thing they can come in and seek is raise the rate or lower the rate. I mean, obviously, the enterprise will say lower the rate, but they can't come in and say that lower my specific rate. But as long as you got many of these rates, there will always be this push by the enterprises that, lower my rate. And push me from 18 to 12% or 5%, and that is where I think truly having a single rate is a good thing. But 2, which could be something like 12% and 18%, let's say, would be a big progress, right? So because then maximally what you would get the pressure for is those with 18% would try to say, well, bring me down to 12. But given the revenue needs, etc., the government will be on a much firmer footing, and it would deny that request. But when you got so many rates, then of course it becomes harder.
All right, Professor Panagia, always a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you so much for your time. Let me bring in my guests now on this topic. Sanju Verma, National Spokesperson of the BJP. Dr. Anshul Avijit is Spokesperson of the Congress. Dr. Ajay Dua is former Industry Secretary. We also have Saloni Roy. She is the partner at Deloitte. I'm going to begin with the politician on the show, that is Anshul Avijit. Anshul Avijit, the BJP says that the opposition parties, in fact, all state finance ministers were present in that meeting where this decision was taken. Then why this tutu meme, the manner in which it is playing out between the opposition and the government?
No, that is absolutely not true. We have continuously expressed our resentment and our objections to the manner in which the GST councils meetings are being held. Now, if you remember, Maria, after every GST council meeting, we have a press conference in which we come out and say that, you listen, there is no consensus building here. I mean, it's just like the parliament. I mean, it seems to be almost like an extension of the parliament in which there is no consensus building. The voice of the opposition is not heard. And the meaning of consensus here is completely different.
The council had its 47th meeting held in Chandigarh on June 29th. Levied a 5% GST on pre-packaged and labelled local unbranded products such as rice, wheat, curd, lassi, papad and honey. This happened.
We are completely against that. This is a, this is the timing of this. It couldn't have come at a worse time. This is a perfect storm when inflation is raging, when it's stubbornly above 7%, it refuses to come down. WPI is at record levels at 16%. Unemployment is rampant throughout. And you can tell by the MNREGA figures, which have vastly increased in June to 2.7 crores. And that is an increase from May by 5%. You can see the unemployment levels. Private consumption is weak. Gross fixed capital formation is still not picking up. Capacity utilization.
Let me take all those questions and objections of the Congress party to Dr. Ajay Dua. Dr. Ajay Dua, you heard the objections that have been raised. The Congress says that at a time when the inflation is over 7%, WPI inflation is over 15%, unemployment is high and rupee is depreciating, this entire move is cruel.
I don't quite agree with that. On the one hand, the opposition states in particular, and that includes the Congress, is asking for continuance of the compensation scheme, which ended on 30th of June. And at the same time, they're saying that do not widen your base and to bring in more items under the tax purview. How is that reconcilable? And having said that, let me also point out that in the 47th meeting held at Chandigarh, I don't think there was any dissent whatsoever to covering some of those items which you mentioned about loose food items, unbranded, etc. That those were objected to because the focus of the meeting, as far as I know, was saying how to get the center around to agree to the extension of the scheme of compensation. That's number one point. Number two, yes, there is inflation, nobody denies it, but let's also understand that the average rate in 2019-20 of the GST was 11.5% as against 14.4% prior to 2017, when we put all the taxes of the center and the state together. So we are still at a lower level than what we were. For revenue neutral rate itself, which was agreed to in the GST Council, that was 15.5. And that was based on an detailed exercise by the then Chief Economic Advisor. Having said that, I am all for the fact that let us get more and more items under its fold and let us remove as many exemptions as we can, because today the exemption list is equal to 18% in value of the GST items.
Dr. Dua, then how are you, moving away from the opposition, how are you looking at the letter that was sent to Chief Ministers and Finance Ministers of all states by Confederation of All India Traders? They had also demanded that the 5% GST that was imposed on unbranded food grains should be withdrawn.
Yeah, Confederation of that is their job, and to represent the traders, the retail traders in particular. The Confederation does that. They would look at their own business point from that point of view. But at the same time, you might like to recall that certain industries associations had themselves, when the government had made a distinction between unbranded packaged goods and branded packaged goods, a lot of industries, a lot of large entities had started disowning the packaged brand, saying this is not ours, this is not ours, somebody is using a label, etc. And these were looked at. There was a fitment committee consisting of secretaries of finance of 7 states, which looked at it and unanimously had, and that included many of the opposition states, if I might be permitted to point that out, and they unanimously had recommended that we should agree with this, because
so if the opposition states or states in general unanimously agreed to it, then why this objection at this point? I'm going to take that question to both the politicians in just a bit, but opening comments from Saloni Roy. Saloni Roy, steps like refund of accumulated input tax credit to exporters is welcome. but we also need more cross-netting of input tax credits across states for companies. What are your thoughts on automating from completion and reducing filing frequency for smaller businesses? We don't want to create burden of compliance or on particularly MSMEs.
So you're right. Credit is an area where we could do more on. We have certain restrictions which were there in the previous regime, which have been carried forward to the GST regime. And considering that, we have a build-up of credits, they could be in a particular jurisdiction. There should be some way of allowing credits to flow from one jurisdiction, one registration where there is excess credits to another jurisdiction where there is a lack of credit and cash needs to be paid. So I would be in favor of that. I think there has been discussion around that. So hopefully, in times to come, we'll see some movement on that. The other question that you had was with respect to MSMEs and how we could improve compliances. Yes, there is a significant reliance on technology. So GST has been, easy for those who are adapting to technology, but for those who don't adapt to technology that easily and that well, it has been challenging because of the various compliances that are all automated. So I don't see technology really going away. It's only going to be enhanced. Yes, there could be simpler return filings for smaller taxpayers, but I only see technology being used further as a GST tool.
Okay, Sanju Verma, the BJP and the government is being accused of penalizing aspiration and desire to buy more hygiene-packed goods. That's a charge that has come from Jairam Ramesh.
Maria, Jairam Ramesh.
So, Saloni, that's a question for Sanju Verma. Now it's the political slugfest which is happening over it. Let her respond. Yes, go ahead, Sanju.
Thank you, Maria. No, Maria, this is a very sensitive issue and I hope it won't turn into a slugfest. Jairam Ramesh is the same man who I remember last year when the Modi government introduced Covaxin. He infamously tweeted, the Modi government is hell-bent on treating Indians like guinea pigs. And today we've crossed 2 billion doses and no thanks to Jairam Ramesh. So Jairam Ramesh has very little credibility. Number two, I will speak on a very important issue for the benefit of your audience. First and foremost, Maria, as you mentioned on your show, lose atta, lose dal, lose besan, lose suji, lose puffed rice, all this will continue to attract 0% GST. Now the question people are asking is, why was there a need to introduce 5% GST when there was already inflation which the government is trying to rein in? Yes. Could this not have been avoided? So my simple answer is only this. The decision to introduce 5% GST was taken on 28th June, where West Bengal, Rajasthan and Kerala, which are non-BJP ruled states, also agreed to this 5% GST. But more importantly, this is a revenue-neutral introduction, which means that while 5% GST on pre-packaged and pre-labeled goods will be there, this will not bring in any big revenues to the government. All that it will do is it will plug in tax leakages, because please understand, even prior to June 28, 2022, Maria, branded and specified goods in unit containers, in layman terms, branded atta, branded dal, branded suji, used to attract 5% GST. We have simply tweaked the definition from branded to pre-packaged and pre-labeled, because as Nirmala Sitharaman said in a tweet yesterday, small traders, small industry associations said that if you don't bring in uniformity and say pre-packaged and pre-labeled rather than just saying branded, we the small traders are getting hurt. And because the small traders will get input tax credit benefits, so the net impact on end consumers like you and me will be nothing more than what it was prior to 28 June 2022. So the opposition is running a failed narrative.
Okay. Anshul Avijit, I'm looking at another tweet of the finance minister. She says, is this the first time such food articles are being taxed? No. States were collecting significant revenue from food grain in the pre-GST regime. Punjab alone collected more than 2,000 crore on food grain by way of purchase tax. UP collected rupees 700. And the finance minister also cited VAT on rice levied prior to 2017 in Punjab, Telangana, Uttar Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Bihar to buttress a point. So, is this a case in which there is selective quoting of events only because you want to make this argument that this entire move of 5%, it's timed with the rupee falling, the overall inflation being high?
Absolutely not. You know, I understand perfectly well the revenue neutral rate. I know what it was and what it was envisaged to be, 15 to 15.5%. I know what it is now. I know the inverted duty structure. Fine, it's all okay to correct that. It is the timing at the moment which is of crucial concern. Let me tell you the tweet which Nirmala ji tweeted. You know, she's not well. I really wish her well. But the 14 tweets she tweeted, I want to make a point out of them. She claimed that there was actually rampant misuse of the scheme that was already earlier. That means, you know, there was malfunctions, there were malpractices. So in effect, what it means was that the government's failure to ensure compliance of a particular scheme and ensure that there is no malpractices, in fact, there is no tax evasion, well, the common man has to suffer for their lack of compliance. It's complete irony. You know, that is exactly what they've done in excise duty of fuel.
So the objection that is there, Sanju Verma, is about the timing.
There's a series of them.
And what Anshul Avijit says, that if you are not able to plug in those leakages in terms of fixing responsibility on those who are evading taxes, then why tax Aam Aadmi? Because they are terming this as anti-people.
They're doing it all the time, Maria.
Okay,
it's relentless.
Maria, this is not fair. I did not interrupt him. Okay. I did not interrupt him.
He's not interrupting, Sanju.
No, please go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You know, Anshul made a couple of interesting points. Just taking off from where he left, yes, apart from plugging tax leakages, the reason for 5% GST introduction was to also correct the inverted duty structure, which means that in many cases, the tax on raw material was higher than the tax on finished products, because ideally it is the opposite, which is the established norm. But I will tell you one thing, Maria. You know, so much of hue and cry is being raised, but nobody has made one very important point. When Arun Jaitley introduced GST in July 2017, the entire opposition, which was taken into confidence, what had we agreed upon? I'll take 20 seconds to tell you. We said the revenue neutral rate after GST is introduced over the next 5 or 6 years should settle at 15.5%. Do you know what the revenue neutral rate is today? It is 11.4%. Which means that basically we are under-taxing even compared to the commitment that we had made when we introduced GST. 11.4% is the lowest revenue neutral rate anywhere in the world for a nation that is working on GST. Show me one country which has a revenue neutral rate of 11.4% and still has GST and a population of 1.38 billion people. So we are an under-taxed economy. We need to widen our tax base and reduce our tax rate, and that is precisely what we aim to do.
But Sanju, if you're talking about increasing the tax base, again the point is, why now?
Maria, see, I'll tell you one thing very clearly. What is the primary allegation against the BJP? हम जब कोई welfare scheme लेकर आते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि योजना, we said we will put 6,000 rupees into every kisan bank account every year. Oh, this is with an eye on elections. Now, come on, in India, every 4 or 6 months you have an election. We said we are taking a big reform and we are privatizing Air India. Why now? Why not now?
So there is an answer to why now. Anshul Avijit, 30 seconds and then I'll give the final words to Ajay Dua.
Yes. There's never a good time in India.
Sanjay spoke about welfare scheme. You know what the dalil was of the then fuel minister? He said कि हम excise duty इसलिए बढ़ा रहे हैं कि लोगों को जन कल्याण में उसका पैसा देंगे, मतलब उन्हीं से ले रहे हैं और वापस उन्हीं को दे रहे हैं. देखिए, there is a pattern here. The government does not know anything about macroeconomics, does not know how to raise revenue, and the only way it can do it is by robbing the poor. That's exactly what it's doing.
Under PM Kisan. We have given
the only way it's doing it through the relentless rise of excise duty of fuel and through other kind of rampant increases of indirect taxes in which the poor have to. Let me speak, Sanjuji. Let me finish. You'll get a chance. I'm sure Maria will give you a chance to rebut what I'm saying. I just want to say that by relentlessly increasing indirect taxes at the wrong time and mismanaging the economy, the Indian economy...
Dr. Ajay Dua, let him have the final words, because I think it's less about politics and more about understanding the nuances here. Yes,
Maria,
Dr. Ajay Dua.
We have been, if you would recall, ever since the pandemic set in, we have been in the GST reducing the rates. That's how we come down to 11.4 or 11.5, and 200, as many as about 200 items were put in the exemption list. That means they used to have a tax earlier 5 or 12%, they were brought down to 0. There is, if we have to continue with the scheme and have the benefit of GST's rationalization, the very important cascading effect to go away, and the input tax credit being made available, we cannot deny that there is need for greater coverage of the number of items left out. Apart from all these items of food, etc., we should look at it from the point of view of the common man. I would say not because it's a food item or it's a drug. If it can be afforded by a rich guy, probably doesn't deserve it. But if it is going to help out the poor, yes, we should do it. But I am all for,
let him finish his point. Yes.
Like to bring under the coverage of GST at the earliest ATF, residential construction with the underlying land, as well as going forward. We must
Maria, 10 seconds. Yes, Sanju, 10 seconds.
Diesel, petrol, etc. Only then we will be able to keep the rates at the lower level.
I need to make just one quick point, Maria. And that is that when GST was introduced, there were 226 items which attracted 28% GST. Do you know, today there are only 29 items like aerated drinks, tobacco, high-end premium TVs which attract 28% GST. From 226 to 29 items only.
Final word.
Only 29 items attract 28% GST.
Okay, we have really...
One final word, Maria.
I have really run out of time. Thank you so much for joining us.
We need to restructure the GST.
Anshul Avijit, Ajay Dua, Saloni Gaur and Sanju Verma, thank you so much for your time. We are slipping into a short break. After that, we'll be getting you the latest from the elections that are taking place in UK. Rishi Sunak has moved closer to being perhaps the next Prime Minister of United Kingdom.
Workers, there is heavy police presence here in this protest outside the state secretariat.
Several women have complained that they were forced to take off their innerwear before entering the exam hall in Kollam as the metal hooks beeped during a security check. 5 people have been arrested in the case and remanded to police custody.
A day after he made a strong pitch to be the Congress's chief ministerial face in Karnataka, DK Shiv Kumar has said, "Let me get the Congress to power first." This comes amidst his growing rift with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, despite the Congress High Command urging for collective leadership.
First, let me get the party to power. Not myself becoming a chief minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
It was another chaotic day in Parliament. Opposition parties staged a protest against inflation and the hike in goods and services tax on certain commodities of daily use. The Congress and other opposition parties have been seeking a discussion in Parliament on these issues and disrupting proceedings in both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation, and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a three-cornered parliamentary contest. He was always a frontrunner since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore, our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil Hachanaye. So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next president?
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village is now fully inhabited. You can see cars parked at virtually every home. Also, an all-weather carriageway is being built near this village. This carriageway enters 10 kilometers into Bhutan. India has sensitized the Bhutanese into India's concerns for this kind of infrastructure being built very close to what is a strategic location. Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Nita Mani said that the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and digital management and marketing communications will begin from tomorrow. Several European countries are witnessing record high temperatures, from Britain to France to Spain.
Multiple fires have broken out across the south of England and Wales as an intense heatwave takes over the UK. Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Roopa and Mannu, a massive police force was rushed into village Pakna as reports of the 2 killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Roopa being killed.
A team है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ अंजाम ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the 2 gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered 1 pistol and 1 AK-47 along with a cache of ammunition. A horrific video of a young man being thrashed with sticks is going viral.
The video shows half a dozen men brutally beating one person with sticks and rods in Rajasthan's Suratgarh. They thrashed him so badly that the victim's legs broke. The assailants even fired in the air to spread panic and then fled from the spot. The victim remains critical and the police have been unable to record his statement, but they believe personal enmity was the reason for the brutal attack. CCTV footage from the area is being scanned to try and identify and nab the accused.
A solar storm of a significant size is expected to hit the Earth today. It's a burst of radiation erupting from the sun, which can release a lot of heat and a lot of energy. It can disrupt services across the globe. It may possibly
Welcome back. Rishi Sunak is one step closer to becoming the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. In the fifth and final round of the voting among Conservative MPs, Sunak raised his tally to 137 votes, followed by Foreign Secretary Liz Truss with 113 votes and Penny Mordaunt, who lost the fifth round with just 105 votes. With this, Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss are now the final two candidates in the race to replace Boris Johnson. Sunak, in a tweet, thanked his colleagues for their trust and said he will work day and night for the country.
Thank you so much to everyone for your support. I'm so humbled by it and I'm delighted that we got to this stage in the contest. I won't let you down. I'll work as hard as I can to get our message out to the country. We need to restore trust, rebuild the economy and reunite our country. I'm confident that we can do that, and we've got a really positive message to take out to all our members now. Crucially, who is the best person to beat Keir Starmer and the Labour Party at the next election? I believe I'm the only candidate who can do that, and that's what we're going to talk to all our members about now. But thanks for all your support so far. Please come and join the team. Sign up at readyforrishi.com, and I hopefully see you on the road soon.
Let me go straight to London, where Sanjay Suri is joining me from outside Westminster. Sanjay Suri, is it a done deal now, or does it get tricky because the voter base increases? It's no longer just the MPs, but Conservative members in general.
Well, I think in India we would love to believe it's a done deal, but what's done is only the first phase of the contest. As you said, that was among the 358 Conservative members of Parliament. Now it's the next phase of the election, and the voters will be about 180,000 members of the Conservative Party, and their vote will come over the next few weeks, and over the few weeks we'll also see hustings where the two candidates come face-to-face before party membership to debate and to try and convince party members that they are the best candidate. Without question, if this were to be settled on talent and experience and capability, Rishi Sunak would be through by far. He has the experience, he has the capacity. In previous exchanges with Liz Truss, she has come off an embarrassing second best. But the difficulty here and the fear here is that we will see that there will be subterranean prejudices that may come to work, that the other camp may seek to portray Sunak as the outsider. He is very Indian looking, his wife is an Indian citizen, and there are concerns whether a lot of Tory members who are very blue and very white want such a person as PM.
All right, Sanjay, thank you so much for joining us and telling us what exactly is happening there. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll be seeing you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Breaking news coming in at the top of the bulletin. The Karnataka police has given a clean sheet to BJP leader Ishwarappa in connection with contractor Santosh Patil's death. Santosh Patil was found dead in April this year, and in a message to his friends, he had alleged that Ishwarappa was the sole reason for his death. The police have filed a report and said there was no evidence to support that Ishwarappa had any role to play in the contractor's suicide. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in on top of the bulletin. When it comes to that entire storm surrounding BJP leader Ishwarappa, now what we have learned is that the police have given him a clean sheet. The police have filed a report and said that there was no evidence to support that Ishwarappa had any role to play in the contractor's suicide. I'm joined by Ritu on the phone line to get the latest details amid this piece of breaking news. Ritu, a huge sigh of relief for Ishwarappa after that storm surrounding the contractor's suicide.
Yes, the former Karnataka minister, the BJP state, Ishwarappa, in fact, who had to step down from the post after the huge allegations that were being made on him when this particular contractor named Santosh Patil had committed suicide. You remember there was a lot of pressure that was being mounted from the opposition party, Congress party, and he to sack him. And in fact, just a couple of days, and you saw how the minister, in fact, was being had to step down from his position, and then later you see the family making a lot of allegations against the minister, and in fact the investigation as it was on, then the minister was also been telling this out. In fact, he was reiterating it often, saying that he is nowhere part of this whole the whole incident, and he said that sooner he will also come out clean. But now you see what the minister had to say has come out true, as he is now, he has in fact got out clean, with a clean sheet. But also that, remember, this couple of weeks back that we got to see how this particular contractor's, deceased contractor's wife, in fact, had written a letter as well, saying that the investigation that was on in this particular issue was not being going on well, and there should be a transparency was the demand of the wife, as she was saying that this minister particularly, there was a lot of allegations that she had in fact made in that particular letter, saying that this particular minister is in fact trying to use his power and money to disturb this particular investigation, and thus the transparency must be there in the whole investigation. And she was also scared while in fact mentioning out that there was a lot that was happening in this investigation, and the transparency was her primary demand. But now you see what the minister had to say had come out true, where he got the clean check now.
Right. Thank you, Ritu, for joining us on the broadcast with that piece of breaking news. Now, shifting focus, the Enforcement Directorate has issued a fresh summons to Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Roth in connection to the Patra Chaul case. Roth has been summoned by ED officials on the 27th of July. Roth was summoned on the 1st of July in relation to the case and was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for around 10 hours. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in. I'm joined by Ashish Maharishi, who tracks the Enforcement Directorate. Ashish, take us through the contours of this case and what is likely to be the line of questioning of ED officials. What more are you getting from your sources?
So if you remember, there is a close aide of Sanjay Roth. His name is Praveen Roth, who has been a beneficiary of a scam called the Patra Chaul scam. Now, basically the deal was that certain houses were supposed to be made against, if you remember, there is a slum development authority where certain houses were supposed to be given against certain land. But then nothing like that happened, and the land was occupied by a company which was owned by Praveen Roth. So finally, basically, the Enforcement Directorate has found that certain proceeds of crime of that scam and certain proceeds of crime from DHFL scam have reached into the hands of the family members of Sanjay Roth, and that is why he has been summoned. He did not appear today, citing the reason that he had to attend the parliament. But now the fresh summons has been issued, and now he has to appear before the Enforcement Directorate according to the fresh summons issued against his name.
Right. Thank you, Ashish, for joining us on the broadcast. So the trouble continues for Sanjay Roth, as now he's been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate on the 27th of July. Remember, on the 1st of July, he was grilled for almost 10 hours in connection to this case. Now, getting some more breaking news in connection to the DSP murder, which rocked the state of Haryana. The driver of the truck that mowed down Haryana DSP, Surendra Singh, he has been arrested from the Ganghora village in Haryana. The driver has been identified as Mitter. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in, where the driver of the truck has now been taken into custody. Now, last night we got you that report where the truck itself had been seized by the Haryana cops, and now the driver of that truck has been taken into custody. Remember, Haryana DSP Surendra Singh had gone to the Aravali Hills in the area of New to check when it comes to evidence of illegal sand mining in the area. He had stopped this particular truck which was being driven by this driver whose name is Mitter. He had tried to stop the truck, but the driver panicked and mowed him down. Those visuals on your screen of the crime scene in New in Haryana. Now what we're getting is that the Haryana police have arrested the driver. His name is Mitter, and he has been arrested from the Ganghora village in Haryana. So that's the latest that's coming in on that front. Let's shift focus to that stunning daylight encounter which took place near Amritsar. The Punjab police gunned down 2 gangsters involved in the Moosewala murder case. The encounter lasted for 5 hours. The gangsters have been identified as Jagroop, Singh, alias Roopa, and Manpreet, Mannu. Now, these 2 were involved in gunning down Sidhu Moosewala. Now, let's see how the encounter unfolded. The Punjab Anti-Gangster force tailed the 2 killers, Jagroop and Manpreet. The accused were cornered in a hut. Now, interestingly, the spot where they were hiding was just 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Now, the shootout started around noon, and there was heavy exchange of fire from both sides, from both the police as well as these 2 gangsters. They were armed with a pistol as well as an AK-47. Now, Jagroop Singh was killed in the gunfight at around 2 p.m. Manpreet was gunned down at around 4 p.m. 3 police personnel and a local journalist were also injured during the encounter. The police have said that 1 pistol and 1 AK-47 as well as a massive cache of ammunition has been recovered. So let's get you an overall detail of how this encounter unfolded. This is a CNN News 18 special report.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala, Jagroop Singh Roopa and Manpreet Singh Mannu for weeks now. Roopa and Mannu were among 3 of Moosewala's killers still on the run. This CCTV grab of the 2 on a bike in Moga on the 21st of June had raised concerns on their presence in Punjab. The 3rd man, Deepak Mundi, has still not been traced. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Roopa and Mannu, a massive police force was rushed into village Bhakna as reports of the 2 killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Roopa being killed.
ये टीम हैगी है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ अंजाम ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ
ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਾਰਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੀ ਆਖਿਆ ਪਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਤੇ ਫਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਕੀਤੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਕਹਿਣ ਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਸਰੈਂਡਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਅਲਟੀਮੇਟਲੀ ਕ੍ਰਾਸ ਫਾਇਰ ਹੈਵੀ ਐਕਸਚੇਂਜ ਆਫ ਫਾਇਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਦੋਨੋਂ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੌਤ ਹੈ
The encounter in which the gangsters were felled was not without damage on the police side too. 3 cops were injured. A news channel's camera person got a bullet in his right leg. A gruesome chapter in a prolonged saga that the Moosewala murder has turned into, with threads extending from prison to forces orchestrating gang wars in India from across Punjab, Canada and possibly other nations too.
Shifting focus, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma on Tuesday made an appeal saying it's not enough to enroll in NRC to prove that one is Indian. Rather, one should prove it by hoisting the national flag. Meanwhile, in order to mark India's 75th year of independence, which is being celebrated as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 80 lakh households in Assam will hoist the tricolour from August 13 to 15. This will be done as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga program implemented by the Ministry of Culture.
Narrow আগষ্টৰ পৰা 15 আগষ্টত পতাকা উত্তোলন কৰাটো কিন্তু কোনেও নাপাহৰিব NRCত গৈ এপ্লাই কৰিলে নহয় মই ইণ্ডিয়ান সিটিজেন বুলি পতাকা উত্তোলন কৰিহে প্ৰমাণ দিব লাগিব যে মই প্ৰকৃততে ভাৰত মাতাৰ সন্তান হয়নে নহয় হয়নে গতিকে সকলোৱে 13ৰ পৰা 15 তাৰিখে ওচৰৰ ৰেচনৰ দোকানত তিৰংগ পতাকা পাব আপোনালোকে 16 টকাত কিনি লগাব লাগিব বিনা পইচাত দিয়া নহব কাৰণ মই দেশৰ নাগৰিক দেশৰ ওপৰত মোৰ অধিকাৰ আছে বেলেগে দিয়া পতাকা মই নলগাও নিজে পতাকা কিনি পতাকা লগাম এই মহান আদৰ্শৰে আমাৰ অসমখন আগবাঢ়ি যাব লাগিব
This is very shameful for a chief minister. A person sit in the chair of chief minister, he should not pass such like irresponsible comment. NRC is not a public, private document. It's a constitutional matter. How he can make such type of irresponsible statement? He cannot compare with one another. And we condemn such type of irresponsible statement made by the chief minister.
And shifting focus to our top international news, Rishi Sunak is now one step closer to becoming the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. In the fifth and final round of the voting among Conservative MPs, Sunak swept the round with a whopping 137 votes. That is the tally that he has gathered now after 5 rounds of voting, followed by Liz Truss, the Foreign Secretary, with 113 votes, and Penny Mordaunt, who lost the fifth round after getting just 105 votes. With this, Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss are now the final 2 candidates in the race to replace Boris Johnson. Sunak thanked his colleagues for the trust they have shown in him and also assured that he will work day and night for the country.
Thank you so much to everyone for your support. I'm so humbled by it and I'm delighted that we got to this stage in the contest. I won't let you down. I'll work as hard as I can to get our message out to the country. We need to restore trust, rebuild the economy and reunite our country. I'm confident that we can do that and we've got a really positive message to take out to all our members now. Crucially, who is the best person to beat Keir Starmer and the Labour Party at the next election? I believe I'm the only candidate who can do that and that's what we're going to talk to all our members about now. But thanks for all your support so far. Please come and join the team. Sign up at readyforrishi.com and I hopefully see you on the road soon.
I'm joined by Sanjay Surya on the phone line to get the latest when it comes to that tussle to become the next Prime Minister of Britain. Sanjay, we were talking about the role of tabloids when it comes to this election, and I'm reading this headline from the Daily Mail. The Maharaja of the Dales versus Insta-Liz. Tory leadership contest pits super-rich former Chancellor Rishi Sunak against Thatcher-channeling Foreign Secretary Liz Truss in the battle for number 10. Decode the dynamics that are kind of like taking shape in the tabloid ecosystem of Britain.
Well, this is the beginning of more to come. And the 2 lines of attack have been encapsulated quite simply here. One, the Indian Maharaja, attacking the Indian in him. Second, the Maharaja, attacking the successful person in him. He has been a success as an investment banker. He has created wealth, done successful business on his own. Now his success sought to be used against him. The fact that he's seen as an outsider is going to be emphasized again and again. He is the outsider, the one who is rich, one who became rich in Britain, and because the opportunities were given by Britain, in other words, to say almost we made it possible for him to be rich. And the British don't like that in people seen as outsiders. We will see very much more of this in the next few weeks to come. But despite all this, we do need to pause a moment and say that it's remarkable, if not miraculous, how far Rishi Sunak has come already. Serious contender, if not the leading contender, to become the Prime Minister of Britain.
Right. And Sanjay, at the same time with Liz Truss, who is Boris Johnson's pick to replace him, decode the numbers game going ahead after the 5th round of voting.
Well, the 5th round of voting ends the earlier number game, which was voting among 358 Conservative MPs. We now move to the next stage of the election, which will be among 180,000 or so Conservative Party members. They will cast a postal ballot and they will pick one of these 2 candidates. Boris Johnson, you're quite right to say, he is the hidden force here. He is the proxy opponent of Sunak. He has sworn to oppose Sunak, and he will do all he can to influence the Conservative Party membership to vote for trust, which is, of course, against Sunak. He believes that he has the support of the Tory party membership. He was simply undone by a Westminster plot. There is a risk, of course, that support from Boris Johnson can mean the kiss of death, but he will certainly make all the attempts he can to campaign against Sunak. Sunak has us against him. He actually also has Boris Johnson against him.
Absolutely. And Sanjay, before I let you go, now when it comes to the heavyweights of the Conservative Party who are fighting when it comes to this leadership battle within the Tory party, what line has been drawn between the heavyweights of the party when it comes to the Liz Truss camp and the Rishi Sunak camp?
So heavyweights become lightweights very quickly in this business and vice versa. As we saw, Boris Johnson was the heaviest of the heavyweights. He simply disappeared. He will do what he can behind the scenes, but within limits. Then we saw that there were heavyweights by way of Sajid Javid, and he got almost nowhere in the contest. He got knocked out very early on. Then Penny Mordaunt, a lightweight, almost an unknown person, made it nearly to the final. She just lost out by 8 votes in the end. This changes very quickly at the best of times. Now we are looking at a time of flux when change is what the agenda is about. Who do you change Boris Johnson with? Truss or Sunak? A lot of realignments will take place, and that is going to create its own set of heavyweights. And once you have a winner, who is the Prime Minister, who then announces a cabinet, that's when the new heavyweights will come in. We'll have to wait till then.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sanjay Suri, for joining us on the broadcast. So, India is poised to witness history when it comes to Britain if Rishi Sunak secures his position as the next Prime Minister of Britain. We'll continue to track all the developments, but getting you a wrap of all the other news. 3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. Shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling a toll gate before crashing. The deceased include a patient, his wife and a relative. Toll plaza staffer has been seriously injured. A day after he made a strong pitch to be the Congress's chief ministerial face in Karnataka, DK Shivakumar said, "Let me get the Congress to power for Sonia and Rahul Gandhi." This comes amid his growing rift with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, despite the Congress High Command's urging the two leaders for collective leadership.
First, let me get the party to power. Not myself becoming a chief minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
The Madras High Court has asked the government to hand over the keys of the AIDMK headquarters to Edappadi Palaniswamy, who was elected as the party's interim general secretary. The AIDMK headquarters was sealed by the State Revenue Department for more than a week following the violence between the two warring factions in the party. Now, Geo Institute, located in Navi Mumbai, has welcomed its first founding batch of students for 2 inaugural postgraduate programs. Addressing the students, Reliance Foundation chairperson Neeta Ambani said the multidisciplinary higher education institute was born out of a dream to redefine higher education in India. Classes in artificial intelligence and data science and data and digital media and marketing communications are set to begin from tomorrow. The Delhi High Court has stayed guidelines that prohibited restaurants and hotels from levying a service charge on food bills. The stay is subject to restaurants ensuring that the levy of service charge, in addition to the price and taxes and obligation of the customer to pay the same, is prominently displayed on the menus or other places. Prime Minister Narendra Modi virtually interacted with the Indian contingent bound for the Commonwealth Games starting from July 28 in Birmingham. The interaction was attended by both athletes as well as their coaches. Prime Minister urged the athletes to forget expectations and focus only on giving their best at the Commonwealth Games.
आने वाले 10-15 दिन भारत के खिलाड़ियों के पास अपना दमखम दिखाने का, दुनिया पर छा जाने का एक बहुत बड़ा सुनहरा अवसर है। मैं देश के प्रत्येक खिलाड़ी को बहुत-बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
We're going to take a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Suratgarh. They thrashed him so badly that the victim's legs broke. The assailants even fired in the air to spread panic and then fled from the spot. The victim remains critical and the police have been unable to record his statement. But they believe personal enmity was the reason for the brutal attack. CCTV footage from the area is being scanned to try and identify and nab the accused.
A solar storm of a significant size is expected to hit the Earth today. It's a burst of radiation erupting from the sun, which can release a lot of heat and a lot of energy. It can disrupt services across the globe. It may possibly also interfere with radio and GPS signals. Consequences such as signal outages can be seen through today because of this rare event. There are massive protests in Kerala over the female NEET aspirants being forced to remove their innerwear and sit for the exam.
ABVP workers marched towards the Kerala Secretariat, demanding an investigation into the incident in which female NEET aspirants were violated. As the protesters clashed with police, water cannons were unleashed on them.
ABVP workers have taken out a protest march outside the State Secretariat in the issue where NEET aspirants had to go through a harrowing and humiliating experience where girl students were asked to remove their innerwear before entering into the exam center in Kollam. Water cannons were also used on these ABVP workers. There is heavy police presence here in this protest outside the State Secretariat.
Several women have complained that they were forced to take off their innerwear before entering the exam hall in Kollam as the metal hooks beeped during a security check. 5 people have been arrested in the case and remanded to police custody.
A day after he made a strong pitch to be the Congress's chief ministerial face in Karnataka, DK Shivkumar has said, "Let me get the Congress to power first." This comes amidst his growing rift with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, despite the Congress High Command urging for collective leadership.
First, let me get the party to power. Not myself becoming a chief minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
It was another chaotic day in Parliament. Opposition parties staged a protest against inflation and the hike in goods and services tax on certain commodities of daily use. The Congress and other opposition parties have been seeking a discussion in Parliament on these issues and disrupting proceedings in both houses. Sri Lanka has got a new president, but it's the same old ruling dispensation, and the protests, the Aragalaya, are raging on.
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a 3-cornered parliamentary contest.
1973 එකට අපේ දේශපාලන ගමන ආරම්භ කරේ.
He was always a frontrunner since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
Ranil is a chore. Our parliament minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil hachanaye. So what would you like to say to the people now, truthfully, as somebody who could very likely be their next
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
All right, new satellite images are indicating that China is making some serious inroads near Doklam. A Chinese village 9 kilometers east of Doklam seems to have come up. The Chinese village. Lawrence Bishnoi, operating from inside the Tihar jail with impunity, had no qualms ordering multiple hits on Salman Khan.
The sculptor himself, the main man behind this, is saying that there is actually no difference.
Drugs
to try and fund their terror operations and to also try and radicalize young, impressionable minds while confining them to the throes of drug addiction.
What is becoming increasingly worrying and problematic is that issues related to education is becoming so polarizing.
Parts of London have seen wildfires erupt as temperature touched a record 40 degrees Celsius. The wildfire caused several people to flee from their homes. A wildfire fueled by heavy winds raged in the mountains near Athens in Greece. Thick clouds of smoke darkened the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Roopa and Mannu, a massive police force was rushed into village Pakna as reports of the 2 killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Roopa being killed.
A team है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ अंजाम ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the 2 gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered 1 pistol and 1 AK-47 along with a cache of ammunition. A horrific video of a young man being thrashed with sticks is going viral.
The video shows half a dozen men brutally beating one person with sticks and rods in Rajasthan's Suratgarh. They thrashed him so badly that the victim's legs broke. The assailants even fired in the air to spread panic and then fled from the spot. The victim remains critical and the police have been unable to record his statement, but they believe personal enmity was the reason for the brutal attack. CCTV footage from the area is being scanned to try and identify and nab the accused.
A solar storm of a significant size is expected to hit the Earth today. It's a burst of radiation erupting from the sun, which can release a lot of heat and a lot of energy. It can disrupt services across the globe. It may possibly also interfere with radio and GPS signals. Consequences such as signal outages can be seen through today because of this rare event. There are massive protests in Kerala over the female NEET aspirants being forced to remove their innerwear and sit for the exam.
ABVP workers marched towards the Kerala Secretariat, demanding an investigation into the incident in which female NEET aspirants were violated. As the protesters clashed with police, water cannons were unleashed on them.
APVP workers have taken out a protest march outside the state secretariat in the issue where NEET aspirants had to go through a harrowing and humiliating experience where girl students were asked to remove their innerwear before entering into the exam center in Kollam. Water cannons were also used on these APVP workers. There is heavy police presence here in this protest outside the state secretariat.
Several women have complained that they were forced.
Ranil Wickremesinghe was elected president by the parliamentary vote that happened today. He secured 134 votes. His closest rival, Dulles, managed just 86. But this comes just a week or so after there were violent protests outside Ranil's office because the Aragalaya protesters see Ranil and the Rajapakshas as two sides of the same coin. So far, there has been a relative peace, sort of a quiet calm, if you will, in the island nation. But how long will that last? Will the Aragalaya accept Ranil Wickremesinghe as the new president?
There is no quelling the anger in Sri Lanka. Not even the election of a new president. Ranil Wickremesinghe officially went from acting president to president of Sri Lanka, polling 134 votes in a three-cornered parliamentary contest.
1973 එකට අපේ දේශපාලන ගමන ආරම්භ කළේ.
He was always a frontrunner since he was backed by the Rajapaksa's SLPP, which is the largest party. And that's exactly why protesters have not welcomed his win.
एक लोकतांत्रिक देश की खासियत यही होती है कि जब लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से संवैधानिक पद पर कोई इंसान बैठता है तो उसको हर किसी को मानना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि संवैधानिक पद के जरिए जो है लोकतांत्रिक तरीके के जरिए जो है उसकी संवैधानिक पद पर नियुक्ति हुई है। और यही अब रानिल विक्रमसिंघे के साथ हुआ है। हालांकि ऐसा सिर्फ श्रीलंका के अंदर 4 बार हुआ है जब सांसदों ने राष्ट्रपति के लिए वोटिंग की हो, जनादेश के हिसाब से ये नहीं हुआ।
Wickremesinghe is seen as a Rajapaksa ally. Protesters had demanded his resignation when he became Prime Minister as well.
Ranil is a chore, our Parliament Minister chore. Ranil, go home.
Ranil अच्छा नहीं है.
After protesters barged into the President's house, it was Wickremesinghe who extended the state of emergency in the country and gave police and security forces sweeping powers. The protests, which were triggered by a crippling economic crisis, have gone on for more than 100 days and seen the fall of the once powerful Rajapaksa clan.
We are bankrupt that we need to go to the IMF.
And now it's up to Wickremesinghe to try and turn things around.
We have gone back. We have to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps, but we can do it. We don't need 5 years, 10 years. By next year, let's start stabilizing that, and by the end of, certainly by 2024, let's have a functioning economy which will start growing, export-oriented economy, a dynamic economy.
Wickremesinghe has been Prime Minister 6 times, the most by anyone in the country. And yet he has not been able to complete a full term. So will him becoming president douse or fan the fire spreading through Sri Lanka?
All right, I want to go across to our guest. Diana Gamage is a member of the Parliament of Sri Lanka. Fidel Fernando is a journalist and author. Neena Gopal, senior journalist covering this as well. And Arita Wickremesinghe is a lawyer and equality director at iPro Bono. Let me start with you, Diana Gamage, because, why should we believe that the Aragalaya protesters, who just a week or so ago stormed into Ranil Wickremesinghe's official office, why would they accept the result of today's vote, and why would they accept Ranil as the new president of Sri Lanka?
Well, thank you for inviting me. It's not a matter of them accepting Ranil Wickremesinghe as the new president. Obviously, they were against him from the beginning since he was appointed as prime minister. But according to the way we work and the constitution, Ranil Wickremesinghe, who was acting president, who was the PM, who has obviously become the acting president, he has to be chosen through parliament. That's the constitution that we have. So we had to go in for a vote, which is obviously a secret ballot. and we have to chose a president through parliament. So that was the reason that we had to go in here, and we are only 225 in the parliament. From that 225, he has to get the majority of votes. Whoever gets the majority of votes becomes the president. So there was 3 names which was proposed in parliament, and obviously Ranil Wickremesinghe has got the majority, which is 134 members of parliament has voted for Ranil Wickremesinghe. And that's how we actually do it at the moment, because otherwise the other way is obviously going for a election, generally election for potential election. But at this moment, when the president, the predecessor has to do is go with this way. It's the constitutional way to do it.
But Fidel Fernando, the problem here is that the people who have been protesting, and largely, the face of the protest has been the Aragalaya, there were violent protests, a storming of the Prime Minister's office just a week, 10 days ago, when Gotabaya fled and Ranil became the acting president. Now, if Ranil is going to be the president, and Diana Gamage is right, that is the constitutional process. He's won through that constitutional process. But why should the protesters accept? Because they see both Ranil and the Rajapakshas as 2 sides of the same coin.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things. First of all, I was at that protest at the... Hello?
Yes, go on, Fernando.
Yeah, sorry, I was at that protest at the Prime Minister's residence, a few days ago or a week ago. I'm not sure I would characterize that as violent. I think it was largely a peaceful protest, but there was an overpowering of the security forces that were assembled there. In terms of whether it's acceptable to the people, the protest movement, obviously not. I think the problem with the issue with Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who was voted in on a huge majority in 2019, and then kind of had a resounding success in the parliamentary polls as well, where the Podujana Parama, the Rajapaksa's party, got 2/3 majority. People protested and demonstrated in such a way to suggest that that government was no longer legitimate. With Ranil Wickremesinghe, who has not even won his own seat in the last elections, he does not begin with a position of legitimacy to start with. And so for that reason, I think the Aragalaya and not just the Aragalaya, but the protest movement broadly, the protest movement in Sri Lanka is much broader than what you see in Colombo. There are people all around the country who are protesting, who are kind of displeased with the way that Sri Lankan politics is going. And one of the most popular ideas within Sri Lanka and within that protest movement at the moment is that the system, the political system in Sri Lanka needs to be overhauled.
Correct.
And Ranil Wickremesinghe represents much of the same. He represents very similar policies, very similar politics that we've seen in the last few years. And I am absolutely not surprised to see Parliament vote him in again. Because the politicians voted him in rather than the people.
Okay, Fidel, let's try and see if we can fix your video in a moment. So I'm going to go across to Nina Gopal. There seemed to be some kind of last-minute maneuverings even before the vote happened. Sajith Premadasa, who was supposed to be the opposition face, he withdrew his candidature. He threw in his support with Dulles. Dulles, unfortunately, couldn't break the SLPP as much as many thought he would. So he ended up with just 86 votes. Was the result of today's vote almost like a foregone conclusion?
Yes and no, I think, Zaka, because basically the whole idea of Sajith Premadasa even taking responsibility or taking a front role in, fixing the economy was not going to happen. He was not going to face the people because a lot of unpalatable and very uncomfortable decisions will have to be made now.
Correct.
On if he wants a peaceful kind of, if they want to fill whatever the IMF parameters are, then they will have to bite the bullet. And I don't think he wants to go down and face the people and say that, I've had to do this. He's just passed the buck. In many ways, and they're not listening to the people. I mean, she's right. I mean, Diana is right. They have to follow the constitution. But there was also, I believe, a provision whereby the parties could have come together and, formed some kind of a multi-party arrangement where they could have, found the solutions together. But that seems to have gone out to the window as well. So I don't know whether this was exactly what was obviously the parliamentarians are going to protect their own, their own, but the people, I think, have been really shortchanged in this whole exercise.
Arita Wickramasinghe is also joining
elections?
us. Arita, what happens next? There is the argument that's being put forth by the Ranil people that, look, what we need right now is stability. What we need right now is a government that can negotiate with the IMF, secure a bailout package, elections or a political change, as many of the Aragalaya protesters want, that can wait. The most immediate priority for the government and for the country would be to fix the economic mess. Do you buy that argument? Do you buy? Do you see the Aragalaya protesters buying this election of Ranil Wickramasinghe?
I mean, the term Aragalaya actually means struggle, and actually the whole country is behind this struggle. But in terms of whether the protesters of the country will accept this appointment, I think, as the others have said, because of the lack of legitimacy and the lack of a mandate which Ranil Wickramasinghe has, and the unfortunate affiliation of him as being a supporter of the Rajapaksas, even though I personally disagree with that view, because if you look historically, Ranil Wickramasinghe's party and the Rajapaksa party have always been opposing each other.
Correct.
And they have regularly and often campaigned against each other. But we are in a very unusual and unprecedented times right now, where it came to a point where actually Ranil Wickramasinghe was appointed by the very man who defeated him and his party at the previous election. But of course, as to what happens next, Ranil Wickramasinghe will have to step down as an MP in Parliament, and he takes up the presidency, and he will have to appoint a prime minister and form, as promised, some form of unity government. It'll be very interesting to see who will he appoint as the prime minister.
Yeah.
Will he appoint the opposition leader, Sajid Premadasa, as his prime minister, or will he appoint someone from the Rajapaksa's ruling party, SLPP?
Thick clouds of smoke darken the sky over Mount Penteli, and hundreds were forced to evacuate to safety. In Western France, more than 8,500 people fled their home to escape a large wildfire sparked by the spearing heatwave. Meteorologists have warned a heat apocalypse in the country.
3 people were killed after a speeding ambulance lost control and crashed into a toll plaza in Udupi in Karnataka. This shocking CCTV footage shows the ambulance losing complete control and toppling onto a toll gate before crashing. The deceased included a patient, his wife and a relative. A toll plaza staffer, who you can see in that video, is seriously injured. Nearly 2 months after Sidhu Moosewala's murder, 2 of his killers were eliminated today in a 5-hour encounter in Punjab.
Raw gunfire ringing out over lush agricultural fields. 20 kilometers from Amritsar, only 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Punjab Police's anti-gangster task force had been tailing 2 of the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. Early Wednesday afternoon, as police tracked Roopa and Mannu, a massive police force was rushed into village Pakna as reports of the 2 killers hiding there surfaced. The area cordoned off, locals told to stay indoors. Ambulances were rushed in past the security cordon as news came in of Roopa being killed.
ये टीम हैगी है जिसने एनकाउंटर ਨੂੰ अंजाम ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਟੀਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂਬਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ ਹੈ.
We've also accessed exclusive video from inside the site of the encounter. The building is heavily damaged after 5 hours of non-stop firing. The bodies of the 2 gangsters can also be seen. Police have recovered 1 pistol and 1 AK-47 along with a cache of ammunition. A horrific video of a young man being thrashed with sticks is going viral.
The video shows half a dozen men brutally beating one person with sticks and rods in Rajasthan's Suratgarh. They thrashed him so badly that the victim's legs broke. The assailants even fired in the air to spread panic and then fled from the spot. The victim remains critical and the police have been unable to record his statement. But they believe personal enmity was the reason for the brutal attack. CCTV footage from the area is being scanned to try and identify and nab the accused.
A solar storm of a significant size is expected to hit the Earth today. It's a burst of radiation erupting from the sun, which can release a lot of heat and a lot of energy. It can disrupt services across the globe. It may possibly also interfere with radio and GPS signals. Consequences such as signal outages can be seen through today because of this rare event. There are massive protests in Kerala over the female NEET aspirants being forced to remove their innerwear and sit for the exam.
ABVP workers marched towards the Kerala Secretariat, demanding an investigation into the incident in which female NEET aspirants were violated. As the protesters clashed with police, water cannons were unleashed on them.
ABVP workers have taken out a protest march outside the state secretariat in the issue where NEET aspirants had to go through a harrowing and humiliating experience where girl students were asked to remove their innerwear before entering into the exam center in Kollam. Water cannons were also used on these ABVP workers. There is heavy police presence here in this protest outside the state secretariat.
Several women have complained that they were forced to take off their innerwear before entering the exam hall in Kollam as the metal hooks beeped during a security check. 5 people have been arrested in the case and remanded to police custody.
A day after he made a strong pitch to be the Congress's chief minister will face in Karnataka, DK Shiv Kumar has said, "Let me get the Congress to power first." This comes amidst his growing rift with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, despite the Congress High Command urging for collective leadership.
First, let me get the party to power. Not myself becoming a chief minister is not important. Bringing Congress party to power and then giving to the hands of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is important.
It was another chaotic day in Parliament. Opposition parties staged a protest against inflation and the hike in goods and services tax on certain commodities of daily use. The Congress and other opposition parties have been seeking a discussion in Parliament on these issues and disrupt. Diana Gamage, 2 things that the protesters and in fact a lot of the people wanted as a consequence of this crisis, this grave crisis that your country is facing is, number 1, they want to abolish the executive presidency, and number 2, the point that Arita made, will the Prime Minister be an opposition figure, whether it's a Sajid Premadasa or anyone else, so that there will be a national unity government? Will such an arrangement work at all?
Well, yes, actually, the plan is to have a opposition as the prime minister, because otherwise it's not going to be, a national government as we were planning to do so. And what the Aragalaya people are asking for, everyone to be together and get this, sorted out. So what we would also say is that definitely as Member of Parliament, we would also say is that we would like to see someone obviously coming in from the opposition as the prime minister, because otherwise it's going to be a one-way, path, and then it can't work that way. So even the cabinet will have to be inclusive of all parties, in the cabinet as well, if we are going to have to work together, because that's exactly what the Aragalaya people want, and they want their issues sorted out. They want a proper, program. And what I can see is definitely Sri Lanka needs national policies. So far, we have not had any national policies in Sri Lanka. Mm-hmm. And if we are going to change anything, we're going to have to starting off with national policies in the country. And each and every one, without having to go for their personal agendas, we have to think of the people of this country, because the country is in such a state today. But obviously, we cannot put aside and ignore that the fact was that it was mismanaged to the core. and taken, the wrong advice and doing the wrong things. Obviously, there has been a lot of wrong things being done within the last, couple of years. That's why, we have had to face such a situation. And especially when it came with the pandemic, we should have expected that this was going to happen. And, not taking any more debts, because usually we are in 51 billion US debt in the country. And this is a huge debt. But what we have been doing is, for so many years, we have been going on a roll-on, and we've been taking debts and then covering up our debts and then holding and carrying on with the country, working within the country as well.
Nina Gopal, one of the first orders that we got soon after the election of the new president was there's a ban on the protests in a 500-meter radius around the Galle face. How do you see this playing out? Will this